Welcome everybody to the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League. My name is Jake Buckley. The man to my left, of course, is Jared Nance. It's very good to be back, but of course, we're not the only two. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, Nathan Patrick is back and Treaders is back, mate. It is not the same without you, Treaders, and it's very good to have you back as well, Nate. So, lads, finally, Season 4 underway, 2021. We were robbed of a, full Season 3 because of, unfortunately, COVID-19. But finally, after what feels like an eternity, lads, we are back. What are we most looking forward to?
Mate, personally, I'm seeing who can get those final playoff spots. There are so many competitors they're in the frame for it, and there's some big opportunities for somebody to get themselves into the playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. What about you guys over on the opposite couch?
I think I'm excited most of all for MacArthur's inclusion this year. We got 12 teams, nice and even, no more need for buy rounds or any of that rubbish. New teams, new possibilities.
Yeah, it's going to be full out. It's going to be full on for every single player. No breaks, no nothing. So you better be cracking and you better get rolling. So what about you, Treaders?
I'm just looking forward to seeing all the brand new competitors. We've got Mark, Naylor, Greek Freak, just to name a few. I can't wait to see what they can bring to the table in E-League Season 4. Yeah, of course. We're going to be having a quick little chat to some of these new players very, very shortly. But again, like you mentioned before, lads, we have got such a stacked amount of, I would say just a stacked roster. I would say we're about to, like I mentioned, chat to a few of the players very shortly. But I would say if we interview them, and I'm sure when we do, we'll probably have to ask them, like, do they think that this is the most talented lineup of competitors in the E-League? And I would have to say that mostly agree.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that. I mean, you look at the Oceania standings, so many of the competitors that are competing today are in the top makeup of it. There's, like you said, a stacked lineup. Yeah,
one of the competitors that we're going to chat to right now is Marcus Gomes. So, very happy to have you back, mate. Of course, one of the stars of the E-League right from the get-go. So, lad, thank you for joining us, mate. Tell us, how are you feeling going into Season 4?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, lads. I'm feeling pretty good. It's good to be back, fourth season. Didn't have the best of years last year, but things are, back on track for me personally this year. So, looking forward to it. And I was hearing what you guys were saying. This is definitely the strongest roster I think there's been since the E-Leagues started. So yeah.
Yeah. Now that you finally, now that you have actually gone and won a qualifier, you've got that title, you've got that championship, which we were all so super happy for you to finally get, mate. Because I don't think there's anyone else in the community that's really earned it. Do you think you're coming into this now with, like, I don't know, do you feel like a little bit of a weight's off your shoulders, like you can play a little more freely, or does it not really affect you all that much going into it? Is it kind of just like a fresh new start?
I think personally there's a bit of weight off my shoulders, of course. I think that tournament, just winning that, just relieved a lot of self-pressure I had on myself for years, I reckon 4 or 5 years. So, but I still definitely have that pressure on me for this one because, as you guys know, I haven't won the E-League. I've been close a couple of times, but I've never actually been the champ on top. So that's always a goal of mine, and going in, it's no different this year.
Absolutely fantastic. Any other questions for the great man, or are we just going to switch on and move on?
We've got plenty of people to speak to.
We do have a lot of people. We're going to be chatting to a couple of people. But Marcus, mate, we're very happy to have you back, of course, for the 4th year straight. So we can't wait to see how you crack on, mate.
Thanks, lads. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Marcus.
Thank you, Marcus, mate. Again, obviously one of the stars of the E-League and has been for so many years now. And, like I mentioned before, with him now finally, getting that title, getting that piece of silverware, the scenes of Mo rushing in after he won, it was absolutely golden. So I was so happy for the lad when he won. Yeah, it was absolutely sensational. Just got to wait on for, again, like I mentioned, plenty of other people that we're going to be interviewing. But maybe just before we catch on to any of the other lads, we'll have a quick little look at the format for E-League in 2021 because there has been a little bit of a shake-up, hasn't there, Jared?
Yeah, like Nate mentioned earlier, MacArthur, the new boys in the A-League, and most importantly for us in the E-League this season. So there is no buys coming up this season. And also we have changed the format, 2 match days. Rounds 1 to 5, I should say, are today, and then we have 6 to 11 tomorrow. But most importantly, this season, it is first past the post. If you finish on top of the table after match day 11, your club will be E-League Premiers. Also, you can be E-League Premiers, but we have the console championships up for grabs, and those are the most important parts if you want to get yourself into the playoffs.
And we'll take a quick look at the structure too, by the way, of course, like you mentioned before, 2 match days, April 23rd today and April 24th tomorrow. We'll be breaking up the 11 rounds into 5 today and 6 tomorrow. Of course, we are going to be having only console champions, so an Xbox console champion will be crowned and a PlayStation 4 console champion, with the winners of those championships getting their spot in the regional playoff qualifier, which is what this is all about. It's going to be absolutely massive, Nate, for them to secure those spots.
An absolutely huge moment. In a way, we're almost back to Season 1 times, where you win the E-League, you are directly through to the playoffs. A huge moment for these competitors. A lot of them, as we said, in a stacked field, have had a difficult year of it. That can all change today and tomorrow.
As you mentioned, a very stacked field, but one of the better players that, not just, of course, going into this season, but over the course of the entire E-League. I think it's pretty fair to crown him E-League GOAT at this point. He's a two-time Premier. He's an E-League champion. Marko, mate, thank you so much for joining us for a quick little chat, mate. Just a little bit of your thoughts going into Season 4, mate.
Yeah, definitely going to be different considering it just played over 2 days and online. But it's been a bit of a tough year for me personally. But we're just going to try and see what we can do in the next 2 days.
Absolutely fantastic stuff, yeah, mate. Any other questions here for Marko?
Marko, I do want to ask you, brother man. Obviously, there's been a bit of a switch for you. Not in your E-League club. You've been loyal to Sydney FC all the way through. But going from one esports org to another, has that affected you in any way here for Season 4?
Not at all. Atlanta have definitely backing me and support me this entire season. As I said before, it's been a bit of a difficult year in terms of the game for me personally and a few other issues. But at the end of the day, I'm going to try and give my best performance once again for the E-League and see what we can get done.
And Marko, with Wellington as your first opponents in E-League this season, how are you feeling about coming up against Wellington and, most importantly, Airborne?
Yeah, it should be a pretty good game, to be honest. I'm excited to see what some of the other boys do coming to this competition, but there's a lot of kids that are getting their chance to finally show just how good they are this year. And for the future going forward, you'll definitely see them coming through and taking over the reins, boys.
Lovely stuff, Marko. Thank you so much for chatting with us, mate, and best of luck in the E-League in Season 4.
Good one.
Thank you, mate. Well, there you go. One of the, of course, premiers from last season in 2020, Sydney, that stacked team of Marko and Jamie, who absolutely killed it. Of course, it looked like they were running away with the tournament. It got a little bit close toward the end there, but they got the job done. But we have got, obviously, an unbelievable tournament coming up. So can't wait to see all of these lads go in action. And lads, is there anyone in particular, or any team in particular from this very stacked field on both PlayStation 4 and Xbox that you think maybe would be able to put up a challenge to Sydney, or I don't know, if there are multiple teams possibly?
I'm really looking at the team that is Newcastle Jets. I think the combination of Mark 11 and Naylor is incredibly stacked. You've got the number 1 ranked competitor in Naylor, and then you've got Mark 11, who's the number 3. So that's the best team that we've got on paper, and I think they'll make a really good run in this competition.
Anybody else in there that thinks that maybe there's a fairly decent little chance at a title?
Well, personally, I'm excited to see how Melbourne City go this season. Of course, in the A-League, absolutely flying. We spoke to Marcus Gomes earlier. We know what he's all about. He's an experienced competitor. But Mike J, I'm so excited to see what he can bring to the competition this season. We haven't seen much from him on an E-League stage, so can he translate his good performances across? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll definitely have to see how Melbourne City go. Of course, like you mentioned, Treaders, I think Newcastle, who obviously finished bottom last season, could very well do a complete 180. I reckon that they're a shot of, from last season, not really even being able to secure a win in the regular season to, I would have most of us on the couches probably thinking that they'd maybe be favourites, I reckon, for this one. Is that a safe bet? Or
They're my favourites. If you're asking me personally, I think they've got the highest quality roster that we're looking at just on rankings and form alone. And I think Naylor is well and truly overdue for securing a title.
Yeah, we'll see how they go. But anyway, let's take a look at the fixtures, of course, for match day 1. Having a look at round 1, plenty of great games, of course. We're going to be starting things off for the very first game today. Adelantide Marko, of course, going up against Airborne. So Sydney FC versus Wellington Phoenix. And then, of course, plenty of other great games moving over into round 2. Maybe just going along the couches. I mean, Jared, is there anything in particular there that maybe catches your eye?
Well, like I said, Mike J, I want to see how he goes this season. He's got a big test early on, taking on Greek Freak, another new competitor, someone that we rank pretty highly on the couch. So that's going to be a clash of the Titans, a clash of the rookie Titans early on, Greek Freak versus Mike J in round 2.
Yeah, and now switching over to round 3. Nate, what maybe tickles your fancy on this one?
Look, we won't really be able to hear his roars, I guess, this year, but Jazz versus his former side, Western Sydney Wanderers, former teammates in NZer, and oh no, a GOAT, Big Joe is back for another year. I'm sure Jazz will be fired up and ready to take those lads on.
That's a very good point there about those screams, mate. He can be a loud boy. Round 4. Moving on to the penultimate rounds of this match day. And Treaders, maybe your time for this one. What maybe you think is going to be the contest to look at?
I keep going on about Newcastle Jets, so it'd be rude of me not to go back to them. And we've got the game between MacArthur and Newcastle, particularly between Greek Freak and Mark, the classic derby that we've effectively seen all the way through the FIFA Global Series so far. I'm keen to see what kind of form they'll bring into the E-League.
And switching over to round 5, the final round of the day, of course. Again, more great contests, but I definitely, I would have to say, is the A-League fan that I am, and that we all are, of course. Sydney FC versus Western Sydney Wanderers. The Sydney Derby, that's got to be one to look at there. Of course, not just for the fact that it's a A-League Classic fixture, but the fact that, of course, Marko versus NZer. Great contest right there. Footwiz Jamoto, Oh Noah Goat. Cannot wait to get all those games going on. But let's have a look at the featured games that we are going to be looking at today. So in round 1, it's Marko versus Airborne for the first game. Marcus Gomes versus Mo, of course, battle of the housemates, if you will. And then in round 2, Greek Freak versus Mike J, Jazz versus Dylan, of course, Akpo versus NZer in round 3, Peter Saysanis, Bainesy, the new E-League boy, of course, in round 3. They'll be going up against each other on Xbox. Round 4 is JMK King, Atalantide Marko, and then, of course, DW Dylan versus Footwiz Jamoto, another great contest there. With, of course, round 5 to be disclosed or to be determined, of course. We've got a fairly good idea of some of the games that we want to watch nice and early, but with that said, 11-round contest. Who knows how the table's going to shape up? So yeah, we may as well just see things play out and then eventually decide who we want to take a look at from there.
There are just so many tantalizing games. It would be foolish, I guess, for us to be like, oh, this is definitely the one. After 4 rounds, we could well have a few undefeated teams. We'd probably rather bring you that. That said, if there are other games, maybe you're following one competitor in particular, we do have multiple streams for you to watch, obviously only bringing you the commentary and such from one. But don't worry, if you've got a competitor team that you're backing, you can watch them all the way through.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Something new that we're doing to the E-League, of course. You can watch any single game that you want. And lads, I just in general can't wait to get it started. Of course, we are only moments away from kicking off Season 4. It's about bloody time. I can't wait to get it started, lads. Only moments away.
Is Marko, and that is R9. Working the defender around and finishing with a plum. Plenty of space and time.
Jazz is going to double his advantage. You can see how pumped he is about that one.
Grab back and goal.
So much space there. That is sensational.
Spin inside the deflection.
This game.
Marko looking to penetrate. R9 with space. Could that be the goal that sees Footwiz Marko assist Sydney FC in attaining the premiership for Season 3?
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sydney FC, of course, were your premiers in 2020, and we are going to watch one of them go at it to start off Season 4. Of course, it is going to be Marko versus Airborne. We cannot wait for that. We might have a quick little chat with the players before we do indeed get into this. But Jared, it's a great contest to get started, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm so excited. 2 different seasons ahead, I would say. You look at Sydney FC, the reigning champions. We spoke to Marko before, an absolute gun on the sticks. But then Airborne comes into it, a diehard Wellington Phoenix fan. He has a lot to prove. And if he can get this scalp of Marko early on here in match day 1, that's going to give him so much confidence heading into the remainder of the fixtures today, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Marko, we spoke to him only a moment ago. Why not chat to him again, mate? He's about to play the first game of the E-League season. So Marko, first game, going up against Airborne. A little bit of history between you guys, but how do you think this first match potentially might go? Have you got, I don't know, any nerves? You've only been here like 3-4 times now. Do you just sort of get used to it?
I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Take it, each half at a time. If you look too far ahead, you sort of get complacent. So just take every match as it comes, and hopefully it'll be a close one.
Yeah, Marko, like you said, you got to take everything as it comes, but surely you got to be thinking big picture. You're going to go back to back. Surely that's got to be in the back of the mind. How do you feel about a title defense?
Already going back to back, 19 and 20. I think that's enough for me. Someone else needs to step up here. Come on, boys.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, like, you guys would have to be, I would say, going into it the favourites, but obviously with maybe a better question would be actually, who do you think might be possibly your biggest rival to stop you from going back to back again? What do you think? Would it be like a Newcastle, or is there any other team that maybe you potentially got your eyes on?
Probably all of them, to be honest. I've been playing well, so I need to definitely step it up. Yeah, that's all I'll say.
Fair enough then, Marko. All right, mate. Well, best of luck. We'll let you get set up for it, mate. And again, hope you have a great season. Beautiful stuff. Well, there you go. Marko, of course, the man that we crowned before is like the E-League GOAT. And I think it is only fair when you have a look at his record. I mean, he is, we're so used to him being like one of the top prime players, and of course he still is, but it just seems like we've had a surge of just unbelievable players, especially for FIFA 21 come out as of late. So I'm really intrigued to see how he's going to go today. Yeah,
the scene over the past few years has exploded. You've got people that look at the likes of Marko, Jamie, Marcus Gomes, and the past few years, they've strived to become exactly like they are. They want to be the next Marcus, the next Marko. So yeah, a few people want to get some scalps over their heroes this season.
For sure, and Airborne's got a massive opportunity to potentially do that in the very first game, and he's going to join us for a quick little chat before we do indeed get started. Airborne, thank you so much for joining us, mate.
No worries, good to be here.
No, appreciate it, mate. Well, how do you go in your first game, mate? Going up against, obviously, Marko, someone that's got a very good track record in the E-League, but of course, you yourself are definitely capable of pulling off some decent upsets. Not that you're not a bad player yourself, mate. So what do you reckon going into this first one?
I definitely think it's probably going to be one of the tougher games. I know Marko, I think he's been the benchmark in terms of E-League players for the past 3 seasons, so it's definitely going to be very tough first up, but I'm confident that I'll be able to push him all the way and hopefully be able to snag a result at the end.
Airborne, we know how much of a fan you are of the Wellington Phoenix. That's no secret. How much does it mean to you to be representing the Phoenix this season?
It means a lot to me. I've been following the club for a long time now, and as the opportunity came up last year to represent them, I jumped at the opportunity, and now to do it again, hopefully I'll be able to go a little bit better than I did last year, but I mean, it's probably up there in terms of one of the best things I can really do in my career.
And it's great to have a Kiwi representing one of the Kiwis as well. Otherwise, it just wouldn't really feel the same, would it? So anyway, mate, you're about to kick off, but do you think there's anything you need to do early on in this game to try to set the tempo or potentially, I don't know, like get off on a good... Do you think you really need to have a good start in the first half at least to sort of have a chance of grabbing all 3 points?
I don't necessarily think I need a good start. I think I just need to sort of establish myself and get a rhythm going in that first half, because I've always said you can't win a game in the first half, but you can definitely lose it. So I think if I'm in a position where I can be there or thereabouts against Marko, I think second half probably look to put the foot down and go for the 3 points.
Very good point, Airborne. Beautiful. Thank you so much for chatting with us, mate, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Lovely stuff there. So here we go. We're only moments away from the first game of the E-League getting underway.
I'm excited, Jake. I'm excited.
I'm very excited. It is a scintilized. It's a very scintilized. I've completely forgotten how to speak. What is the word?
Scintillating.
Scintillating.
There you go.
What was I trying to say? Scintillating.
I have no idea, mate. I don't even want to imagine it.
Neither do I. But either way, it's basically an adjective for a very good thing. All right. I'm very much looking forward to it. What do you think? Maybe, I don't know, a final potential score prediction going into the first one,
mate. Seeing some of the results I've seen across the entirety of competitive FIFA this year, I can't make a solid prediction. I cannot make a solid prediction. I'm just interested to see how both these guys come out, especially in the first half, how they set themselves up and what sort of season they have moving forward.
And if we're talking about like maybe the teams in general, so maybe not specifically just these players, but Sydney as a team and Wellington as a team. Obviously Wellington, I'm just double checking now, they did indeed finish in 3rd place last season. So obviously Honey Badger was a part of that team, and Honey Badger not part of the Wellington Phoenix now. But do you still think Wellington are possibly a chance of still being one of those teams that could still get up toward the top end of the table?
Of course they are. They showed why. Like, they deserve their 3rd place finish last year. It's just whether they can back it up. Really, really important to get off to a good start here against a title contender. And if they consider themselves title contenders, the Phoenix, then this is a 6-pointer to kick things off.
I wonder if we know what the one A-League player that both Marko and Airborne are going to roll with. I don't think we've actually seen their teams as of yet.
You'd think Barbarouses for Sydney.
Yeah,
you'd think Costa.
That would definitely be the favourite for Sydney. I was just wondering over on the Wellington side of things, and maybe not even just for this one game, but just in general, because obviously minor rule change to this year. Obviously, when the A-League or when the E-League started, it was you had to have 3 A-League players, and that just dwindled down to 2. Now for this year, only just the one. So you just have to figure, when you've got all these star players in your team, what position do you fill? I think typically we saw a lot of wide players, like a lot of wingers, players with pace, fullbacks, for example. So, I mean, Barbarouses is probably playing out wide.
Left mid.
Yeah, left mid, possibly something like that. I don't know. With typical the formations that these guys run with, some players definitely do play a lot more narrow up the middle, of course, but then you obviously have, the 4-2-3-1 formations getting rocked quite regularly. So, I mean, there's definitely opportunities for a lot of wide A-League players with plenty of pace.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether that changes as the competition goes along as well. Are they going to continue playing, so let's say, for example's sake, Barbarouses as a left midfielder? Will they move to a defender? Will they bring in Grant? we're going to have to wait and see, Jake.
It'd be very interesting to see if, I don't know, potentially even see something else aside from the A-League players getting pushed out wide, right back, winger, maybe sort of see someone a little more central. Someone please, for you know what and giggles, just chuck a goalkeeper in. Just, I don't know.
You want to see Andrew Redmayne?
I want to see Andrew Redmayne in goal.
Oh,
Why not, mate? Seriously, I think so long as both players agree, we're both going to go with A-League goalkeepers, and why not do that? Seriously.
Mate, Andrew Redmayne's not even reliable up against A-League players, let alone coming up against Mbappe.
This is the Western Sydney Wanderers fan too, by the way.
I try not to be biased in my commentary, but this one stings a little, Jake.
We're nothing but purely professional here, seriously. But either way, looks like these two are moments away from getting started. Obviously, just still setting up for the time being. Of course, we've had to wait so long for Season 4 to get started after, of course, COVID-19 robbed us of finishing up Season 3. Why not wait just a little bit longer? Bloody hell, we've even had to delay the Season 4 a couple of weeks, but we are moments away from getting started. That first kickoff is going to be so sweet.
Yeah, it's going to be a moment we've all been waiting for. Of course, like you said, Jake, robbed of the grand final last year, but this is going to be an exciting 2 days of FIFA. Of course, we've got match days 1 to 5 today, and then we move on to 6 through 11 tomorrow. Like we mentioned in the pre-game broadcast, it really matters on every game matters more, I would say, this season for the pure fact that it is first past the post. If you come out and you lose your first 2 games, realistically, that could be your season over.
I would have to say too, by the way, that typically is the case with the E-League as well. Like we saw, 3 rounds in Sydney FC really storm away, and it almost felt like they had a 4 to 5 point gap over the rest of the team by that stage. But either way, now let's finally take a look at these teams. Obviously, looks like we're going to see a left back in there for, I think that was for Wellington Phoenix, and I think I did indeed see Barbarouses up there for Sydney. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've waited so long, but we are finally underway with Season 4 with the NIVEA Men's E-League underway. Let's go.
Exciting times as it is. Marko starting off with possession here, looking to control the tempo of this one as he goes through. An early goal on the board would be absolutely brilliant here. Of course, we don't have the two-legged affairs like previous years. It's just straight up head-to-head here in round 1 as Ronaldo Nazario moving back to the midfield there. Ball being spread out wide. Interestingly, Cristiano Ronaldo on that right-hand side of the midfield there. Marko, though, looking to get a goal with his first touch of possession, looking to force Airborne into a mistake. Pullet going there to Bruno Fernandes. Ronaldo going there to Pele, and it is a blocked shot. Airborne thwarting the first attack there from Marko.
And Alphonso Davies nearly picking that one off, but now it will be Atalantide Marko that goes and gets it right back. Pele just trying to shape maybe a finesse on the edge of the box. Got 4 defenders all around him. R9 Ronaldo going for the shot. Virgil van Dijk just getting in the way, and that's going to be collected right there by, of course, who else would they be rocking with but bloody Nick Pope?
That informed card. It causes some issues, Jake.
The cheat code that he is. And, of course, I'm just looking at the names of the players that are popping up here as well. Of course, we're so used to seeing the usual names like Vieira, of course, Ruud, Cristiano Ronaldo typically. But we're seeing names like, obviously, more new to FIFA 21 in at least the E-League, like Bruno Fernandes and Mbappe to an extent. I mean, he wasn't maybe starting
Mbappe's been there since FIFA 18, Jake. He's an absolute weapon always. As he is on the attack, he squares it up to Pele, but Virgil van Dijk, the ever-reliable Virgil van Dijk, able to get a block in there.
And now Airborne is going to get himself an opportunity. Davila on the right-hand side, of course. Having not too bad a season himself, but anyway.
Who's going to be the first A-League player to score in the E-League this season,
Well,
Jake?
I was wondering if, I'm going to be completely honest, with only one player per team, and knowing that obviously, okay, we've got a fullback, I think, right now. I don't think we're going to see too many advanced A-League players in these teams. I don't know if the chances are going to really be there. I mean, I would love, don't get me wrong, to see A-League players hitting the back of the net with regularity, but still, we might see a ball hit the back of the net. Here's Zidane, just gets, unfortunately, dispossessed right at the end there. Looked like a good chance for Airborne and maybe open the scoring, but now counter-attacking is Marko. R9's getting a lot of that ball, but of course, no surprises there with Marko.
Bit of an option out the left here as Pele has the ball up against Trent Alexander-Arnold. Marko, the heel-to-heel, he squares it, and there it is! The most calamitous way to begin the season. That is going to hurt there for Airborne, but it is Marko and Cristiano Ronaldo scoring the opening goal of E-League Season 4, E-League 2021. And you would say it's come in pretty fortuitous fashion. Nick Pope, we were just covering how much of a cheat code he is. Well, not much of a cheat code there, Jake.
There's really not much you can do about that. It's just so unfortunate. Yeah, I tell you what, if it was on target, Nick Pope's probably got it covered, but it just goes wide, hits the post, comes off of his back. Like, there is just really nothing you can do about that as a goalkeeper. I sympathise for Nick Pope. He's still a cheat code in my books, but it's still 1-0 to Sydney FC.
I hope Airborne's invested in some controllers, because that is a controller smashing sort of goal to concede there.
My goodness. Well, it seems like he's still got his controller intact. He does still have possession. He is still passing it around. We will see how he gets on with this attack. He only had a handful of opportunities and a handful of spell of possessions prior to the goal, but he was definitely in the contest. Arnon Ronaldo working it out wide here. Well, just going to take the touch and then play it on back to Davies. Fernandez and these two working the three working a little bit of a triangle at the moment.
Bruno Fernandez pushing forward here for Airborne. The Phoenix and Airborne looking to get an equaliser. They have retained possession here. That Alphonso Davies card really could cause some issues in this E-League, Jake, but it is Pele coming through. A lot of Sydney FC jerseys sitting back. Pele continues to waltz through and loses the ball himself.
I think it looks like, yeah, he's ran into Arnon Ronaldo there. That's a little frustrating, of course, FIFA being such a mental game. You know, you concede the first goal of your season in that manner, coming off of the back of Nick Pope to one of the better players in the competition in Marko. Airborne's really going to have to try to, be very steely in this moment and try to, not lose focus. It's going to be on the defence for this one now. Mbappe, Cristiano Ronaldo to Arnon Ronaldo.
Good tackle there from Maldini.
Dispossessed there by Maldini.
Maldini, ever reliable. You'll see the sort of same players in most teams, but it's really the players that, as we see a goal in the Melbourne Derby here, Melbourne City getting the lead, but you will see the big differences come in the competitors where they rock different players and they might just provide that cutting edge in certain contests. But Zidane losing possession. I thought Airborne had a golden opportunity there not to be, as Marko plays around with his own half and he pays for it. Ronaldo coming through, headed to Pele. A lot of sky blue jerseys sitting deep there, however. Pele waiting for the right opportunity is Airborne. He goes to Ruud Gullit. Zinedine Zidane. Ball being spread around here. 10 minutes to go until the half-time break. He would love to get an equaliser, and that is exactly what Airborne does. It is Ronaldo getting on the scorer's sheet, and Airborne is off the duck. He's finally found the back of the net, and we have a game on our hands, Jake.
Brilliant stuff from the Kiwi, tying it up at 1-1. He just sort of held possession, moved it around the edge of the box, and eventually got his opportunity. Arnon Ronaldo smashing it in at the near post, and that is 1-1. A brilliant, brilliant return for Airborne. And now, with only 10 minutes to go, is this thing going to go into halftime level at 1-1, or is there still maybe one more chance potentially for one of these two to hit the back of the net? We shall see. Carlos Alberto. Not a super amount of options on, but a beautiful ball played in there to Bruno Fernandez. Now Arnon Ronaldo, he looks up ahead of himself and doesn't really have an awful lot on, but he's just holding the ball up himself brilliantly. Cristiano Ronaldo, the little scoop turn, and at the near post, and Nick Pope, the cheat code, just stands and watches as it flies into the top corner. Marko, he lost his lead for what felt like only a second. He's only gone and got it right back, and well, Nick Pope was about as much of a passenger watching that as we were, Jared.
Nobody could have done anything about that one. That was an absolute rocket there produced by Cristiano Ronaldo. That 99 shot power coming into full effect. And that is a clear example of why we're going to see so many competitors rocking that Cristiano Ronaldo card throughout this E-League season, as we see MacArthur taking the lead in the PS4 side of things ahead of Central Coast. But we were just saying, Jake, is it going to be a tied scoreline heading into half-time? There's still an opportunity for Airborne as he loses possession. Brisbane, however, taking the lead against Adelaide.
We are seeing plenty of goals flying in all across. Again, like we mentioned before, that you can watch any game that you would like. Of course, this game is the featured one, but we've got a bunch of Twitch channels, so feel free to switch over and take a look at whatever game may tickle your fancy. Obviously, we'll be sticking with this one till it's complete, and it's looking like a good one to stay with, of course, as we're about to enter half-time, but with maybe an opportunity here to snag one last goal, going 3-1 up. It's a hell of a lot better than going 2-1 up. Pele still holding it, still moving it around the edge of the box here. Stoppage time, however much is being given. R9 with tons of space, and Nick Pope, he had to stand and watch the last one fly into his top corner, but he does something about that one. Still not over here, got some space. Virgil van Dijk is able to take a touch and control it. Cristiano Ronaldo, that is a nutmeg, and that is a penalty. Brought down right at the end. That is going to be incredibly frustrating for Airborne, and Marko has got himself a golden opportunity to go 3-1 up in a half-time. And by the way, watch the replay. He definitely got nutmegged here. Look at this. Oh, and Maldini, you've been made to look a fool.
He's been nutmegged and then thrown out the absolute clothesline of doom there, Jake. That is as clear a penalty as you'll see. Pele, however, stepping up, looking to make it 3-1 for Sydney FC, and he misses it. He misses it. Airborne gets the incorrect way, and Marko's still unable to find the bottom corner. That is an absolute morale crusher, Jake, on the last kick of the first half. Oh my God, drama to end this half here.
Well, Marko can laugh it off anyway, so good to know he he's just trying to shake it off. Fair enough to him. I mean, we all miss penalties, but it'll be a frustrating one. I'm sure Airborne is going to be very relieved not to see that ball hit the back of the net, especially after going the wrong way. And I'll tell you what, if Atalantide Marko was able to nutmeg his opponent and then score a penalty right before what felt like, we didn't really even get that much of a look at how much stoppage time was given there, but it felt like we were getting very deep into stoppage time at such a late stage. To get megged and have a penalty scored against you would be quite crushing, I reckon, in a game, especially against a guy of this caliber.
That play changes everything. That is so significant. The amount of I don't want to say hype. I don't think hype's the right word, but Airborne, he's going to be feeling so much more confident now. It's so much easier to attack this being 1 goal down compared to 2. That's stating the obvious, but that is such a momentum shifter for the next 45.
And sometimes being commentators, we can be guilty of this. Sometimes we do hype up players that definitely have a very good history, a good track record, guys that have been up the top in the community for so long. But again, we have to remember that really anyone in this community, anyone in this league can beat anyone on their day, of course. We see plenty of other goals flying in, now level in the Melbourne Derby, so we will definitely be checking in. Of course, at the end of this game, we'll be taking a look at the replays of all the goals, all the highlights of all the games. Of course, our analyst, Nate Patrick and Josh Treaders, will be definitely taking a look at that one. And now, Western United have got their first goal of the new A-League season as well.
Airborne looking to control the tempo to start this second half. However, 5 minutes into it, he would absolutely love an equaliser, but he understands that there is so much time to go. Needs to find the perfect opportunity. As Ronaldo coming through, he's got 4 Sydney FC defenders around there. He gets absolutely smothered and has lost possession.
I don't think any one player so far in this game on both sides is getting as smothered as that R9 Ronaldo is. It's unbelievable. Bruno Fernandes maybe trying to feed a run down this right-hand side, but instead he can pretty much go all the way alone. Mbappe, one of the quickest in the game, if you don't mind. R9 Ronaldo, the fake shot, trying to create some space. Scoop turn, holding it up, cancelling that shot. Alexander-Arnold gets in the way of that one, but R9 Ronaldo holding onto that ball for as long as he can. He just can't quite find another option. Ruud Gullit with the interception here for Airborne. Now Pele trying to go it alone, and it looks like he's going to have to backtrack. Can't believe we're only 10 minutes into the second half. It feels like so much has happened already. Another interception. Ruud Gullit's getting plenty of them at the moment.
Great run to the left here.
Pele is
continuing down the left-hand side. Sorry, Jake, but it is Marko continuing through the guts here. He's got some opportunities. Ronaldo, not the best positioning in the world, but it's still on. He goes straight through the legs. Great defense, however, from Airborne. I thought we were going to see another nutmeg there from Marko.
Quite nearly. Airborne now. Ruud Gullit. Yep, I knew that he would go to try for that ball, but he's going to get the deflection back for Davies there. Airborne just about able to keep the possession there. And wow, have a look at this.
Brisbane. Just quietly, Jake, as Brisbane do go 3-0 up, Bruno Fernandes has been so impressive defensively for both sides. I've noticed a few opportunities there, or a few moments there in the second half, where Bruno Fernandes has dropped back on defense and has made momentum stopping challenges.
Let me tell you, I mean, in the amount of Ultimate Team that I have played, I was very fortunate to pack a Team of the Year. Bruno Fernandes, let me tell you, he is a gun. I would know firsthand. Sorry, I didn't mean to flex on you all, but anyway.
I don't remember asking that, Jake.
I'm just trying to give you my insight, mate. Either way, Airborne's going to pause up he's going to queue up a pause here. And that Fernandes that we were talking about, of course, so involved in the play here. That man R9 Ronaldo is as well. Davila maybe not so much. He's definitely playing very wide at the moment and maybe not seeing as much of it. Unfortunately, he's turned over the ball here.
A little bit of a cagey one to start the second half, really. There hasn't been any clear-cut opportunities, which, I mean, Marko would love for it to remain that way as he's got the lead. But Airborne, can he get an opportunity here before he gets his substitution moving on? Bruno Fernandes going there to Zinedine Zidane. Zinedine Zidane, a bit of space here. Holds onto the ball for, I would say, too long there. Just second-guessing himself, Airborne, looking for a better opportunity. And it's paid. He's paid for it here because Pele offside. Offside by inches.
I definitely thought he was going to be on there, but there you go. Airborne now finally taking that pause. And yeah, like you mentioned before, that chance was done. I don't know if it was a 100% golden opportunity to score, but it definitely felt like the defender was sagging off of Zidane there quite a fair bit. So maybe an opportunity. We're going to have to watch now to see if there are going to be
coming on there.
Any changes made. Of course, Barbarousis is on the bench there. If they want to, it looks like Marko got Zulo on the left side.
Airborne's brought on Mbappe there for Ronaldo, and he has taken off Zinedine Zidane as well. Actually, I would correct myself. Taken off Zidane and brought on Mbappe instead.
I think I saw Pele go off there as well. I'm not quite sure who exactly it's been replaced with, but anyway, a little tinkering of the tactics there for Airborne.
20 minutes, 20 big minutes to prove himself. He doesn't have a second leg to come back from. Needs to get a result here for himself. Needs to make it somewhat more achievable here for the team. Don't want to let down the Phoenix nice and early.
Of course, it's going to be on aggregate as well between the PlayStation 4 and Xbox scores. They're going to be aggregated collectively together. And let's just say that it's going to be a very tough task for Adelaide to grab 3 points in this first round. 4-0 at the moment in that one.
Ronaldo on the attack here for Marko. Marko looking to give Jamie that 2-goal advantage. As Eusebio, fresh off the bench, got them fresh legs up against Alexander Arnold. Going central there to Rude Hula, who goes to Alfonso Davies. Davies to Ronaldo, a bit of a stagnant run. Ronaldo, brilliant pace there, brilliant space from Marko. And that is why he is so highly sought after, why he's such a highly ranked competitor here, making space out of seemingly nothing. And Ronaldo finds the top corner there and gives Sydney that 3-1 lead.
Watch the replay here. Lovely heel chop just to change direction. And look at all that space that he's got to work with. Finesse from just outside the 18-yard box. He's going to find that top corner. And, well, that R9 Ronaldo is giving Nick Pope absolute nightmares at the moment.
PTSD. That is head noise in a FIFA Ultimate Team card. But Airborne, about to say, looking to get a goal back in this one. Trying to nutmeg there on Eusebio, but unable to pull it off.
And he's holding up the ball now.
Is Marko just going to hold on to the ball?
Is he just trying to... Oh, it might be costly here. It might be very costly. It is going to be 3-2. Well, Marko, I'm not sure what he was trying there, if he was just trying to maybe count down the clock with still 12 minutes or so left to go, but he's going to be made to pay. Great pressure there by Airborne. And, well, I'm kind of surprised that he's actually been able to beat the keeper because he came out. He made himself big, but 3-2 just like that. And maybe Airborne still has a shot here, potentially snagging a point, maybe even a shock win.
The angle was so limited there, but that is such a rookie error from Marko, a man that is anything but a rookie in the FIFA esports scene. That is making things quite interesting as we see the Melbourne Derby, a 2-all scoreline there between City and Victory. So watch this space in terms of that fixture. Very interested to see what Treaders and Nate can break down post-game. But all of a sudden, the final 10 minutes of this game between Marko and Airborne have gotten interesting. As we can see, Marko happy to sit on that 3-2 lead. But Airborne might have an opportunity here. He might have an opportunity after Marko makes yet another mistake. Unfortunately for his sake, however, Hullet has been able to stop it.
We see obviously what Marko's trying to do, just trying to play it safe and retain possession. He's not exactly just trying to pass it around the back. You can see that here. Look, he's got a great opportunity. He'll take them when they have them. Eusebio down the left. That was a heavy touch. I thought maybe there was a chance for Airborne to pounce on that, but no. Mbappe, brilliant pass. And is that another penalty? No. Wow, that's a contentious decision.
Marko not happy about it either.
Yeah, no. And now here we go on the counter-attack. Could there possibly be a chance here? Imagine the scenes if Airborne's to tie it up here after that non-penalty call. Bruno Fernandes. Nice little ball roll there. Portuguese to Portuguese link up. He's going to play it in for R9 Ronaldo here. Lovely pass in this. It's he goes right. Maybe the better option would have been to try to cut in left.
Airborne does have the corner here, however. Can he have heroic scenes in the first game of the E-League? Winning possession back again. Rude Hullet going here to Alfonso Davies. 1 minute of stoppage time. You would say this is the ball game here. Hullet passing it around and going there to Cristiano Ronaldo. Going to Alfonso Davies, but it is Davies on Davies. And there it is. Marko puts it into touch, and that is game. A 3-2 scoreline between Sydney and Wellington.
Fair play to Airborne. He came back, he fought, and that was relentless pressure he was putting under Marko there toward the end. But Marko's done it. He's going to win his first game in the E-League, and are we that surprised? Of course. I think if you looked at his win percentage for all the individual games he's played in this competition, it'd be, I don't know, we'd be talking about 80, bloody almost 90%. Like, genuinely, this guy's win rate is absolutely ridiculous. He just finds a way to get it done, even when he had a slightly nervy moment. But congratulations, Marko. Airborne, even if you don't exactly get the win in that first game, I still say that's a pretty tough opponent in the E-League. You've definitely got a lot of positives you can take from that.
Yeah, that was a valiant effort there from Airborne, starting things off, getting that 3-2 loss. Again, could have had his opportunities to tie things up there, unable to do it. Marko's going to be kicking himself surely though. Some uncharacteristic errors. Could have made it 3-1 with a penalty miss. He concedes a very cheap goal. some very un-Marko-like moments in that game, honestly.
It would have been, it would obviously been nice for him to have set up his teammate as well, Jamie, in the Xbox leg as well. But I mean, still at the end of the day, Sydney do still lead, and I mean, this thing is not over either. By the way, I mean, Wellington still do very much have a chance of taking the 3 points as a team in this fixture. But still, either way, that was just only one game out of the 5 or 6 that we only had going on. So we are going to throw it now down to the couch for our analysts, Nathan Patrick and Josh Treaders, to break down all the action.
Thank you very much, Jake. Thank you, Jared. The first round, first game, whatever you like, done and dusted, Treaders. Marko steps it up every single time when it comes to the E-League.
Yeah, absolutely, but just some really nervy moments from Marko. Fortunate to get that initial goal. You say he should be scoring in those situations most of the time, but sometimes a little bit of good fortune needs to be on your side. But then we saw the very uncharacteristic penalty miss. We see competitors in our region continually playing through best of 5 penalty shootouts, whatever they may be doing. It's very bizarre to see a competitor like Marko completely miss the target at this level.
Welcome to the pressure of the E-League, a very different format. Sure, we have done this with online qualifiers and whatnot. It is a very different thing indeed when you've got a teammate as well that you're responsible for. What a strike that was. Not a great game for Nick Pope. He just had to stand there and watch that one fly in.
A scoop turn to create that little bit of space, a staple of FIFA 21 and for many FIFAs to come. Then this penalty just so unfortunate that end up missing a full-on clothesline to get the penalty, but then there was the total miss. And as always with Marko, he's got such a mastery of the close controls that if you give him an inch of space on the edge of the box, you know that ball is going to find its way into the back of the net.
Yeah, not only is he one of the best when it comes to finishing, he is wonderful with that close control. A slight giveaway there at the end. I say slight, Treaders, because he still wins his individual game. When it comes to the E-League, you've got your teammate to consider as well. Maybe Jamoto's a little bit upset about that late mistake.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the overall game plan there was from Marko. I think he got a little bit overconfident going back towards his goal, expected Airborne to commit in a certain direction, and then didn't make the correct adjustments in the moment.
All easy for us to say here. Of course, these competitors coming towards the end of their FIFA 21 competitive season. They are big games, even from the very start. There were a series of other games taking place at the same time. Very shortly, how shortly? Right now, we'll give you the highlights of said games. Akpo returning to the E-League, this time representing Adelaide United, and Envy with the 4-0 thumping.
Just a massive result for Envy, taking on the ex-Brisbane Roar competitor in Akpo. Envy's said to me personally, time and time again, if I have that unlocked account, if I'm able to really get the best players in my team, I can show you what it takes to go to the next level. And this initial result, a real example of that confidence that he takes in his overall gameplay. Look at that lovely fake shot dribbling, and Envy, one to watch potentially for the rest of the E-League.
Get your Envies in the chat. What a way to get your campaign underway. Simple build-up, simple finish. Wasn't done yet. Again, maybe a little different from our previous contests this season. Every goal, particularly in these first legs, can only help with the aggregate scoreline and whatnot. What an incredible start for Envy.
And the clean sheet to just really top it all off. It's in FIFA 21, that's probably one of the hardest things to do because sometimes things just don't go your way, but Envy getting the job done in that one.
All right, Central Coast Mariners and MacArthur, Sippy and Greek Freak both making their debuts here in the E-League. And the Sippy Cup getting behind early, and indeed Greek Freak at the double. Take that back. Man's offside. We're seeing these live, and we'll make our comments. Oh, lovely from Greek across the face. Always going in, but hey, we're going to have to credit Sippy for coming back not once but twice.
Yeah, it's incredible to see in FIFA 21 the comebacks that come to the fore. And we see a lovely lob pass there. Brilliant from Sippy. It's starting his comeback quite late, 80th minute. And again, Greek Freak playing that through to an offside man potentially. Oh, just straight up missing the goal. Oh no, Greek. And then when you don't capitalize up that end, it so often happens that you get punished down the other. That's a little bit tough for Greek Freak to stomach that result, undoubtedly.
That is going to hurt if you're unaware, I guess, about Greek Freak. He has been the nearly man this season, so quality, and yet it feels like there's some left in store. Hey, if you want to talk debutants, how about Melbourne City FC, Mike Jane, Obese Wombat, if you're more into the usernames, gamer tags, and so on. 3-2 over returning competitor in Rick Tran.
And with Mike J, he plays quite a possession-heavy game and really embodies that aggressive possession style of gameplay. And I really hope that goal wasn't going in. You never know with these replays, but again, Mike showing what he can do in possession of the ball, moving that ball around nicely. The 4-3-1-2, the formation of preference, bit of goalkeeper movement from Rick to open up that angle. But from Mike, that use of the 4-3-1-2, a unique option compared to a number of the other competitors, and one that'll give a number of opponents nightmares.
Lovely from Rick, who of course is alongside Mo Zwed, stealing his housemate as well. Credit Rick, well played. Maybe one of the biggest signings of the off-season there. But hey, Mike J in the E-League with Melbourne City. A lot of fanfare, I guess, on Twitter for previous City competitors. I'm sure Mike J is winning the hearts of Tanya and others. What about this encounter? NZer, of course, victorious in the infamous previous qualifier tournament, unnamed, 3-1 over some guy, I'm not sure what those first two letters mean, JMK King.
Yeah, the good old Direwolves competitor, JMK King. NZer getting the job done. Another competitor to watch, particularly on the PlayStation 4 side of things. Simple build-up, beautiful vision from NZer. When this man is locked in, he is the one to beat in the region. Every single competitor fears him. And again, just turning his man, creating space. And then this third goal to really seal the deal. Not that one, not in that case. But again, once JMK King starts pushing numbers forward, then we see NZer getting the job done, securing it with the 3-1 advantage.
In additional time as well, again, will that help the aggregate scoreline? Does that change the storyline? And I guess, Treaders, do competitors be a bit selfish here? Are they looking for playoff spot or premiership history? Just to cover for you, there is one game missing, absent from that lot. Mark versus, I believe it was Dylan. Competitors unable to stream. Pretty simple. If we can't get their gameplay, we can't bring it to you. Hopefully that changes today or tomorrow. But again, Treaders, just summarizing that difference between the premiership and playoffs.
Yeah, and a number of these competitors have already sealed their position in the playoffs, so the top 6 are totally secure. You have Mike J thinking, hoping that it's one of those top 6 who do secure the playoff spots that are on offer to secure the premiers. Otherwise, all his hard work, Mike J and also Marko, otherwise all their hard work in the build-up with the FGS qualifiers will be for naught.
It is something different for these competitors and indeed for us to think about. One man that knows all about it. How are we speaking to him 3 times in like 15 minutes? Marko, buddy, I apologize that we have to bring you back again. Have we got you in a slightly better mood after your victory to start things off?
Oh, of course, I'm feeling good. I got a little bit lucky. He went on team press, so I sort of bottled it a little bit there, but managed to get the result. That's amazing. So we move on now.
Just a few moments in that game that I'm sure will have you shaking your head and had me a little bit confused. Though, as you turning back to face your goalkeeper and that ball giving away. What happened in that situation?
Yeah, so obviously he was pressing, like, put team press on, he was pressing left to right, and I was sort of feigning to go left, and I wanted to come back down to the byline, but CR7 got the animation and won the ball. So this is what it is, my own mistake. To fix that up for the next one.
Credit to you, Marko. Just one quick question, if you don't mind, before we let you go. The A-League player in your team, I know a lot of these competitors, having looked on social media today, maybe just sticking them in at fullback somewhere, get out of my way. Are you happier playing an attacker? Do you feel like that holds you back at all?
Well, To be honest, I'm playing Zulo because he's pretty quick and with a shadow on it, he can actually keep pace with Ronaldo. Whether he can win the ball is another story, but seems to be doing an okay job at the minute, so we'll go with him for now.
I'm sure if he or Sydney FC are listening on, they're glad that the man is at least doing a job. Marko, sincerely, thank you for your time. Best of luck for the rest of today. Wonderful to hear from these competitors. And of course, at Landtide, Marko making some changes, but it seems to be, Treaders, the same Marko that we've always had, and indeed the Marko we've loved watching the E-League. Summarizing those other games that have gone down, wonderful to be able to give you those highlights and replays and whatnot. Some shock results in there, Treaders.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the class of NZer being the main one, that not really a shock, but just showing that he has what it takes to get the job done initially. The draw between Greek Freak and Sippy, I think, is the biggest shock for mine. Greek Freak will be fuming at himself and probably at the game a little bit for that non-converted chance, and sometimes those are the things that you need to go your way in order to get the job done. Hopefully he can reset himself after this first game. A long way to go, still 10 more rounds and a lot more time to get your head and get your composure back.
Plenty of FIFA esports action left for you to enjoy. So many fixtures ahead. When we're going through looking for the best games of the round, you're almost highlighting every single one. It's hard to know what to look forward to the most. Good to see that Marko is back doing what he does best.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure to watch a number of these competitors, and Marko is probably up the top of the list. When he's at his very best, he's better than absolutely everyone in the region. It's just a matter of him maintaining that composure when things tend to not go his way, avoid the rage, avoid the tilt, and lock himself in for the long run.
It is, of course, nothing without these competitors. We are very grateful for them giving up their time to bring us some incredible gameplay. We won't hold you back too much longer with said gameplay. Let's go back over now to Jared and Jake.
Very much, Nate. Thank you very much, Treaders, lads. That's brilliant stuff over there, and like we couldn't rinse Marko for any more interviews. It's a good thing that now we can maybe give that boy a little bit of a break, but of course, we're going to be moving on from that first game. The first leg, obviously, the PlayStation 4 leg. Now we switch over to Xbox, except we're not going to be sticking with Sydney FC versus Wellington. We're going to be going to the Melbourne Derby. Of course, the last one ended in a very close contest. It's Marcus Gomes versus Mo. It's the battle of the housemates. I don't know if we'll be able to grab him for a quick little interview maybe beforehand, but I'm almost wondering, even if we do we? What's the point in switching between the two of them?
Yeah, have them in the same room, don't you?
Chuck them in the same room, I don't know. But either way, it sounds like we are going to be able to chat with at least Mo and possibly Marcus as well. I don't know. We've already, gotten enough out of Marko. Why can't we interview Marcus maybe one more time? Who knows? But either
Keep
way,
milking it.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Mo to get ready super quickly. But going into this one, this will be, I think, obviously, aside from the fact that they're housemates, and I'm sure they'll give each other stick about, there's some bragging rights going on here, but just in general, amazing E-League contest.
Yeah, I mean, this one becomes even more interesting for the pure fact that taking on Marcus Gomes is a difficult challenge in its own right, but when you are one goal down, as Melbourne Victory are right now, you have to come out and play the game of your life. Mo's led. He doesn't need to worry about his roommate. He needs to be locked into this one and needs to overturn the deficit, for Melbourne Victory.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna have a bit of a tough one cut out for him. But either way, we have got the Marcus Gomes, the man himself, ready to go. And mate, I was just wondering, before we talk about FIFA, what's the worst thing about having Mo as a housemate? I'm just curious. Does he not clean up after himself or his dishes or something like that? I don't know. Just ease you into the conversation before we start talking FIFA.
I mean, for those that don't know, we recently moved out. So Mo is moving out. I've moved out.
I had a feeling. Okay.
And I actually live with Rick. So he's PS4 teammate. He's just behind me. I heard him celebrating before against Mark a couple of times. But
there you go.
Mo was a great housemate.
You can still answer the question.
Great player too.
Even if you guys aren't housemates anymore, you can still answer the question. It's not a worry.
Nah, Mo is still a great roommate, and no one's perfect. I'm not perfect, so no hard feelings at all. We're just out here to game, play some FIFA. Not as housemates anymore, but we did play as housemates in the qualifier, and he got the better of me, so it's going to be a good game.
I'll tell you what, you had some a great moment though. Again, like I mentioned before, at the top of the show when you won, obviously the qualifier, and he got around you. That was iconic OCE FIFA moment right there. But either way, enough about Mo as a housemate. How about him as a FIFA player, mate? How do you think you're gonna go in this one?
Moe is extremely underrated. I'm not just saying this to try and put the pressure on me or put it on him, but Moe's ranked 9 right now in the region, made the qualifier. The qualifier that he beat me in to make the qualifier as well. Took down some big players. So I think earlier on he had this kind of casual, not super serious mindset in the first couple of seasons, but Mo's like definitely here to play, and no one should be expecting this to be some kind of rollover or easy game at all. Like, it's going to be really, really tough, and I just got to make sure I'm on my game.
Yeah, nice. Sounds good to me, mate. We'll let you get to it, mate, but best of luck for this one.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. He's got a lot of respect for Mo, obviously, not just as a human being, but also as a FIFA player.
He's a humble guy in general, Marcus. A great guy, one of the people I think everybody loves him in the Australian FIFA scene. So, yeah, it's clear to see his class shone through again.
Yeah, we will talk to Mo again very, very soon as well. What a shocking revelation. I thought for sure, okay, I don't know, maybe it was because maybe Marcus has changed up the background of his streams a little bit, but like either way, looks like Mo is ready for a quick little chat. Mo, thank you very much for joining us, mate. Again, going into it again, now that we have understood your former housemate, but still though, how are you getting ready and getting psyched up for the first game of your A-League season?
I'm very excited to get started. As you were mentioning before about Marcus leaving the house 2 weeks before the A-League starts, I'm not very happy about it. And we've bantered each other off air all the time on social media. I always make fun of him about him leaving the house and living with my teammate, who big fan, who just recently moved from Sydney. So, but it's all love at the end of the day, and it's going to be a great game. I don't think there's a favorite, because now in the overall between me and Marcus for the last competitive seasons, it's 2 wins each. So whoever wins this one is like gets all the bragging rights, I guess. But it's going to be very exciting.
Mo, I wanted to ask you, I've seen a little bit of trash talking on the on social media. Some people saying that you are the old man of the E-League. I saw a comment earlier saying that you're 40. Do you feel a sense of responsibility now, being one of the OGs of the E-League, to really prove something and stick it to the younger kids?
I take it as a compliment. I always get joked around about being the oldest in the scene, but you know, I've been around for a long time, and it's been the most like the best experience of my life, I guess. You know, being like creating these friendships for the past few seasons, having long life friendships as well. I don't take it seriously. I still got a little fight left in me, I guess, and this season proved it, I guess, for everyone. And I've got nothing to prove now, but a lot to accomplish, I guess.
Lovely. And I noticed the hat you're wearing right now, the Squad False 9. That's a new team you've signed for, if I'm correct? How's that all been going?
Yeah, it's been going all right. It's just a recently created team with myself, Mitch Austin, and the football's agency over in England. We've got a lot of things happening soon behind the scene right now. And as you know, obviously Mike 11 from Newcastle is part of the team as well. So I'm very excited for the future of this organisation.
Love it, Geordie. Love SF9. All right, we're looking forward to seeing how that one goes, and we're looking forward to seeing how your game goes as well, mate. Best luck in it.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Cheers, mate. I'll tell you what, it concerns me a little bit that they call him the old man of the scene. Pretty confident I'm older than him. But I'm not a fan of that.
We lose Sarge, and all of a sudden everyone becomes so much younger.
Yeah, well, it was pretty funny now that you mentioned it, that obviously Mo, you can't forget, is a premier. He got it done with Melbourne victory with Sarge, and I don't know, you could say that the experience came through on that occasion, obviously, with them being the probably 2 oldest in the competition at that time. Yeah,
I'm very excited now, though. Can he use that experience to get the result over Marcus Gomes? We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, like, Mo is in Global Series ranking. I believe he's about 9th right now, and obviously Marcus, you expect him to be as high as he is. He's 4th, but I mean, Mo to get up into 9th is like he is smashing it this year, and like he said, he's got nothing really to hold him back or to worry him or anything. So I think we're really going to see almost the best of Mo, almost better than season 2 when he actually won the premiership with Melbourne victory.
He has said a lot on social media in the lead up to the E-League, how much this means to him, how he wants to prove a point, and how he really wants to get himself those qualifications to the Global Series playoffs. This means so much to him, so hopefully that shows on the field for him in this game coming up.
Yeah, and if he did it, I reckon he'd definitely be able to do damage, He's definitely, I wouldn't say he's a new player by any stretch of the imagination, but he's definitely playing the best that he possibly can. And as for Marcus, Marcus put out I saw on Twitter, put out a little highlights package of some of his best plays from like the 1st and 2nd season of the E-League, and I'm telling you, bloody absolutely magical. Marcus obviously now having won a qualifier too as well. I think I said at the top of the show that I would have assumed maybe he might come into this with a bit of weight off of his shoulders, because like it's a very easy cop out of like when you're such a good player and maybe you sometimes just don't quite go the whole way. It's very easy to put it down on a mentality thing, but now that you've got that title, I get the feeling that like it's just going to feel like it's just going to be different for him now.
And the fact that he is at home this season, we've seen players like Marcus, I would say, falling at the big stage at times in the past few E-League seasons. Maybe the bright lights have flustered him slightly. I'm interested to see if it's going to be a whole different Marcus Gomes this season. In home, nice and comfortable. We'll have to wait and see.
It's maybe something that we actually haven't talked about that much.
Yeah, the mental edge.
The fact that, people, especially when you're debutants, you walk in to a stage, the big bright lights, sometimes it can unnerve some people. I wouldn't say that it completely turns an A+ FIFA player into like a B or a C grade player, but it can definitely have a little bit of an edge, it can shake them up from time to time, but playing in the comfort of their own home, it definitely can only help.
Yeah, well, as we can see, the competitors getting ready, getting in the zone right now. Mo, in the all blacked out room. He's getting really lasered in. So that's a sign of a man ready to get a result for his team.
He's giving me some some Verjang bloody vibes right there. Some of his iconic strengths.
Yeah, as you can see, with the he's got the little color scheme he's got going on there in Mo. The red and black.
Red and the black.
It's intimidating. What
if that's on brand for the Melbourne victory or not? I'm sure they've not got a problem with it. What are we talking about? He's been a very loyal servant. He's delivered them a premiership. I think he can do whatever he wants.
Just about to see the lineups that both competitors are rocking. Marcus is going with Traore. Sorry, I should say Mo rocking with Traore at the left back spot there. As you said, that's a tactic that we've seen quite often. And then Jamie McLaren in there attacking midfield for Marcus Gomes, of course. You got to touch on it. When it's a Melbourne Derby in the E-League, we've got to talk about the Melbourne Derby from last week. That 7-0 demolition job. Jamie McLaren, it would be, imagine the scenes if Jamie McLaren delivered the exact same today. In the E-League.
5 goals.
That would be something else. So we're going to be lucky to get 1 goal from an A-League player, let alone 5, but let a man dream.
Mo, make sure you get on tight to McLaren because he's apparently about to score 5 today. Well, we're underway with this second leg in round 1. Of course, the Xbox leg. It was a very, very close affair on the PlayStation 4 leg, so still plenty to play for, that is for sure. And it looks like Mo's going to get the first real chance here, and Barpe is going to get met by Traore, like we mentioned. Ronaldo's just going to cut in there and a shot, and he gets the first goal of the game within 5 minutes. R9 Ronaldo again proving to be the superstar of the E-League.
And just like that, the scoreline on aggregate is level, 3 goals apiece. What a start there for Mo's way. That is insane. He's got the lead after 5 minutes. Coming out the gates, absolutely firing. We said that he was looking match ready. He's clearly proving it now, Jake.
He definitely is. Here we go then. Well, Mo said that he was going to be, that he said he was feeling like he was coming into this game with not an awful lot of pressure. He's been playing great this season, and well, here you go. He's already immediately gone and taken the lead in absolutely no time at all. Marcus.
I love how Marcus, his stance has switched from relaxed to he's leaning forward. He's in the zone and he's one-on-one, but there's too much on that pass through. Van der Sar able to meet it, but you can see the switch in mentality there and performance more than likely from Marcus Gomes.
What you said just there reminds me of the meme of the drawing. The bloke leaning back in the chair, leans forward when you go 1-0 down in FIFA. That's exactly what's just happened. Ruud Gullit looking like he was trying to play the ball back into R9 there. Marcus Gomes, he couldn't quite pull it off on that occasion. Little small pass in there from Cristiano Ronaldo to R9. It wasn't able to work out just yet, but he's been able to still retain possession here. Only 10 minutes into this one, but at the moment Marcus has definitely got it locked into his attacking third. He's just got to find the opening, and he might have one right here. There's a lot of space. Yes, it is Ronaldo. That is 1-1. Just like that in Melbourne City, have now got their lead back on aggregate.
Marcus Gomes pumped up by that one, Jake. You could see he scored it. You could just see the relief from him, the fist pump. He means business here. 1-1 in this one, and then 4-3 on aggregate. As you'll be able to see, the aggregate shown at the top of the screen, thanks to the folks at ESL. Let's see, though, if Mo can come out and really get back to the form he had in the first 5 minutes of this one.
I must reiterate that ESL does not stand for European Super League. We got nothing to do with that business over here. Thank you very much. Come on. Here we go. Mo down the right-hand side. He has been able to get on pass here. The cross in. Just going to get held there. Van der Sar's going to cross that one over to the right-hand side. And
pace there.
So far, time is running out for Jamie McLaren to stick 5 away.
Getting all the bounces there.
And he was able to keep going. He had the advantage, and he just played it forward there. It was never really looking like he was going to find the target there, Marcus. Mo's now back on it.
Pele down the left-hand side here up against Carlos Alberto. The early cross to the back post. And that is the follow-up. What a block on the line there from, I believe it was Vieira. He's offside in the end. But to begin with, I don't even know if it was a shot there from the man at the back post. It looked like he took a touch of his knee.
It looked like he was trying to control it more than he was trying to actually have an attempt on goal. That is for sure. And then unfortunately the offside in the on the follow-up effort. But regardless, Mo's definitely going up one end and having the opportunity on he's definitely utilising that counter-attack very, very well at the moment. Obviously, Marcus, the way that the first 20 minutes have gone is he's got the ball, like you see here, just slowly works his way into the edge of the box to maybe create a look. And he's already created one, put it away brilliantly with Cristiano Ronaldo. Couldn't quite get the ball from him on that occasion. And now Mo's looking to counter-attack here. Run was being made in behind there. CR7 holding it up on the edge of the box here. He's trying to go through the legs of the defender. It's not quite going to work out on that occasion. And maybe now Marcus can possibly counter-attack here if he's got the options. Had one on the right-hand side. He's offside. And right now, Cristiano Ronaldo's just having to hold the ball up. He's going all the way around the defender. Could he go all the way himself? Tight angle. No one to cut back to and picked off by Vieira.
That was lovely reading of the play there from Mo. We could see what Marcus was going to do, but there was numerous opportunities there. Again, early that Traore getting exposed coming up against Cristiano Ronaldo. You're going to see that more than once in this competition of an A-League player being exposed against one of these top-tier players. But Marcus Gomes looking to get the lead extended, which is exactly what he does. Takes the lead in the head-to-head clash, which is important for the console standings. But for Melbourne City's stake, he has extended the lead. 5-3, Melbourne City ahead of victory in the Derby.
And there we go. There's only an hour left to go in this contest, but at this stage, it's looking like Melbourne City are the ones that are probably going to take home the 3 points. Still plenty of time for Mo to turn this around. Again, it's like we've mentioned, only 30 minutes of play so far, but we've definitely already seen a lot to read into the game. You know, Marcus definitely dominating possession and Mo going as quick as he can. That's a very nice ball in there for Cristiano Ronaldo. Does he find anything to cut back to with such a tight angle to work with? Of course, no, he can't quite find a Melbourne victory man. And now here comes Marcus Gomes again, not looking to rush things, not looking to bang it forward. Again, he didn't really have much on in that instance anyway, but he's definitely being a lot more patient with it. He definitely prefers to just have more of the ball, be in control of possession, and then just sort of work an opportunity when he gets one, Marcus. And so far, he's done a very good job of that.
Marcus looking to continue the lead here, however. Blowing up about something. He has an opportunity, though, and it is Cristiano Ronaldo somehow missing that one. Not sure how he's missed that one there, Marcus. That is a golden opportunity to double the aggregate lead and give himself a 2-goal lead in the head-to-head standings. Mo looking to make Marcus pay from this one. As he moves forward, it is Ronaldo being met by a lot of City jerseys. The opportunity opens up, though, as Ronaldo Nazario hits the crossbar. That is a killer there just before halftime. Mo continuing in the box, but unfortunately met there for his sake. Opportunities at both ends for both competitors. This game providing the entertainment, Jake.
And that's 2 real good opportunities for Mo there. Of course, the cross in that he didn't really quite manage a decent shot on there. And then that one just hitting the post. So unfortunate. Mo very well could be level in this game. Or gosh, even maybe very well leading this game possibly. Who knows? But still, Marcus in that position that we found him in so far, just working that ball into the striker pretty much right in front of goal, just inside the 18-yard box. Didn't really have enough space to work with on that occasion.
Comeback for Adelaide?
We possibly will have a comeback. Who knows? Obviously, Adelaide's got 1 back. They need, I think, another 3 if they are going to try to find a way to grab anything from that contest. We shall see. Obviously, the Mariners have gotten a 1-0 lead in the second leg against MacArthur FC there as well.
3-2 on aggregate in that one. Ooh. Close games all around the league right now. Marcus continuing to push forward, but that is a lovely challenge there, and it's a free kick.
That's a surprising one.
Wow.
I thought that was a hard challenge.
Here.
Hard challenge, but definitely I thought fair. He was right in front of him when he made the tackle. Either way, right down the right-hand side. Arno Ronaldo, the heel-to-heel. That's just a bit too much there from Marcus, and with 1 minute of stoppage time only given, you damn well would say that the referee's probably going to blow this one up. We're going to go into half-time. 5-3 up on aggregate for Melbourne City, but Mo is still very much in this contest. He's getting his opportunities. Again, like we said before, has had 2 very good chances to potentially level this game. So, I mean, definitely do not write Mo out of this.
Yeah, this has been an enthralling contest so far, Jake. 2-1 in this one. But like you said, Mo Zwed has had his opportunity. This is going to be very interesting to see. As we can see some changes being made. Marcus Gomes, I believe, is taking off Mbappe and may have brought on Ronaldo there, I believe it is. And now Mo Zwed changing up the tactics, which is not surprising, increasing the depth, making everything more suited to his play style and trying to help himself and the victory get the points in this one. As we move on, though, the second half beginning here between City and Victory. Let's see what both competitors can produce.
I think I may have seen Pele come on for Marcus Gomes there. I think he took, maybe it was Mbappe off for Pele there, but either way, we will see. There you go, confirmation. But we will see. There weren't too many major changes. A little bit of tactical changes there from Mo. Just pushing the defensive line up a bit, but still, this could be a quick opportunity to counter-attack. Will he be on? Referee, yes, linesman says it is. Big opportunity for Pele. He's only just come on. He goes for the dink, and it's off of the post and in. Oh, what a substitution that is from Marcus. And on the 49th minute, it is now double the lead for Melbourne City on aggregate, and they look like they're on their way for 3 points here. This is a sumptuous chip, and geez, auto blocks that it is in FIFA 21. He nearly got his foot up there, Vieira, but not quite.
Timed that one to perfection. Marcus knows exactly how much power he needs to be putting on that chip, and it worked perfectly. Nothing Van der Sar, who's a very handy goalkeeper in his own right, could do about that one. As we see, though, Newcastle a 2-1 lead against Perth Glory. Very interesting to see how that one finishes up, but Mo needs to go all out here, trying to get himself a goal back in this one. Van der Sar able to meet that one. All the competitors, really, I would say from what we've seen so far, Airborne's the only guy not rocking Van der Sar. But
have a look at that.
Speaking of Wellington, foot with Jamie, foot with Jamoto in the mud right now. Wellington 3-1 up. And that would put Wellington in the lead.
That is right. That would be 5-4 on aggregate there for Wellington. So if Sydney were to take a loss in their first game, that'd be quite a shock. A big chance here for maybe Marcus to seal it. He might still get a chance. That was really good movement of the player there. He gave himself a great opportunity to maybe get a follow-up effort there, nearly making a great interception there, Marcus. But unfortunately not on that occasion. He might still get the chance here. You would say with only a little over a half hour to go, Mo's going to need a goal every 10 minutes. He's only been able to put one away within about an hour. And again, I hate to say it again, but it's looking like the 5 goals there for McLaren's not really going to happen. He's got everybody else to score. When you've got Pele and all those others to score for you, it is what it is. Either way, that man Pele, like we talked about, lovely ball floated in. We know that Ronaldo's definitely got that leaping ability, but he doesn't quite get there first. Goalkeeper punches it away. One thing I also do want to really quickly mention is that we're seeing a vast array of goalkeepers being used this season compared to in previous seasons as well.
In the league so far, it feels like it's Van der Sar from what I've seen.
It's Van der Sar, we've seen Neuer, and we've seen, of course, Nick Pope. So there's at least 3. I reckon we may even see potentially, I don't know if I think off the top of my head, there might be some others. But around the outside there, that's a very nice through ball. It's found Cristiano Ronaldo. Very tough for him to work with there. The fake shot did get him by the defender there, Vieira, but unfortunately ran right into the goalkeeper there that we were talking about, Van der Sar.
Marcus Gomes really getting in his groove, however. He's got the 3-goal advantage in terms of aggregate and is really holding on to it here. Mo playing the pressure, though. He's playing the constant press, and he's 1 possession back because of it. Has to go chaotic if he's going to get anything out of this one. There's 25 minutes remaining in this one.
Well, here we go.
And it might just be game, set, and match if Marcus is able to capitalize on this opportunity. It's Pele going back post there to Jamie McLaren. J-Mac going there to Ronaldo. It's blocked. The follow-up, though, returns to Ronaldo. Ronaldo, we know he can make space out of nothing, which he does once again. Marcus Gomes sending Mo Zwed to the shots. Unfortunately, though, the shot turns into more of a cross.
Did so well with R9. I think that actually, it may have been a shot, it may have been a cross, I don't know. But if someone was just there at that back stick and you just were, I think it was just more or less hoping, Marcus, that there was. And if there was, then, well, that would have sealed not just the, that would not have just sealed the deal on aggregate, but definitely in this game. I mean, Mo has 20 minutes to operate here. I would say 3 goals is very, very difficult for him in the time that he's got with the opponent that he's facing. But it is definitely possible. He's going to make some changes now. Possibly going to see a Marco Rojas appearance? No? All right, fair enough. We've got Maradona instead. That's okay. Not too bad a play to bring off of the bench. Of course, a little tinkering of the tactics. Maybe, I don't know if he's going to try to chuck on team press, try to win that ball back. But really, he's going to have to do whatever he can to try to seal at least some sort of result, either for him personally, getting a draw. A draw is not going to be enough in this one for Melbourne Victory to get the points or any point on, or at least when we're talking about team results. But hey, he's still definitely got a chance. He just needs a goal, and he needs a goal immediately.
Yeah, Mo, really a man with nothing to lose in the last 20 minutes here. Needs to go all out, needs to play a chaotic brand of FIFA. Needs to force Marcus Gomes into an uncharacteristic mistake, which I'm sure is what he's going to do by playing that constant pressure, or the press after possession loss, I should say. So,
I don't know if I've missed it, but has he got, I think I saw Davies at centre midfield there as well. I don't know if that is Alfonso Davies or if there's maybe somebody else there, but still.
I think you'll find that was with the formation before he puts his tactics on, Jake.
Yeah, quite possibly. Changes there as well that were also being made too by Melbourne City. This could be that goal that he needs, and it's going to be that goal that he needs. He's got 20 minutes to grab an equaliser, and who knows, possibly 2 goals to actually win the game outright and maybe, just maybe, rescue a point for Melbourne victory in the Derby. What a chip that was. And, well, we said he needed a goal immediately. He got a goal immediately.
Only took him a minute in game from those tactical changes and those new substitutions to warrant a result there. But he's going to need more than that, Jake. 3-2 down. He's got 1 goal to make up in terms of personal results. But in terms of the victories, hopes of a title, he needs to continue pushing forward. Wouldn't Marcus Gomes absolutely love a goal here to steal this one, which he might just have as Ronaldo dispossessed, and it is going to be a corner, I believe. Yes, a corner here for Melbourne City. Pele. Davies sitting short, which he does activate. He goes back to J-Mac. Jamie McLaren, return of the Mac, looking for some support, which he finds in Davies. Pele making a great running behind there. Pele looking for an opportunity, but ultimately offside in that one.
So close. And, well, time is counting down. It's just immediate through ball up top for Mbappe. He's a quick boy, but so too is Alphonso Davies, who's got him covered. Oh, Marcus, he's playing with fire right now, but he definitely is so cool in possession, isn't he? And that's what he prefers. He prefers so much. He prefers rather just be on the ball compared to just banging it away and letting his opponent have it. Chance here. Good shot. But an even better block in now with only 10 minutes remaining, especially with a through ball that good. Keeper's going to come out and he's going to get to that one. And can you believe it? It's 4-0. What a comeback. Is it Liverpool or Barcelona? I don't know. But wow. 4-4 in aggregate with Adelaide versus Brisbane. We can't wait for the boys, Nate and Treaders, to break that one down. Unbelievable. Newcastle 4-1 up. Is there maybe a goal coming here for Marcus to seal it? Not quite. Mo's definitely still in this game. Losing possession, though. And, geez, I'm just, obviously we've got an enthralling game here, but I'm shocked. I can't believe that Adelaide have pulled off the comeback. It isn't over yet, though. They could definitely still Brisbane grab a goal and win the game.
Phenomenal, but we still have some intense scenes here in this one as Jamie has brought it back and given Sydney the lead in that one. We were talking, I was talking trash on him before. He's shown us up at the desk here, but...
Hey, you said he was in the mud, mate.
Said he was in the absolute mud, but Marcus Gomes holding on to possession quite brilliantly. This is where he excels. Not going to force anything unless the opportunity presents itself. Looking to hold on to possession here as he goes in the box. Jamie McLaren trying to cross that one in the middle there to Cristiano Ronaldo, which he is unable to do. We're only moments away from stoppage time. Mo needs to go all out. He needs to play basketball city with the counter-attack there. But again, Marcus Gomes, you've got to throw your hands up when you're playing against him, defending brilliantly. 1 minute of stoppage time. And it looks like that's going to be enough to see Melbourne City get bragging rights here in the Derby. Might even have a red card for a little bit of closure.
I thought it might have been already. Went right through the back of him.
Would have been ironic if it was Traore getting the red as well after last week.
Oh my God, yeah, that's a very good point. Either way, though, it looks like not just the win for the team, Melbourne City, but also the win here for Marcus Gomes. They're going to get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 2 dubs for Marcus Gomes and for Mike J as well.
Don't bring it short. Go for another goal. Rub some salt in the wound. Don't be so respectful, Marcus. You're too good a guy. Just send it in. Don't go short. There we go. He sends it in. Have the shot.
Might still have the chance. All right, referee, that's about enough. It's 3 minutes over 1. There we go. 6-4 in aggregate. 3-2 in this one. Marcus Gomes versus Mo. We knew it'd be close. We knew it'd be a great contest. It was exactly that. Mo, unfortunately, not quite able to get it done. Marcus, he looks like a happy man after getting that win. And it's, contrasting emotions between the two.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder how Marcus would have been feeling after that first goal he conceded in the 5th minute. There would have been some worrying signs in that household, but ultimately he's able to show his class off and get the result against his former housemate.
I don't know if Mo was just staring us down the webcam there or not. I don't know, but either way, it was a very good contest. It was a great one, and sheesh, obviously that was not the only one. We have plenty of other games to get to, and I'm honestly just...
Oh my God.
Okay, so we saw that it was 4-0 for Adelaide, which would have meant it was 4-4 in aggregate, but we don't know if there was another goal score that would have decided that contest. So, all right, Nate, Treaders, lads, let us know, because I personally can't wait to know about that one, but not just that, all the games that we've had.
Chaos.
Thank you very much, Jake and Jared. Chaos indeed. Somehow those second legs, Treaders, just that little bit more exciting. For Melbourne Victory fans, we're sorry, Marcus Gomes keeping the City dominance going.
Seeing it in the A-League, and we're seeing it in the NIVEA Men E-League at the moment. and Marcus obviously going down quite early. We've seen a little bit of a shift in playstyle from Marcus, going away from his overall possession heavy, just wearing you down, to a little bit more direct, probably a product of FIFA 21 and how direct you can play as a competitor. Mo, always the direct competitor if we throw back to E-League Season 2 and even FIFA 20 as well, the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. But again, FIFA 21 forces competitors to play a certain way at the moment, and we're seeing the 4-4-2 brought out.
Seems to give you that excellent balance at both ends of the pitch. Look at that, just kissing the post. Marcus, a little nervous, you can see, unsure, as we've seen in the E-League in the past. Anything can happen when you get the woodwork involved. Mo replying somewhat in kind, but for both Mo and Melbourne Victory Treaders, it's not to be in round one.
Unfortunate for Mo there, the lovely little dink there to get it over the goalkeeper. Marcus, understandably aggrieved. You expect your goalkeeper to be saving that. And then we saw slide tackles, fouls. Mo frustrated at the results, and again, just racking up the yellow cards to finish. Overall, I think I was very impressed with the way that Mo came out and took it to Marcus. But for Marcus as a competitor, I'm very intrigued to see the reasoning behind his overall switch away from the 5-3-2, which served him so well in Qualifier 2, and also the switch away from an incredibly possession-heavy style.
Well, there were, of course, a variety of games, and the big story here, he's just put a smiley face in the chat from Jazz. That could really go one way or the other. What it does mean in this instance is he has got the dub for Adelaide. That's right, 4-0 down to 5-4 on aggregate.
Wow, what a result for Jazz, and a real big statement made by that man. Doubted by so many, doubted by even himself to an extent, but he still has what it takes. Just needs that self-belief and good fortune to get the job done. Heartbreaking result there for Envy, getting a comfortable 4-0 result. But again, we're just seeing Jazz's dominance in this game. 5-0, a scoreline we rarely see on the competitive scene. If this is E-League, if this is what the E-League is going to be dishing out in Season 4, we're in for a treat.
Treader's favourite mechanic in FIFA 21, the player lock used for that final goal. And Adelaide United fans, you had to wait a while to get Jazz there for your side. He's back again, and he is making it count. 5-4, an incredible effort from the angriest man in Australia. It looks like this will stay equal, if I remember correctly. It was 2-2 between Greek and Sippy. Geordie making his debut in the E-League. Returning Ben Carter, some people forgetting it seems he was part of Melbourne Victory's premiership winning team. 1-1, nothing to split the pair on debut for Geordie Brio.
The iconic substitute man out of Melbourne Victory, as much a part of that victory as Rick and Sarge, as Mo and Sarge was rather. Rick now the Melbourne Victory man, but we're just looking at competitors who have faced each other multiple times throughout the FIFA Global Series. And naturally, when you face each other multiple times, you make adjustments, you get used to the game styles, and I'd imagine that's a product, and that is why we're seeing a close 1-1.
Maybe two teams you don't know a lot about, whether they're newer names or names that were on the fringe, showing that there's nothing to split between the pair. On that occasion, level between the Mariners and the newcomers, MacArthur. There's a few more games left for you, don't you worry. If you're enjoying these highlights, Treaders and I are seeing them live for the very first time. Indeed, Newcastle Treaders, your favourites over Perth. Naylor with the 4-2 win. Saisanis from City, back to Peter from Perth. And Naylor making the move across the border.
And you know what to expect from Naylor, just brilliant attacking play. One of the best attackers, not only in our region, but also the world. I'm seeing in the chat that apparently Saisanis may have been robbed. But again, a 4-2 result for Naylor is what we've come to expect from that competitor who takes his game to next levels every single tournament.
Saisanis representing Australia with some excellent analysis work during the E-Club World Cup, the one that focused around this region. He's certainly not done. at the competitive level, Treaders. Whether this is his swan song or not, he'll be looking for a big E-League Season 4.
He's a competitor at his core. Every time I see a competitor posting about them being done, I'm just thinking in the back of my mind, I'll see you next week in League. Yeah, see you next year, see you next week in League, something along those lines. But if it really is Saissanis' last FIFA tournament, he's been such a class competitor, not only from a gameplay side of things, but also representing himself.
The opposite leg, if you like, the parallel leg between Jamodo and Bainesy. You probably know Jamodo, formerly Footwiz Jamie. Bainesy, possibly a new name for some of you. He in fact won the New Zealand Federation or New Zealand Football E-Trophy, beating Honey Badger and JMK King along the way. He gets his spot at Wellington Phoenix, courtesy of the retirement from Honey Badger, who, of course, apart from being a brilliant competitor, also brought us the Badger Bunker, which was a personal favourite. Nothing to separate the man on debut from the veteran in this Xbox leg.
Massive result there from Bainesy. Really new to the competitive scene, not even verified on the FIFA 21 rankings, and yet we're seeing him get results when it matters. But again, Jamodo, not a competitor to let a result go wandering, would have plowed players forward. And again, when he gets that close control going, you really see him come to his absolute peak of his ability.
Unfortunately, again, one game missing in inverted commas there for you. Dylan, for Western United, had a uni exam that came up, decided that needed to be done. Fair enough. It means Big Joe, oh no, a goat, can enjoy a big win to start off his E-League campaign. I think Jazz may be playing Dylan left, saying, mate, studies are very important. If you need to get stuck into them, I'd understand. Fantastic bunch of games, goals, and everything in between. Of course, it all started on broadcast with that W from Marcus Gomes. Let's bring the lad back. Marcus, fantastic to have you here with us virtually. What was that like playing against, of course, your former housemate?
It was good fun playing against Mo. It was a pretty tough game, like obviously pretty even. I think I had the better of it just overall, which probably just shown the result, but it was pretty even. Mo had chances, could have easily been 3-3, could have been a 4-2. I was trying to have some fun, a couple of reactions on cam, just waving to the people. I'm just trying to have a little bit of fun this year, so it was a fun game. Honestly, Mo, I like the way he plays, and I think Treaders was saying before, I've changed my style a bit this year, so I kind of do play like Mo this year as well. I say that, and it's fun.
Yeah, I'll happily build off that. Nice little segue. Your overall playstyle is totally different to what we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing you get, I guess, 70, 60% possession. Is the switch in playstyle just for fun, or is there a more tactical side of things?
It's definitely more tactical. I think I can definitely still play the possession style if I really wanted to. I think time comes up, I'll definitely pull it out, but for the most part, I feel like just the quicker you attack, just the more chances you can create and just the goals you can score. I feel like in this game, it's really hard to keep a lead. So the best form of defense is attack. So I just try to keep scoring. Even when I was 2-1, 3-1 up, old me would have probably tried to hold the ball, but I was still going for more. And unfortunately, didn't get that fourth to really see the game off. So it was a bit nervy towards the end. But I'm going to stick with my style. I've been working on it, this whole season. So hopefully, things really, kick into gear the next few games.
It's never too late to adapt, Marcus. It's wonderful to see you enjoying yourself out there. More than anything else, I hope you and Rick have some banter or some LAN cable issues as we go along. Marcus, congratulations on your victory.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Marcus Gomes has been there with Melbourne City for every single season. Only a few remaining veterans of the scene that, of course, have stayed with the very same club. Melbourne City with the big dub. I don't want to rub it in. I feel sorry for Melbourne Victory fans at this point. Over Melbourne Victory, there are a whole bunch of games played across the league. We'll come with you with a little summary, what's ahead, those things coming up. I guess, Treaders, before we get there, anything that stands out to you across those second legs?
I think the massive result from Jazz to start with. I think, again, from an Envy standpoint, getting that 4-0 result, he's just sitting, chilling in the chat, having some jokes, and then all of a sudden, all your hard work has gone to nothing for the overall standings. Obviously, the individual results still matter, but in that instance, not mattering nearly as much for the Brisbane Roar supporters.
We're going to have a look at the ladder now and see the standings. Yes, it's early doors. I appreciate it. I respect it. But if you're Western Sydney Wanderers, it's the only time you'll see your team at the top of the ladder, depending on which league you're focused on. They are the early leaders. Newcastle in second. Treaders, you're looking good there. Melbourne City in third. Adelaide, Sydney FC. And then, of course, we have that draw between the Mariners and Macarthur. Unfortunately, it's L's to start for Brisbane, Wellington, Melbourne Victory, Perth, and Western United. No doubt that forfeit that we spoke about, somewhat of a factor. I know, Treaders, there's not too much we can read in at this stage, but hey, if you're a Wanderers fan, you are having the time of your life right now.
Huge result that for the Western Sydney Wanderers, getting things underway. You've got Goat really thankful for that initial results. Dylan's the second rated player on the FIFA Global Rankings as we take a look at these fixtures right now.
Yeah, the games that we've had so far, incredible comeback from Jazz to get Adelaide the victory, give that man a 10-year deal. The Mariners and Macarthur sharing the spoils to start off with. Melbourne City beat Melbourne Victory, a respectable 6-4. Newcastle with a 6-3 win. No doubt Perth will be back stronger for that. Sydney just by a goal. Of course, that 3-3 means that extra goal that Marko scored is incredibly crucial. And then Western Sydney over Western United, their forfeit reflected with a 3-0 for Big Joe over Dire Wolves. Dylan, Western United hopefully will have both their competitors back and ready for all of the action. We've got round 2 coming up for you in not too long at all. Wellington versus Western Sydney already shapes up to be a big one. Sydney, who of course took their points, will come back against a Perth side needing to respond. Adelaide versus Western United, well, I guess we'll see who's ready to rock up. Now, Macarthur and Melbourne City, I don't know about you, Treaders, that looks to be huge.
That's a massive contest. You've got the really important game between Greek Freak and Mike J, and that'll be one of our featured games that we will be casting ourselves. So it's really important for Mike J in terms of the individual standings. If he's able to win these games, get through, he's able to really secure that place in the playoffs. We've got a top 6 that are already secured. Mike right on the edge of that at the top 8. But in order to secure his place in the really massive event that is the playoffs, he needs to get the victories over and over, get the job done against competitors like Greek Freak.
Some playoff spots are secured. For a lot of these competitors, there is so much to play for. It will all be decided here today and tomorrow. Which of these competitors will come out on top or will be revealed. But round 2 will be with you in a short time. Come back with us after this short break.
You could just see the relief from him, the fist pump, which is exactly what he does. Takes the lead in the...
All right, referee, that's about enough. It's 3 minutes over 1. There we go. 6-4 in aggregate. 3-2 in this one. Marcus Gomes.
It's just a game. Who cares about your kids? Game settings. Really? Yeah, man. Camera angles. Very important. Whoa. I'm not a fan. Can we play the game now? Stadiums. Got a big one, small. Ooh, what about a running track?
welcome back to the NIVEA Men E-League. Wonderful scenes here that we can get, I guess. FIFA from this region, Treaders, on the map, celebrated as it should be.
Just a massive occasion for all competitors involved. The opportunity to get your name not only up in lights across the social media platforms, but a little bit more mainstream is the NIVEA Men E-League.
A little bit more? You're used to these, surely. You've seen the A-League teams. If you're new to FIFA esports, this can always be a wonderful place to start. And if you're returning, there's a lot to celebrate and enjoy. If you need a little recap of where we've been and where we're headed, you've seen the results. Now see round 2. Some massive games ahead. Wellington, Western Sydney, Sydney, Perth, Adelaide, Western United. We'll skip that one for now. Newcastle, Melbourne Victory, Brisbane Central Coast. We head right back. Macarthur, Melbourne City, Treaders. Melbourne City, one of the strongest teams because, of course, they function as an esports organization as well, versus Macarthur, who did not even exist 6 to 9 months ago.
It's a massive contest between the newbies versus the really established clubs there. Every time, I just have to pinch myself every time I look at the Newcastle Jets lineup. I just feel like I'm in FIFA heaven, seeing how stacked that lineup is. I'm going to be sounding like a broken record by the end of it, but that lineup is just incredible. It's one to watch.
So many games, we wish we could sit here for the next 40 hours and bring them all, but there are some featured clashes. You've seen Marko Airborne, Marcus and Mo. Well, hold on, it is time for those two teams and these two individuals, Greek Freak and Melbourne City, Mike J, who of course, Obese Wombat, we've seen that in the chat plenty, but let's focus on one of the competitors of our region. Had not even been in the E-League previous to Season 4. Greek Freak is something else.
He's a disruptor when it comes to a FIFA competitor, and also when it comes to on social media, not afraid to say his opinion, not afraid to really brand himself as strongly as he does. It's really good to see a competitor as confident as him coming into these events. It's what you want from your competitors. You want to have that personality really shine through, and Greek Freak's one of those competitors who wears his heart on his sleeve. Every goal he scores is like it's like he's been kicked in the shins or something like that. And it's just so much expression on display from that man, and it's incredible to see.
Well, look, you can ask him exactly what that's all about. Greek, wonderful to have us joining us, having you join us. Wonderful to finally see you in the E-League. What is it like making your debut for Macarthur?
It's pretty surreal because after missing out last season, obviously it was hard to take, but I'm excited to finally get my opportunity this year.
So what overall are you most looking forward to about being in the E-League? What is it that really captures your imagination about being in the competition?
I think just competing in general. I just like to compete. Like, no matter what it is, I just like to be involved. So, yeah.
And finally from me, I think overall I described you as a disruptor. Would you describe yourself as a disruptor as a FIFA competitor? What in particular do you take into games? What's your overall mentality?
I just try and go in like one game at a time. I try and go in as confident as I can. Sometimes, I'm not going to lie, I can lose it mentally, but most of the time, I feel pretty confident going into most of my games. So, yeah.
Greek, we can all lose it at the best of times. You are one of the best in this region. We wish you all the very best here on debut.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Greek Freak for joining us. Obviously, a very passionate man, a very talented man, Treaders. He has been, as I said, one of the best in the region. He's getting through to these regional qualifiers, not quite going all the way, even though the talent is so clearly there.
It has to be almost time for Greek Freak, whether it's this season, this competition, or early next season. You just feel that he's knocking on that door, as I talked to Footwiz Dan previously about just unlocking that seal to take the competitors to the next level.
That is Greek Freak. You're going to get to know him, no doubt, as this goes on. What about Mike J? Mike, we hope that you're there. Indeed you are. Joining us, we've already seen one Melbourne City competitor, Marcus. Maybe viewers a little more familiar there. Mike, tell us a little bit about yourself and your link to this team.
Well, I started playing competitive FIFA last year. Managed to qualify for Foot Champs Cup 4 in Paris. But yeah, no, I'm really enjoying playing competitive FIFA. I've tried to play more of a different style this year. Tried to play a little bit more attacking. Last year I was very known as quite a defensive player. Played like, pretty ratty to try and get wins. But no, I'm just trying to change the way I play and have fun with the game.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask you about. Both you and Marcus have switched formation, switched overall play style. Is that a tactical adjustment, or is that a mental adjustment that you've tried to make in FIFA 21?
I just think I can talk for myself only, but I feel like my sort of defending one-on-one is one of my strong points. I think that's the same for Marcus as well. Both our players switching is quite good. So just flooding more numbers forward and just trusting our defense just helps us score more goals. And, it also helps us maybe keep the ball a little bit more because players have to go forward very quickly, try and counter-attack us to score. So I think it's definitely just focusing on our strengths.
And finally, from me, what's the deal with the usernames you've got? Is there a formula that you're following? You've got Chunky Monkey FIFA, and now you've got Obese Wombat. What's the game plan? What's the overall goal with these usernames?
It's just random. Honestly, I just think of 2 words and I just write them down, put a number after it, and then just crack on. I don't really put too much thought in it. They just come off the top of my head.
Mike, it is brilliant. Your FIFA is brilliant, and we thank you very much for joining us before your game.
Thank you, Nate Shredders. Thank you.
Mike J, again, if you're not aware of him, get to know that name, whatever name he goes by. These are some of his stats. I guess, again, Shredders, just the one game to think about, have a look at. Is there anything there that stands out particularly?
I mean, if I'm seeing a competitor with anything below a 90% pass accuracy, that means one of 2 things. They're either playing insanely directly or they're not playing very well at all. So good to see him well and truly above that 90% pass accuracy threshold. But apart from that, there's not really too much you can read into overall stats in FIFA 21 without seeing the gameplay, as we've often talked about in the qualifiers. Shots on target aren't necessarily reflective of overall play style or overall opportunities created.
That is Mike J, of course, his opponent for today, Greek Freak. We spoke to him a moment earlier, representing FootWiz and having some very early success with them. There's your 90% pass accuracy. Both competitors with under 50% possession. But I think, was it our first comment on our first broadcast of FIFA 21? Possession is a myth.
Yeah, absolutely. When you can simply break through the entirety of defense with a single triangle through ball, it becomes a thing of, can you get the most effective possession? Can you get those balls in the best areas possible? Or are you more willing to risk the counterattacks?
MacArthur making their debut in the E-League. They've had round 1. It's time for round 2. Greek Freak has settled in, and if he hasn't, well, simply, he doesn't have any more time. That said, Treaders, his playoff spot a little more snug than Mike J's.
Absolutely. We've got Mike J, who's right on that threshold in 8th spot in the FIFA Global Series rankings. And so he's going to be hoping that either one of the top 6 or 7 can secure the top gongs, the top spots in the E-League. Otherwise, he'll be waving goodbye to all his hard work that he's put in during the FIFA Global Series qualifiers.
This is Mike J cutting it back from TAA. We'll get it to Jamie McLaren, 1 A-League player required for all of these sides. This is R9, who's got R10, always a pet peeve. This is the other man named Ronaldo, who's stolen his number, apparently. Hullet to Bruno Fernandes inside to CR7. Greek stands off a little bit. Mike J capitalizes. He does not miss with CR7.
And the initial early attack coming out from Mike J. We saw that option with a wide fullback for Mike J. Greek Freak just hesitated, tried to track that run for the briefest moment, and that enabled Mike J to cut back inside. And Mike getting that deserved goal really early on.
What a start for Mike J. You could tell with both competitors. They are full of intensity and they are ready to go, no doubt. Ready to get stuck in. Alfonso, heel to heel. Out to Bruno, gets it back. Lovely first time passing. CR7 again. Great challenge with Vieira that time. Greek Freak not waiting for his defenders to need to do the defending. Immediately up the other end. Mbappe, pass inside. Probably wasn't meant for that, Ronaldo. There was another one in the middle.
Yeah, look, sometimes when you're looking for those early through passes, the angles are just so narrow, it becomes a combination of power and direction, and it doesn't find its way onto the target. But we see Mike J pushing forward yet again, and another shot blocked early on by Greek Freak. He's defending quite narrow, which is what you need to do when you're coming up against a narrow formation, which is what Mike J is using. If we look at those player cams, Mike J seemingly staring down the barrel of it almost, but obviously full eyes, full attention on the screen and on the gameplay.
Opportunity rather for Greek Freak. Tries to take it back inside, tried to jump into that one. It did not work. Mike J through Bruno. Both competitors sitting very deep defensively. Appreciate, particularly in the leg one of these shredders, you do not want to give up too many too early.
Absolutely, and when it's a best of one situation for these competitors from an individual point of view, these early moments of the game are so crucial. The emphasis on defense over attack, the most important thing. Interestingly, time and time again, you'll see competitors head to that byline, essentially being allowed to attack that byline instead of what we see in previous years. You just snap that defender, get to that attacker as quickly as you can. But in FIFA 21, if you allow your opponent to keep that ball, you can simply mark the passing lanes and simply worry about the end result rather than the build-up.
Good work through the midfield from Greek. Rude Hullet with not a lot ahead to aim for. This time, forcing the through ball. Ronaldo to Ronaldo. Mike happy to see that go to his defender. Greek, of course, number 5 in the region. As mentioned, playoffs for him, they're pretty much secured. He is doing this for the experience and no doubt to help out MacArthur FC.
And he wants that gong. He wants that initial title. As he said, he loves competing. And so undoubtedly for him, as we see Mike J heading down the byline yet again. But as we've come to expect in FIFA 21, you need to either cross that ball in a little bit earlier, as we see a goal update between the Phoenix and the Western Sydney Wanderers. And now Melbourne City, through Mike J, have got 2 goals up against Greek Freak. R10 Ronaldo getting the job done for Mike J. That 5-star weak foot, the fake shot to open up the space. Brilliant from Mike J, as we've come to expect.
2-0. Again, these being best of ones, everything, I guess, that Treaders and I have brought to you before this point have been a best of 2. It really does, I guess, make this a lot more intense. Speed up probably as well, Treaders, the gameplay from the competitors. There's not a lot that you could leave to the imagination as Greek attempts to come through there. Virgil van Dijk firmly in the way.
Just a directional nutmeg, not really executed at the right time with your player facing the right direction in that situation. And we're seeing goal updates flying in left and right at the moment. We'll try our best to keep you up to date with them, but most of the time, the current game on stream is the one we'll be worrying about. Again, Mike J still has that string to his bow of possession, knows what passes to look for, knows what effective passes are on offer. But as we've talked about, the changing of play styles, the adaptation, I think that's my one use of that word for the stream, but the adaptation to FIFA 21 and what the game entails, and even the gameplay, which seems to be just a little bit heavier than we're used to seeing from competitors in our region, as we see Mike J making another great read.
He has been in this first half as good in defense as he has been in attack, and again against a competitor that is of the caliber of Greek Freak. It is something to behold indeed. Greek, I was going to say, managing to defend, player offside. Before he gets to that point, Meredith, if you're unfamiliar with that name, the left back for MacArthur, somewhat ironically, doesn't really get a lot of opportunities for the balls, but here comes Greek. The player will not get the opportunity. Referee says half time.
Well, oh dear, referee. He could have surely let the play advance from that. We saw Greek throw his head back, and Mike knows that pretty clear goal-scoring opportunity going to waste in that situation. Hopefully not too important as we get things underway again in the second half. But as a competitor, you need to know that sometimes those things happen, and the challenge from there is keeping your head, and that's what can separate the top competitors from the not so top competitors.
It is very true. Gameplay, practicing that side of your game, extremely important, but staying cool when things aren't going your way, or maybe it just feels that way, just as important. If you ever look at the greats of the game, sure, they're full of emotion, but when they're dialed in, Treaders, there's nothing else in the world that matters other than FIFA at that moment.
And it can be the difference between executing in high-pressure situations and not executing. Because if you find yourself thinking about an opportunity that's just gone begging, you just simply aren't able to focus nearly as effectively. But of course, everyone in the chat has experienced that. They know the impacts of rage. They know the impacts of tilt. We've all played FIFA 21 and FIFA to differing levels. But these competitors, absolute peak of esports athleticism, dare I use the word athlete. And again, Mike J, so good at possession play in previous FIFAs. Not his main route of attack, but it's still an option for him.
That one's for you, Matt. Hope you're backing Dylan and Peter all the way. This is Mike J on the attack. Again, Greek has been disciplined. Oh, it wins it back. That is so unfortunate. Unable to get it clear. But of course, Mike J has to and does capitalize. That is 3-0.
When the gameplay's just that little bit slower and things the players aren't turning or passing nearly as quickly or as sharply as you're used to, it becomes time as a competitor to flick on the press after possession loss, pressure on heavy touch, all those AI-controlled pressure to just take advantage of those situations where your opponent is trying to pass out of their own box and they're used to being able to pass, but sometimes in different conditions, it'd be like if the pitch was wet, you're going to press that a little bit higher because you know that ball isn't going to move nearly as quickly. And again, a goal update flying through there, but we're seeing total domination so far from Mike J.
Matt inspiring the Perth lads to take the lead for Newcastle and Melbourne victory. It is 2 goals apiece. This is Mike J looking for more. These are, of course, the PlayStation legs. The Xbox ones will follow. That makes up the aggregate scoreline, which will give these clubs their look at the Premiership. However, individual results is all that matters when we're talking playoffs, Treaders. That's why Mike J is looking pretty happy at the moment.
Absolutely. It's just that extra stake, that more intense level of focus that is required to really take yourself to the next level. Again, Mike benefiting from being able to play that, being used to playing that high pressure, high aggression play style, and again, taking full advantage of those 2 early goals. He scored the directional nutmeg to open up the space for CR7, and CR7 continues going. R9 turns back inside. And sometimes when things are going your way, they continue to go your way. And they're definitely going Mike J's way at the moment.
Marcus can only be encouraged by what he's seeing right now. Melbourne City teammates, he's had a few different ones. Well, Mike J, I think you can stay for a while longer. 4-0 to Mike J over Greek Freak, who again, dare I say, even if this individual game is beyond him, he can help out his MacArthur teammates with some goals here. Ronaldo trying to play it through to his namesake. Virgil van Dijk is there. Again, Mike J already looked like he was enjoying himself early. This is one of those rare opportunities, Treaders, where you can have a great deal of fun with your FIFA 21.
To an extent. We already saw the result from Envy pretty much, totally go to waste, unfortunately, aside from the individual point of view. So anything can happen in these competitions. You've got Ben Carter up against Marcus. You'd be pretty confident if you're looking to back someone with Marcus Gomes getting the job done. That's not a knock on Ben Carter. It's just more of a reflection on Marcus's overall ability. But again, it's incredibly hard to see Marcus Gomes giving up 4-5 goals across a single leg of FIFA. I mean, really, I don't think I've ever seen that in all my years of watching him play.
Just tell us you're anti-Ben Carter. It's fine. Twitch chat will do it for you if you haven't already. Ooh. But Mike J on the finesse, if you don't mind. making it a 5-star performance.
Just the space opening up for Mike J, that R9, the stalwart, the star, the icon of his attack. A left-footed finesse, looking like something we've already seen in the highlight reels in the build-up to the event. And Mike J, time and time again, he's getting the job done on the big level. But so many games of FIFA still to be played, only round 2. He has to keep up this intensity, this level of focus and gameplay across the 2 days.
There is J-Mac maybe playing a little deeper. Of course, no Team of the Weeks, no informs allowed, which I'm sure Melbourne City weren't heaps happy about. This is Greek Freak, Ronaldo, one-on-one and players in the middle. But once again, VVD is there. Mike has been brilliant at both ends.
Another adjustment for these competitors to make is the fact that they're coming up against the best defenders in the game as well. They're used to playing against Reece James in the qualifiers over and over. It's only really in Weekend League where they come up against lesser defenders, against rather greater levels of defenders. So getting used to the passing lanes being covered, being read, would have taken some getting used to, and still maybe is taking some getting used to.
How dearly Greek would love at least one for Ben. Mike J not stopping yet outside the area. It is R9 again, that foot item's 4th goal of this game.
Just absolutely absurd, that performance from R9 and this performance from Mike J. When I saw the 4 goals, the 5 goals scored in the first round, I did not expect that we'd be seeing 6 goals on a feature game as well. It's been a pleasure to watch Mike J go about his work. And again, he's staking that claim that he deserves to be in the playoffs come later in the month.
All perhaps that was missing from this performance. A goal for McLaren. One of his informs may have done it. The base silver foot item apparently not quite up to it. We'll see how many minutes of additional time, but the result is secure. Mike looking for 7th heaven denied. Mbappe left without a shot for Greek. And Bruno heads that into the defender, out of play. The formalities more or less complete. Mike J, what a scintillating performance, a scintillating 6, if you will. Greek may well need to have a think about his tactics, about what to change going forward. Or maybe Treaders just say, on the day I ran in to a brilliant competitor. And there we go. We'll tilt that webcam just to make sure the Melbourne City logo is in frame.
Absolutely, why not? Brilliant performance there from Mike J, transferring between both possession styles and also playing a little bit more direct on the counter-attack. Totally complete performance, and it reflected in the scoreline.
What is it that stood out for you, Treaders? You know what? I've heard from you enough right here and now. I'm missing Jared and Jake. Lads, break down that 6-goal performance.
There's no need to be that mean to Treaders. You know, he's got plenty of input in. But either way, wow. I think I'm inclined to say, Jared, oh my goodness. That has got to be, in the 4 years we've been watching the E-League, that is a
best debut ever.
That is, oh well, yeah. So far, here we are thinking like we can buy. By the way, we can all see you in the chat. Everyone in the chat's like, oh, apparently Marcus Gomes is the carry. No, Mike J with an absolutely to win 6-0 in the E-League at all is impressive. To do it against a guy like Greek Freak, who we all know is an amazing player and an absolutely top tier talent, and yet he's had a brilliant performance, okay? And now the chat's starting to speak to us too, by the way. So let's hope they don't roast us too hard. But like, no, an absolutely phenomenal game, Jared, by Mike J. He's really put Melbourne City in a very good position to maybe potentially be one of the favourites now to win this whole thing.
Yeah, he got off to the perfect start. I mean, absolutely incredible to get off to a lead 7 minutes into it like he did. As you can see, Greek Freak a little bit defeated after that one, but he would have been thinking, okay, long game to go, we move. But Mike just continued the assault here as he had Ronaldo on the attack, just waiting patiently to attack. Plays it off to, like Nate said, R10 Ronaldo, not R9 Ronaldo anymore. It's R10 Ronaldo, and he was able to double his advantage there. I'd be so interested to see what he was thinking at those moments when he's so far up. Yeah,
this was a very big moment.
I could not believe when this happened. That was Fever 21 in a nutshell.
If he gets that chance, he probably makes it 2-1.
Yeah.
And that really could have changed the game. But since then, obviously, this is also another equally big moment. Hullet winning the ball back, finessing it into the top corner. And then from that point, I think maybe Greg probably thought, well, it's probably not really a likely possibility of me coming back here. And I don't know, maybe he didn't even really feel like Greg sort of switched off by any chance, because he definitely had his opportunities. But it wasn't just Mike J's dominance, going forward and finishing, and some of the goals he's about to score are phenomenal. But even defensively, some of the work he did with Virgil van Dijk, it was a complete performance on both ends. And Greek Freak, well, I mean,
after the third goal, Greek lost his head. He lost his head, and Mike, being the quality FIFA player he is, absolutely capitalized on that momentum shift. Like we said, to have that opportunity right on halftime be scratched out, that is going to be a big talking point coming out of this one. But credit where credit's due, an absolutely incredible performance there from Mike. As we move across here to the game between Airborne and NZer, the Wellington. Oh my no,
it doesn't look good.
Oh no, that is a shocking goal to concede. Zinedine Zidane giving Airborne the lead. That's going to keep him up at night.
Nate's so unhappy at that. He kicked bloody one of the studio lights. He was that pissed off. Unbelievable.
We can see, though, NZer had his opportunities to get back in this one. Unable to capitalize on it there. Moving into the second half, it is Ronaldo going back to R9 Ronaldo. He's got the R9 back in his name. Cristiano Ronaldo, great save there from that Nick Pope card. We saw Nick Pope having mixed results in that first game for Airborne against Marko, but clearly doing the job here today. Great defensive performance. And it seems like that is going to be the points for this one. Airborne getting the head-to-head points, getting his first win personally of the competition. But I'm very interested, Jake, how this second leg turns out. Yeah. Oh no, a goat is going to have to turn it up.
Absolutely. It will be a very intriguing one. And of course, a game that close, that's now 2 games now that we've seen some very big names in this league that have unfortunately taken an L. Obviously, maybe not as big as a 6-0 for Greek Freak, unfortunately. But NZer is, again, another one of the top players in this league that we are keeping our eye on going into it. And that's a 1-0 loss for him, unfortunately. But still moving over to the next one, Sydney FC versus Perth Glory. The El Tornado
versus Dylan, I believe.
Yep, that's the one.
Oh my God,
brilliant.
Dylan.
And he's done it against Marko. Wow, mate, that's another huge upset. And what
Dylan is playing with dislocated fingers at the moment.
I saw that on Twitter, eh?
I saw a tweet from this morning saying, I did not dislocate my fingers on the morning of the E-League. He has beaten Marko, the reigning champion, 3-0 with a dislocated hand, dislocated finger. That is phenomenal there from Dylan Gomes.
That is absolutely amazing, of course. There you go, slotting it away with Pele for 2-0. And at that point, with 15 minutes, pretty well in command of the game. And then with only 5 minutes to go, you imagine he goes and seals the deal right here. Mbappe, the scoop turn, playing it into CR7. Beautiful little flip-flap, top right-hand corner. How good is that? I mean, I'm assuming...
That is an upset. Yep. That is... that makes this second leg so much more interesting. Jamie versus Samus. That is going to... James got a massive, massive task ahead of him now.
Yeah, wow.
I am borderline in shock that Dylan, given his injury, has pulled that out. That's like Kobe Bryant with the torn ACL.
Oh, with the ACL, he's taking the free throws,
Just a different level, Dylan there with the Marvel mentality.
Well, either way, moving on. We're talking about comebacks. Let's have a look at Akpo, who unfortunately took a 4-0 loss in his first game. But look at this. That is a hell of a finish there from JMK King right there. But as you can clearly see by the scoreline, Akpo was able to come back himself, make it 2-1. So he didn't really give his Adelaide United teammate an awful lot of help going into the second leg, but he's been able to at least, his teammate come back from that 4-0 loss once before. Maybe, who knows, the Sydney FC Xbox competitor can possibly, oh my goodness, no, come back from that 3-0 defeat for Marko. But sheesh, there you have it. That is a very, unfortunate way.
I think you'll see, Jake, that it did end up 2-2. I believe I'm seeing in the Twitch chat right now, this game ended 2-2. It could have been here. The 91st minute. Mbappe through to Ronaldo. Oh my God. Heartbreak territory there.
The lads in the truck are trying to send us on a... Oh my
What? This round, round 2 PlayStation It's going to go down in history.
Oh, this is getting pretty ridiculous at this point.
This is cursed.
Okay, we've
my
already had like
God.
3 or 4 pretty outstanding games already, and there's still like another 1 or 2 remaining. But geez, appreciate everyone in the chat too, by the way. Didn't know, you know, I actually don't mind. I almost in a weird way wish we didn't see that it finished 2-2, because imagine it would have blown our minds. But either way, and a game that did finish 2-2, or at least we're assuming so, is Mark 11 versus Rick. Of course, this one finishing 2-2. We've got Mark 11 scoring the first goal of the game, and well, we didn't exactly have too many draws aside from the one that we just saw before. So this one will be even going into the Xbox leg. Just able to dance around all the defenders right there, and was able to make it level 1-1 right there.
As we can see now, it is Mark coming forward, looking to take the lead. There must have been some early goals in this one. He's got Ronaldo. That is absolutely phenomenal there. And Rick, this must have been a crazy first half if Rick is able to get his second goal here. Would have hated to see the second half, but Rick coming through. Lucky bounce there, but a world-class finish. That's 2-2. Unless we've been stitched up again, it seems like it'll stay that way. We haven't been stitched up this time. You love to see it, but 2-2 in that one. That's an exciting first half an hour of that game.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. So there were some of the games that we've gone on so far. I believe there was also one other result that there is yet to come. But either way, like you mentioned before, this has been one of the more incredible rounds for sure. And now finally, Envy, one of the new boys, and also going up against another new boy in the E-League, of course, against Sippy FC. But Envy, another win for him. He secured a big 4-0 victory over Akpo, and now a 2-0 win over Sippy FC. So we had to concede a goal so far in the tournament.
When you put it into context, Envy's had a phenomenal start to the campaign, 6-0 across 2 games. Although Brisbane Roar did bottle it in the first match day, Envy did his job, and once again, he's done his job here. It's not up to him now. He's getting it done. He needs some help from his teammate. He's given them a massive advantage here, the Brisbane Roar. As we can see, must have been a late goal because that's a huge save there. And the 88th minute still at 1-0. Surely there's going to be this last-minute goal. Neymar through, just picking apart the Central Coast defense there. Very easy goal, but a very well-produced goal there for Envy. And again, he is lighting up the league. A bit of a dark horse potentially for the season.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of players that we know going into this league. They've seen plenty of history of. You know, we've seen plenty of them in the E-League, and on top of that, just in general in the qualifiers. And maybe Envy is one of those players that maybe we haven't seen a super amount of. I mean, he's definitely well known amongst the community anyway, but he's making his name in the E-League, that is for sure. And we now have the winner of that featured game, of course, Mike J, who absolutely just put on one of the most thorough performances I think we've seen in the E-League, mate. Absolutely brilliant performance from you. Congratulations. Just let us know how you're feeling after a 6-0 win like that. It's massive.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling really good. It was a good win. Obviously, Greek and I played in the third broadcast for the competitive season, and it was a really close game. He beat me like 4-1 first leg, and then I pulled it back second leg. So, you know, getting that early goal sort of just settled the nerves, and I could just play from there.
Mike, I've got to ask. I'd get in trouble if I didn't. I've seen the Twitch chat blowing up. They want to know what is going on with the facial hair. They want to know what the story is there.
I've been like sick all day. I had to get like a COVID test yesterday. So I haven't really been like moving. I've just been sleeping pretty much all day. So I haven't had time to have a shave yet.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Well, anyway, mate, a lot of people were, maybe some of the people going into the tournament were thinking, oh, Marcus was going to be one of the leading driving forces for the team. But you are showing that you are right up there with him. And, oh, God, no, who knows? You might almost be the carry for the team this season. Bloody, you lads are smashing it so far. Do you think now, only 2 games in, still plenty more to go, but do you reckon that you might actually possibly have a shot at maybe winning the C-League title? Or is it maybe still just a bit too soon to start thinking about that?
I think it's a little bit too soon. I think we just take every game as it comes. Marcus is really good. You know, he's got a really good mindset, which I've like sort of tried to learn from throughout the season. So I think we just take every game as it comes and try and win each game.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, Mike. Thank you so much for chatting with us, mate, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
I already mentioned it before. Definitely one of the more thorough performances I think we have ever seen.
That's a game we're not going to forget anytime soon.
No,
Dave.
definitely not.
Fair play to Mike.
It's going to be very interesting to see how Greek Freak responds because we know, again, this guy has made a one of the grand finals of the qualifiers. So we know he's got the quality. It's all about how he's going to respond.
Do you want to know who I feel sorry for?
What? Who?
More than anybody? Ben Carter.
Oh my God.
Ben Carter is chasing a 6-0 aggregate and is playing Marcus Gomes.
Mate, you're playing with a bit of freedom then. You got no responsibility on you. But either way, let's take a look at the fixtures. Obviously, so far in the first leg, a 1-0 win for Airborne over NZer. Then you've got, of course, the 3-0 victory over Marko for Dylan Gomes. The big result, that one. Probably the, would you say, I mean, winning 6-0 is obviously quite a shock, but you'd say in terms of upsets, Dylan getting that win's quite a big one, isn't it, Jared?
They're both equally as shocking. 6-0 against Greek Freak, who's one of the main contenders, is shocking. And on the same right, Dylan Gomes, 3-0 up. That's phenomenal.
All right, fantastic stuff. And then that is going to do it for at least the first leg of round 2. We're now going to switch on over to the second round, over to Xbox, and we're going to send it down for the featured game to our main men on the commentary. It is Nate and Treaders.
Gentlemen, always keen for some more FIFA action, goodness me. The goals from some of those games, particularly thinking of Airborne right now. We did hear that NZer was held without a shot in that contest. Airbnb sure knows how to park the bus. We'll move on to round 2. The Xbox leg, we've got some exciting games, score updates coming. However, I think it's fair to say, Treaders, Western Sydney, Western United, this is a huge encounter so early on.
Yeah, massive game between Dylan and Jazz for this one. You've got Jazz looking to push forward and take his spot in the playoffs, steal it from either Mike or Marko, which would be a massive coup for him, and particularly coming up against Dylan as well. Any game against the Direwolves, man, is just a massive contest because of just how complete he is as a competitor. We've got also Jazz, who changes his play style from game to game, so it'll be interesting to see what version of Jazz we get.
Both competitors have a different way of playing, both known for different, let's say, mental outlooks on the game. Jazz, would love to have a chat with you, brother. Good to have you back for Adelaide United. Again, talk to us about that incredible 5-0 win.
I just thought about going for it. I reckon was getting the win individually was probably my main goal. And then when I went sort of 2-0 up, I think about halftime, I said, you know what, let's go for it, get as many goals as I can in the second half. And I think I managed to pull it off in the 89th minute in the end. So yeah, that was a nice one, and definitely one that will live in the memory for a while.
Yeah, Jazz, what overall is your mentality coming into this game, scoring 5 goals against Southo? It's going to be a little bit of a different challenge for you coming up against Dylan in this one.
Oh, Dylan's a fantastic player. Hopefully I can just send him back to the books a little bit, get back to the uni. Hopefully I can get the win in this one. And yeah, make it 2 for 2 and move on to the next one.
Overall formation, play style, what are you looking to really build on in FIFA 21? Are you looking to continue your disruption, your overall pressing play style, or are you going a little bit more back to basics?
I love a bit of a press, but you can't do it from the start for the stamina issues that you get later in the game. But yeah, usually I'll switch to a more pressing style late in games just as the players get tired. But yeah, normally the 5 backs or the 4-3-3s are the way to go sort of during the game. But yeah, towards the end, I do love a bit of a press.
We do look forward to seeing that press in action. Jazz from Adelaide, representing Adelaide. We wish you the very best. You better have that Fox Tifo. You can stay quiet there. I'd stay quiet if I got that as well from Nate Patrick. That's the perfect end to that segment. Let's be quite honest. That was Jazz. He's been there for Western Sydney. He's been there for Adelaide United. And of course, he's from there. We jest, all right? We know each other. We have a bit of fun with it. He is known at his best, Treaders, when he focuses up of being near unbeatable in this region.
I mean, an iconic game, and we've got multiple iconic games in the overall FIFA scene in Australia, but the one that always jumps to my mind is that game against Tex where he just withstood the pressure and almost got the result. Just really shows that he has on his day the ability to mess it with the best.
If you thought that interview was a bit cringe, I reckon we could maybe step it up another level here. Dylan, welcome, buddy. How did the university exam go? Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. It went pretty well, so happy with that. But time to focus on the FIFA now. Enough of the study. So yeah, the focus has shifted towards FIFA now.
Overall, Dill, hope you're doing well after your exam. Overall, what's your mentality looking like, trying to get yourself focused, getting yourself to zone in, going into this game against Jazz?
Well, I played a quick, friendly half a game just before this, just to warm up the hands a bit. And so that helped out a bit, just to get the right stick switching and everything going. But against Jazz, it's going to be an interesting game. I know probably the only 2 players use 4-3-3, so that'll be something different. And yeah, looking forward to playing against him.
And without getting too much into depth about the 4-3-3, can you tell us what you look to do when you're utilizing that 4-3-3 or even just in your general play?
Well, I think fullbacks are honestly one of the most important positions this year. Like, it's so easy to attack if you have overlapping fullbacks, and then also, especially with the centre mids, making those late runs into the box. So those are the two things to look out for, I think, and probably the two biggest strengths of the 4-2-3 in my opinion.
Dylan, we sincerely look forward to seeing what you can produce. Interesting 4-2-3-1 maybe coming up versus the 4-3-3. We wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Thanks for giving me a thank you at the end of that interview as well. I'm coming for you, Jazz. Don't you worry. After today, mate. Oh, it's a big game. We've talked about playoffs, obviously, Treaders. We have the E-League Premiership is one storyline, and yet, with Dylan being so highly ranked, Jazz needs every win he can get during this E-League campaign.
Yeah, absolutely. Every game takes on a new level of importance, particularly if he continues getting results. The pressure will climb and climb. Early on, you kind of just get a feel for how the competition is panning out. But as you get more and more wins, more and more results, the pressure starts ramping up as you start getting that little bit of self-belief, that little bit of overall expectations that start to enter your mind.
If you are just joining us, or maybe you're unaware of the format itself, there is no finals. It is Premiership League system only. Maybe there's a few of you wishing that was the case across the board. You're not a fan of finals football, where you don't have to worry about finals FIFA 21. Individual results are what count. Get that dub for yourself, as well as doing your best for your team. Of course, for Dylan, we've mentioned it, unfortunately unable to compete just yet because he had that university exam. Does that change things for him at all, Treaders? When we've had the qualifiers in the past, for example, competitors will speak about how important it is to have just played a very high-intensity game.
Absolutely. I think you started going into it, I touched on it a little bit when you were talking about the overall qualifiers. We saw time and time again the competitors come from the losers bracket, unfortunately named as we go time and time again. They're not losers in the losers bracket, they just happen to have lost a game in the qualifiers. But the overall being able to play consecutive games, whether that be consecutive successful games or consecutive just games in general, it allows you to stay locked in, stay with those player switching, and really lock into the system that you're trying to enforce on your opposition when you're competing.
Of course, without having played a game just yet, we don't actually have any stats for Dylan, but Jazz did play a game, and Treaders at 5-0, you'd expect some impressive numbers rather in there.
Absolutely, and just overall, you see the amount of shots he has. Not a stat that we rely on to give us an indicator on how the game has gone, more of a little bit of a guide. That pass accuracy from Jazz, standard, as I mentioned previously, across all of the competitors at this level. Not too many corners. Unfortunately, no red cards to speak of. We'd love to see a few red cards here and there just for a little bit of aggression and a little bit of our own entertainment.
Yeah, maybe we can get a few unique stats for Jazz. Some like yells at different opportunities in the game, different moments where he got into the Twitch chat during his own game to ask for advice. You never quite know what you're going to get with him. We're hoping we're going to see a strong performance from that man left of screen. He is searching for the W. He said it on Twitter heading in today. Maybe you get some underrating from some of these competitors. Jazz, straight away on Twitter, I'm coming here for the victory. I'm going to get my playoffs spot.
It's just a sign of his overall positive mentality. We've got Craig Goodwin up top of him, not in with the correct badge. Saw that on Twitter earlier. And then who else but Connor Payne playing left back for Dylan. Probably one of the best foot items you can have at your disposal if you're looking to shore yourself up.
At O'Leary, can you please sort this out? This man does not have an Adelaide United foot item. Disqualification, we jest. It is Jazz representing Adelaide United versus Dylan, making his start here in the NIVEA Men E-League Season 4. For Western United, of course, Dylan, the second highest ranked competitor in our region. Jazz, number 11.
And that means that he needs this result more than anything in order to get through to those playoffs, with cash money on the line at those playoffs, as well as the potential opportunity to go to the E World Cup. So massive incentive for these competitors to get the individual result as well as the overall gong that is the NIVEA Men E-League.
One thing we haven't spoken about, E-Nations, of course, that is coming up. New Zealand having held their tournament to decide which competitors will represent them for the Australians watching, yet to be revealed. But again, Dylan at number 2, you'd have to think is an excellent chance at representing his country, defending well, and maybe will look to go on the counter-attack. Run was made through the middle, deciding to hold a little bit of possession.
Sometimes the best option when you first get into your games is to hold up possession, get used to the game speed, get used to the flow of the game before launching those through balls. That can be so effective and can really penetrate the defense. But Dylan, the highlight of his gameplay, the thing to watch for him, for other competitors, it's their possession play, it's their passing play, it's their skill moves. For Dylan, it's his defense.
Obviously, way too early to even be mentioning this, but I'll do it anyway. As the offside trap's called, Dylan doesn't even mind, pushes past, ball roll, left foot. He is back in the E-League. He is back with a goal.
And Dylan seizing the opportunity to get in behind when the offside trap is mistimed. You can see incredibly comical scenes. And unfortunately for Jazz, as he's gone for the glory ball over the top. The unorthodox over the top through ball. Jazz, hopefully the only competitor to use that tactic.
I love this man. You see that reaction from Jazz. He knows exactly what he's doing, and it is fantastic to see these competitors enjoying themselves as much as they might have been criticized by insignificant individuals on social media. This is a profession. This is the serious business. These competitors are known worldwide for what they do, particularly these two. And Dylan will have enjoyed that early goal. Jazz looking to reply. The corner is taken short to Craig Goodwin. Maldini, Ronaldo. Roulette's into trouble. And Dylan maybe can take it away again with that 4-3-3, Treaders. We're going to need to be ready because the counter-attacks will come. Eusebio in behind. Ronaldo gets past Dylan inside to his namesake. That could well be the goal of the day so far, done at pace and precision.
Saw the runs being made in behind, did Dylan, and the lob pass after the ball roll, the space created, and a brilliant run from R9 secures Dill that second goal.
Well, 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 he is making up for lost time. Is Direwolves Dylan, as you can see, a goal for Melbourne City over MacArthur. Likewise, victory over Newcastle. That will be one to watch when we have those highlights for sure. Again, these competitors have played against each other quite often, this pair in particular, not just in qualifiers, but in the qualifying for those qualifiers, weekend league, and so on.
And what we see time and time again is that when competitors take on each other and don't shift game styles too much, you'll see that adjustments are made to counteract as we see another cutback onto the upright for Dylan. Almost 3 goals up within the first 30 minutes of this contest. Jazz with adjustments to be made, but the adjustments can wait if he can get a goal back here. Goodwin free at the back stick. And unfortunately, Goodwin on the volley in that situation, unable to finish.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're yet to see a goal from an A-League player, at least on your featured game. Goodwin with an excellent opportunity. Not able to take it. Jazz, at least, growing into the contest. These best of ones, goodness me, just go by so quickly. That is a third of this game done. And Dylan trying to waste no time. That coming off the heel of the man making the forward run. Jazz, Ronaldo, player inside. He finds him. It's Hullett. It's near post. And Jazz has his first of this game, 2-1, with still plenty of time remaining in the first half.
And that is the penultimate opportunity that playing against the 4-3-3 can present. Jazz opting to go with a 5-3-2. Those men running in behind off the strikers. It was a brilliant attacking play, a brilliant build-up, brilliant vision in particular from Jazz to see those continued link-up passes. And when you get Hullet in behind, when you get him in space, it's only a matter of time before he converts his opportunity.
One of those defensive or centre mids that is predominantly selected for their defensive capabilities. Hullet, normally excellent when we look at physicality as well. But he's also got a finish on him, particularly when you've got him at that level. 2-1 to Dylan over Jazz for 3 on aggregate. Western United fans, this one is nowhere near from being done. We spoke about Jazz's intentions for the NIVEA Men E-League Season 4. Not rustled one little bit, Treaders, after going 2 goals down.
Absolutely. He knows what is required from him at this level, and he knows what he is required to do to achieve his goals at this level. So he knows there'll be setbacks along the way. It's just about whether he can make the adjustments that are required from him.
Dylan with Eusebio. Hullet steps out to make the challenge. Craig Goodwin gets it away. The 5-3-2, not easy for transition football or transition FIFA 21. Over the qualifiers, Treaders, we've seen Marcus Gomes, as you mentioned earlier, utilise that system. Many other competitors, sure, it's great at the back. Sure, with slow, methodical build-up, you can get the goals. But if you're looking for goals on the counter-attack or in transition, there are other formations much better at doing it.
And I think what Jazz is hoping is that his overall possession play can really pay off. This lovely scoop turn from Dylan and a stunning finish from him. Brilliant and simple build-up from Dylan to get the job done.
Just when you think he's going one way with the ball roll, he's back onto the left. R9 will not miss. A big one for Dylan. Potentially on the stroke of half-time. Has he got the opportunity for number 4? Mbappe, you might as well try that with not much time remaining. Treaders, it's all credit to Jazz for coming back into the game, changing that formation to make it 2-1. Dylan, now with the time to work out which formation he's up against, makes the adjustments and gets his 3rd goal.
And I don't think when Dylan is up, we'll see him switch out of the 4-2-3-1. We've seen him be so successful in qualifier number 3, in particular with the 4-2-3-1. It just provides so much solidity at the back. It tracks all the runs when you have your defensive mids doing their jobs back in their positions, and it enables you to just make little adjustments on the fly compared to the 4-3-3 or just about any other formation in the game, which you have to make a lot more adjustments and there's a lot more mistakes to be made because of the amount of space it affords you. Again, looking at those player ratings though, Jazz taking a peek to see what Dylan is going into this next half with. That 4-3-3, number 2, I believe, with a single defensive mid is all that matters as we'll get back underway here.
3-1 to Dylan over Jazz. A goal there for you, Western Sydney over Wellington. Can Jazz respond, not just for himself, of course, but for his beloved Adelaide United? He's been there at the games, he's watching them when he's not there. Now he's representing them on the big stage here in the NIVEA Men E-League. Dylan is going to be able, Treaders, to hold on to possession, not rush anything going forward with this 2-goal advantage.
And we're seeing, again, that sole defensive mid in Vieira. If you were to pick one player in world football as Dylan threads that ball in behind, Hullet towers over his man and knocks in the header to extend the advantage for Dylan to 3 goals. The overall attacking play from Dylan has been sublime, and he's able to take his time in the build-up and find crosses like that.
Hullet with another. Neither competitor giving too much away. Jazz knowing that in FIFA 21, 3 goals, while difficult to come back from that margin, it is possible. We've seen it a few times from him and other competitors in the qualifiers ahead of the E-League.
Absolutely, and we've seen giveaways from Dylan in the past, throwing back to qualifier number 2. That game against Marcus, he was a number of goals up. But when you go 4 goals up, especially in a best of 1, you can all but kiss that game goodnight. Dylan, with so much time on the ball to make his decisions, the pressure from Jazz in that 5-3-2 almost non-existent.
You may well kiss goodbye the 5-3-2 as well. It doesn't seem that Jazz is getting a lot of love from that formation. Of course, if an A-League player is subbed off, you must replace them with an A-League player, one on the pitch at all times. Connor Payne, I think the only one there for Dylan, unless I'm mistaken. You better hope you're getting maximum bang from your buck. Regardless, Dylan won't be thinking about his A-League player. He won't be thinking about too much right now. He appears, Shredders, to be in the zone and enjoying his FIFA 21.
And if we throw back to E-League Season 2 in particular, I remember competitors taking pauses to switch the attacking flank or the defending flank that one of their A-League foot items were on. So I'm not sure if we'll see that level of competitive intensity in FIFA 21. But I mean, if we do see that kind of tactical chess match, and we're seeing Jamie go 5-1 up against Seisanis. Massive result coming in there, and one that Jamie needs if he is to secure a playoff spot.
1/3 of the contest remaining. Can Jazz get a few goals, at least for the confidence going forward? This is Mbappe trying to go inside. Dylan, with a few players left forward, means the opportunity for a counter-attack could be on. Jazz with some excellent man-on-man pressing, meaning he wins it straight back. Pele inside. Goodwin off the post. Craig, get up, son. He throws himself. Jazz spamming shoot. The red time shot resultant. Dylan a little confused. Jazz knows that at least he could have taken a bit of history should that have been an inch or two to the right.
Just a massive moment for both the A-League man as well as for Jazz. Opportunity not going his way. Dill obviously shocked at the run still being tracked all the way back to the goalkeeper. But sometimes those runs do get tracked by these foot items. And again, Dill in behind here now. Has the option at the back stick to make the advantage 5. And an incredibly poor cross means that counter-attack goes to waste, followed up by a disastrous pass out of play. But Jazz still displaying the frustration that that opportunity even came about.
Yeah, you'd almost expect Dylan to have that reaction, not Jazz. Maybe he realizes as he goes for this game, it's going to happen. He's going to have to leave some opportunities, some gaps in behind. Dylan having a look at that 4-2-3-1. Maybe it'll come back out. It appears he's just having the time of his life with that 4-3-3.
I'm a huge advocate for that 4-3-3. I just think it provides you with so many options in all scenarios and all types of gameplays, particularly if you're a defender that is as good as Dylan. It provides you with so many counter-attacking opportunities. Can he come up with the cross in this situation? The fake shot stop, cuts it back. And the answer to that question is no. Connor Payne intercepting it yet again. Dylan, a 3-on-3, being hesitant, not nearly as decisive as we're used to seeing. But Jazz defends well, jockeys well, and sees out the threat of that attack and now can launch a counter-attack of his own.
Fernandes forward, Mbappe to Pele. Craig is lurking. Ronaldo. Jazz just waiting. He's trying to get Dylan to bring the defenders out of that line. Dylan, as patient as ever, making the challenge. Jazz gets it back with Alfonso off the defender. And surely that will be an attacking corner for Jazz. Bruno cannot go through the legs of Zidane. We go again. Taken short. Bruno. Can't get past Zinedine Zidane. And maybe Dylan for another counter-attack. Certainly options with the 4-3-3 out wide or through the middle. And Treaders, if you change those player instructions as well, you can really get that 4-3-3 functioning in a variety of ways.
Absolutely. You can use it as a possession-heavy formation. You can use it as a counter-attacking formation. Or you can even attempt to use it as a low block formation. And we're seeing now Dylan with Messi finally able to capitalize on the number advantage in that situation. And once Dylan got those 2 early goals, unfortunately for Jazz, against a defender as good as Dylan, there's simply no real way back without a heap of creativity of your own.
Jazz, that is a bit of creativity, but Edison is there. Jazz must be wondering what he has to do to get a second goal. Once again, the corner routine. Why not? With Team of the Year, Alfonso, one of those lesser defenders. Reece James, Treaders, out there for yours. Yes, that's a shot at you. Ronaldo and Jazz, I think happily, will say, how about we respectfully play this one out? Is Dill going to be as obliging? Very possibly not. With youth brings exuberance. And also, you don't need to worry about those FIFAs of the past. He has been growing up with this game. And Dylan, Jazz says, just take number 7. Goodness gracious me, it truly is 7th heaven for Dire Wolves Dylan and Western United.
Huge result that for Dylan. The statement has been made. The lad has completed his exam and has completed this game.
The crowd at Cooper's, Hindmarsh, whatever you like to call it, not overly happy. R9 collects the hat-trick. And Dire Wolves Dylan collects all 3 points, of course, Treaders, for Western United. I don't know how he's feeling. I don't know what he's going into this tournament for. With Western United, he's got his playoff shot. Maybe he is going to be Team Man Dill through and through.
I think that's why we saw him really push for that final goal, looking to settle that goal difference back, make up for the fact that he wasn't able to play in those initial games, getting the 3-0 forfeit. So he needed to at least score 3 goals to nullify that, as well as get the result.
Jazz will be back, make no doubt about that, but that game was all about Dylan. What a performance. Looking forward to seeing what he brings about going forward. To break down that game and many more, we'll throw it back to the 2 men on the couch.
Thank you very much, Nate. Thank you very much, Treaders, from smashing it at uni to smashing it in FIFA. That is the, I'm pretty confident, biggest win of the season so far. A 7-1 thumping right there by Dylan. Unbelievable that you can just sort of switch a gear, load up FIFA after, just having a cheeky little uni exam, and then bang, 7-1, just like that. Absolutely unbelievable game. The ball roll to go around the goalkeeper to start things off. And obviously Jazz, he'd end up conceding another, but then would get one back himself. And we thought, okay, there's a bit of fight. Jazz can maybe stay in this. And then it just exploded away from him.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal how casual that result there was for Dylan. I heard Nate say it on the commentary, perhaps the goal of the season there produced by Dylan. Like you said though, Jake, Jazz got back into this one, but ultimately just didn't have enough. He got that brilliant near post finish with Ruud Gullit. We thought it was game on then. We've heard comments in the chat, Jazz saying the game was rigged, but these highlights show that Dylan was just on another level today. A huge result there. Dylan was phenomenal last season. Got let down perhaps by his teammates in the E-League last season, but he's stepping it up and just taken Western United on his back so far. Massive win.
Yeah, fun fact about Dylan, actually. In the last season, obviously, we were giving out player of the days for each round. So round 1 and round 2, the Xbox player of the day on both rounds, both went to Dylan. So debutant, immediately making his mark in the 3rd season of the E-League. And, well, he's pretty much kicking off right where he left off, isn't he? So that was the goal to make it 5-1. Just getting a little bit frustrated there, but unfortunately, like we mentioned, it was already rigged anyway, so it's not a worry. But no.
Dylan's such a smoky in this whole competition, especially on the Xbox division. A real smoky to be the console champion. I'm so excited to see what he has in his locker, not only for the remainder of today, but match day 2 as well.
Yeah, again, you can't write out one player in this competition just because they've taken a bit of a heavy defeat, because I tell you what, he's definitely not going to be the first or the last, because even in this round, we've seen some other massive wins. I think we've seen another 6-1 win and a 5-1 win. This one's going to be a little bit more comfortable, though. It's just going to be a simple 2-1 win for Oh No A Goat.
I believe that makes it a draw on aggregate, however.
I believe so, after the 1-0 win for Airborne.
Yeah, so that's tied. Is that the first draw of the competition?
That could well be. I mean, depending on, well, with some of the other results being as massive as they were, I doubt that we are going to see another draw in this round, possibly. But there you go. Bainesy was able to get through and actually get the first goal of the game. And there you go. That would be a 2-0 lead on aggregate for Wellington. But Oh No A Goat putting Western Sydney on his back and being able to rescue a point.
Yeah, Oh No A Goat, of course, one of the highest ranked competitors for the Xbox division so far this season. I think actually he is the highest ranked competitor, so clearly has a point to prove, and was able to get back into this one and get a point for the mighty Western Sydney Wanderers. But Ronaldo coming down the line here, beautifully squared across there. And that was Oh No A Goat's passage back into this one, and able to get a point there for the Wanderers. Honours even between the Phoenix and the Wanderers.
The mighty Western Sydney Wanderers that lost 3-1 to the Melbourne Victory.
Game's still on, mate.
Oh, it's still going. It's still going. Oh, it could be 4-1.
Oh, yeah, probably.
So,
Don't talk about
Tony
this,
Popovich going to work.
This is phenomenal.
This is the big game. Now, this was the one that obviously Dylan got a massive shock win, 3-0 against Marko, and well, that meant that Jamoto had to really put on and have a huge win. And you know what? It was at one point 5-1 in this game, and that is obviously what would it be, like 5-4? No, 5 all on aggregate. I've completely lost. It would have been 5-4 on aggregate, but now it is a draw.
Yeah, it's another draw.
Because
I mean, that is phenomenal. Like, Dylan did such a good job getting such a dominant lead ahead of Sydney FC in that first leg. He beat Marko 3-0. You'd be thinking, surely, if we can beat Marko 3-0, we're going to be sweet. But unfortunately for Dylan and Saysanis' sake, Jamie was just on another level, it seems, in this game. Able to go 4-1 up with a near post finish there. Absolute rocket after dribbling past half the team.
Yeah, smashing it in at the near post. And this would be the goal after, basically being level in the game. Turn with Ronaldo, bottom right corner, unbelievable. That was the goal that took him to 5-1. Obviously, Peter Saysanis, though, it's a shame we didn't get to see the goal, but Peter Saysanis would go and grab a goal to make it 5-2. And even though Saysanis isn't going to obviously take the 3 points home himself, he did rescue a point there for Perth right at the end. So it's a clutch goal in a team sense, but still, another massive win. I mean, we've already seen a 7-1, now 5-2. I think there's a 6-1 or possibly even bigger coming up. Who knows? This one's going to be the MacArthur Melbourne City game. Of course, we will see between... who would this be then? That would be Mike... No, that would be...
Ben Carter and Marcus Gomes.
That's the one.
Of course, we did say Marcus Gomes getting 5-3 up, it seems, but that was such a dominant performance from Mike in the first leg that it was going to be an insanely difficult task for Ben Carter to get back into this one. When they made it 2-0 there, Marcus, you would have been thinking the worst. You would have been thinking double-digit goal deficit, and that would have ruined the goal differential in terms of getting the premiership. But Ben able to get his way back into it. Marcus, though, going off as Ben surely scores from here. Yep, he scores from there, making it 3-2. So in terms of a head-to-head performance, Ben would have been feeling pretty good, but it seems Marcus just absolutely turned it on in the final moments of this one. 80th minute here, Cristiano Ronaldo, a beautiful dink. That's another beautiful dink from Marcus Gomes. He's making a habit of it. He's 4-2 up. Ultimately, Ben's going to get a third goal back, but that's going to be the 3 points secured there for Melbourne City, for Marcus Gomes. Ball across.
Is that? Oh, wow. That's going to be an own goal, I think. That's wow, bit spectacular. That I reckon that's probably going to be the biggest winning margin so far. Only 2 rounds in, obviously, but I think that was 11-3 at the end of the day.
That's
wow,
massive.
And that wasn't even the final game. I wonder if we've also got another big scoreline here against Newcastle versus Melbourne Victory. There you go. How many goals were scored on just the Xbox leg alone right now? This is crazy. The shot saved. Guess who's at the back stick? It's R9 Ronaldo to head home. He is the MVP. The amount of times I've seen him walk off with the match ball at the end of all of these games is crazy. A nice little finish there by Naylor. He ended up conceding first, but we're going to score 6 in a row. Not too bad, mate.
Mate, we came into the competition saying how good Naylor would be, but to beat Mo Zwed 6-1 in round 2, that is absolutely phenomenal. It seems like he turned it on in the second half here. 2-1 up heading into the second half.
Lovely play.
And then that is just some lovely build-up play, beating Van der Sar, and the floodgates clearly open. Mo had to try rescuing it back, but Naylor, no rest for him. Beautiful top bins finish there, making it 4-1, and the onslaught continued. It's the Ronaldo show, dead set, Jake, the absolute Ronaldo show, sending Mo's defenders off to the shops. And again, keeper off the line. He's stepping past him. He's drilled. I thought for sure we were going to see a nice little dink there, but not to be.
You got to think about goal difference in that situation, surely, Mo.
That's ridiculous. That is such a dominant performance there from Naylor. And like we said, Newcastle Jets, keep your eye on them.
Though they were the team that I think the majority of us were probably eyeing off, the team that actually finished bottom of the table last season. We thought, well, looking at the talent that they've got representing them, these guys are going to be favourites. Would you say, I think maybe it's Newcastle and Melbourne City? At the way things are going just for the moment, you know, there are still other teams going, like, of course,
in terms of
Brisbane
consistency.
Roar and, Central Coast Mariners. It really does come down to consistency. We still have 9 rounds left to go, for crying out loud. But still, that is a chance. Oh, for a second, I thought that was going to be the opening goal there for Geordie, but no. He does end up getting a 2-1 win. So we got 2 E-League debutants going at it right here. This would be the first. Yes, it will. There you go. We've seen a few. I've been teased a little bit from time to time, unfortunately. But no. So, South 4-1 would end up getting the first goal of the game, and then it would obviously be Geordie that would go on to grab the first and second for him
Brilliant
later
individual goal there with Mbappe dribbling past South 4-1's team. But that's a big result there for the Mariners. Of course, they're doing incredible in the A-League season this year. Looking to follow it up in the E-League. Great goalkeeping there, but I thought we were going to see some absolute calamity.
Chaos.
We get teased, like you said, Jake. We don't know whether they're going to score it or not. So I see something like that unfolding, and I'm like, say it ain't so. Just please.
We are watching it live with you every single time, all the replays for the very first time. And there you go. That was the goal indeed for Geordie. Scored with CR7 to give him the win. I don't actually know what it was between the two of them across both legs, but we will be taking a look at the ladder and the fixtures regardless anyway. So I'm really keen to see how the ladder's shaping up. Again, only 2 rounds in. But
already though, like you said, 2 games in, but there have been some wild results. Not how I expected today to go by any stretch of the imagination, but yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. Check out this table. I'm very excited for the remaining fixtures today.
Mate, massively.
Some huge storylines opening up, Jake.
We've still got 3 rounds left to go. We're going to have a quick chat with the man that had the biggest win of the E-League season so far, obviously fresh off a uni exam and just absolutely smashing it with absolutely, no, doesn't need any adjustment at all. He just jumps right back into it. Dylan, mate, absolutely sensational performance. You smashed it in Season 3, and you've started off Season 4 about as good as you possibly could have, mate. How does it feel?
I mean, yeah, it's good to be back playing again. Like, it was disappointing, obviously, I had to forfeit the first round. I wasn't too pleased about that, but thought I had to respond strongly to that first round, and I kind of let my teammate down by not being there. So thought I had to bring out a big result, and I mean, I played pretty well, not my best, but just feels good to be back again.
That's scary to say that that's not even his best. 7-1.
Dylan,
oh boy.
That was a homicide. How do you feel if that's not even your best and you're beating such an experienced competitor like Jazz that comfortably? How much confidence does that give you heading into the rest of the games today?
Oh yeah, for sure. I was really confident going into this because like the form that I'm in right now, it's like I haven't been this good at a FIFA in my life. So I'm like really confident that any game that I go into, I'm confident I can win. But obviously Jazz is a really good player, and the result, I don't think it was a really fair representation of the game. If he didn't mess up with that offside try for the first goal, I think you could have seen a very different game. So, I mean, I take it with a pinch of salt, but definitely confident going into the rest of the games today.
And what do you think your plans are individually for this E-League season? Obviously with the unfortunate of having to forfeit the first round, but you've still got 10 more or more or less 9 more opportunities to get as many points on the board as possible. I got to say, with a performance as strong as that, and you say it's not even your best, if you can manage to get as many points on the board as possible, do you think possibly a console championship and a spot in the playoff is on the cards for you, even with a forfeit in the first round?
Oh, first of all, I'm already qualified for the playoffs. But
there you go. I just more meant the of course, what am I talking about? Because he's oh my god, sorry about that.
Yeah,
rookie era.
I'm going for the console champion. Obviously, that was my main target going into this in the first place because I finished first on Xbox last year, so just looking to that again this year, pretty much. And obviously to win the premiership as well. If we can do that too, that'd be a big achievement as well.
Dylan, always humble. Love that stuff. Brilliant. Thank you so much, mate. Cheers for the chat.
Thanks.
All right, lovely work, lads. So we're going to have a quick little look eventually at the results so far in round 2. And on top of that, of course, the ladder overall. Western United with that man in there. He's going to also be another team to keep your eye open for.
Yeah, that was definitely a performance in it. Like you said, he came out with that forfeit in match day 1 or round 1, had to respond, and he responded brilliantly. Whether that confidence can carry over into the remaining games today, we're going to have to wait and see, but that is the perfect response. Western United, they're going to be in a good position now because of that, especially goal differential-wise.
Oh, yeah, massively with a 7-1 win like that. But either way, let's take a little look now at the ladder to see exactly where everyone is currently sitting. Well, the two teams that we've had our eyes on for the moment, they are the ones that have only got the 2 wins, 100% record so far. Melbourne City on top. On goal difference, of course, Newcastle Jets also on 6 points in second spot. Then you've got, obviously, Western Sydney and Sydney FC with the 4 points there as well. And are there any, I don't know, any teams in there on the table that you're a little surprised by their position?
Not necessarily. It's too early to be getting surprised. I think it's just very impressive this early on for Melbourne City and Newcastle to have such impressive goal differences. That is going to help them ridiculously as the competition goes on, especially if it gets neck and neck later in the competition. It might come down to a goal or two. These demolition jobs might be the difference between being champions and not.
I don't think we are yet to, in E-League history, have a premiership decided by goal difference.
That would be insane if that happened.
That would be very exciting. And hey, imagine if we had to do a playoff to get it sorted out. That would be absolutely incredible. But either way, looking at the round 2 results so far, of course, it was a draw between Wellington and Western Sydney. It was another draw between Sydney and Perth Glory after Saysanas right at the end was able to secure an equaliser. And then a massive 9-3 win over Adelaide United for Western United there. The biggest win, though, I think so far of the season, 11-3 for Melbourne City over Macarthur, an 8-3 win there for Newcastle Jets over Melbourne Victory, and then a slender but still victory, Brisbane Roar taking a 3-2 win over the Central Coast Mariners. And now, taking a quick look at round 3, Jared, any games in there in particular that you've sort of maybe got your eye on?
Well, I would say Sydney-Newcastle is a really exciting opportunity. Of course, they haven't been that great today, Sydney. They've been getting results, but it's been very up and down. Marko's going to have a point to prove after losing 3-0 to Dillon. And Mark has been great there, the Newcastle man. He has been great so far today. Newcastle top of the table, so that's a clash of the Titans, mate.
And Sydney are only like 2 points off the top at the moment. So if they do draw or lose and, you know, those teams, Newcastle and Melbourne City, continue to pull away, it's going to get a little bit more concerning for them. But regardless, we've got plenty more action, plenty more FIFA on the cards. The E-League is continuing on. Round 3 coming up after this quick short break. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
With a goal.
And Dylan seizing the Dylan and the log pass after the ball roll. Just windowed up and fine crosses like that.
Let's go. What could he possibly be doing? I bet she's making a sub. Surely not Ronaldo. Seriously?
So 2 substitutes to come on in one go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NIVEA Men E-League for 2021 Season 4. Round 1 and 2 are in the books, ladies and gentlemen. It is now ready to get going with round 3. My name, of course, Jake Buckley. I'm joined with Jared Nance, of course, and we've got more cracking contests coming up. Of course, we've got Adelaide United versus Western Sydney Wanderers to come. But first, a quick little look overall at all the games that we're going to be taking a look at. And Jared, do you want to have a look, take it away from here?
Yeah, so we're going to have the Central Coast Mariners and Melbourne City facing off. Western United take on the Brisbane Roar, Perth Glory and Wellington Phoenix. It's the distance derby, Jake. Excited about that one. Sydney FC and the Newcastle Jets. Adelaide and Western Sydney, which we will be focusing on between ACPO and NZer. And then we have the Melbourne Victory and Macarthur facing off in what is, I would say, around the board, big game for every club. This is where the narratives for the season really start to develop.
It's always around that third, fourth round that we really start to see the ladder sort of take shape, and you don't see a super amount of movement from that point, do you? But anyway, having a quick little look at the schedule now, some of the featured games that we've looked at so far, of course, that 3-2 win for Marko over Airborne. That was the first game that we looked at today. Then obviously the 3-2 win over Mo by Marcus. A 6-0 win. I tell you what, there were some big wins, some huge wins in the second round. I wonder if we're going to get the same in the third. Mike J got a huge 6-0 win over Greek Freak, and then Dylan got a massive 7-1 win over Jazz. I wonder what this one with ACPO and NZer, how that one's going to go. We've got Peter Saysanis versus Bainesy later on in the round, of course. JMK King, Atalantide, Marko, as well as DW Dylan and Footwiz Jamoto to come in round 4. And of course, round 5, we will still figure out what we're going to be doing from there. Of course, we'll let the narratives play out. But now a quick little look at the matchup, of course, as well, that we are going to be focusing on, ladies and gentlemen. ACPO versus NZer. It's a tale of two different, really, FIFA players and how their seasons have gone. You know, NZer is a guy that has, you know, managed to not just qualify for, but win a qualifier. And ACPO hasn't really even been able to make one of these qualifiers. And yet still, I would imagine that their E-League seasons have, you know, so far only early days, have gone around about the same.
Yeah, I mean, it really becomes do or die at this point of the season, I would say, especially for Adelaide. I mean, Western Sydney have gotten off to a pretty strong start so far. They're sitting on 4 points right now, definitely a strong position. They want to start pushing for that title. But Adelaide, thumping after thumping, they need to turn it on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will... Yeah. Okay, so we have got an ACPO interview ready. I was just double checking. There we go. ACPO, thank you so much for joining us, mate. Of course, you got yourself a big game coming up against NZer. How are you feeling going into it?
Oh, it's always going to be a tough game against someone who's well accomplished in the region. Obviously, Ngeti is a quality opponent, so it'll be a bit of an uphill struggle, especially considering how, as you said, our seasons have gone. But it's a single game FIFA. Anything can realistically happen now.
ACPO, what do you think you need to do in this matchup here if you're going to be able to get the points?
To be honest, I just need to keep doing the simple stuff right, realistically. As much as my play has been me underperforming to an extent, it's just doing the simple things at this stage that needs to get back into my game to play as well as I can.
And one last final pretty easy question for you, ACPO. This is your third year in the E-League, but it's your first representing Adelaide United. Tell me, what's it like to represent the greatest A-League team in the competition? We're totally not biased here, by the way, I'm just saying. But just how does it feel to be representing Adelaide?
Oh, definitely. It's great to be at one of the best clubs,
yeah,
as you said, and alongside Jazz, who's one of the best teammates.
Nah, I love you, ACPO. Thank you, mate. Cheers, appreciate it, mate. Thanks for your time.
No worries. Thank you, guys.
There you go. Lovely stuff there. Come on. But his opponent, NZer, is definitely going to be a tough one for him today. But still, having a look at the stats, I mean, you got to look at, for one, the shot accuracy and the passing all above the 90%. I mean, these guys, typically when they do opt to shoot, it's normally in the best possible scenario possible. So he's only had one shot off target so far the entire game, or the entire season.
Unfortunately for ACPO, I think it's not whether he's choosing the right shooting opportunities, it's how he's defending. 6 goals already conceded across 2 games. He needs to tighten up defensively if he's any chance in this competition.
For sure. And we will see if he can manage that. But of course, the man that he's got to try to keep a clean sheet, or at least keep as quiet as possible, is NZer, and he's going to be joining us for a quick little interview, mate, as well. Congratulations, first off, by the way, on winning one of the qualifiers, one of the regional qualifiers. That's obviously massive. And do you think that by doing so, that maybe put maybe a bit of a target on your back, being one of the 3 that actually took one home this season?
I appreciate that. Not really, to be honest. Like, going into this season, I knew, based off last season, because I won the Summer Cup, I had a lot of pressure on me to win something. So, winning the first one straight off the bat was took all that pressure off, and then after that, it's a pretty chill season.
Now, you guys are in a really strong spot so far this season after getting off to a decent start. What do you think the keys are to take that next step and get Western Sydney into title contention?
First of all, I need to stop passing the ball from my keeper to the opponent. I feel like I threw that game. Sorry, I know I got. But yeah, I think the small mistakes, just need to cut out that and then just work on getting the small things right as well.
And how do you think you might go tonight against Akpo? You've already had sort of maybe a little bit of a mixed bag today so far, but do you think that you'll hopefully be able to kick on from here?
Yeah, hopefully I'm going to give it my best shot. I mean, it's only one leg, so I don't mind just going all out for it. So yeah, it'll be a good game.
All right, looking forward to it, mate. Congratulations again on winning the qualifier and best of luck in this one.
Thank you, appreciate it, guys.
No worries. Well, we can't wait to see this one, of course. We'll take a look at the stats for NZer maybe a little bit later on, but definitely going to be an intriguing affair. I mean, so far the E-League has definitely served up a lot of contests and results that we have definitely not seen coming, so I wonder if we're going to get one like this today.
Yeah, it's going to be a big challenge. Like we've said numerous times, Adelaide's season, I would say, is on the line at the moment. It might be a bit dramatic of a statement, but they need a result, and most importantly, they need some confidence. They've been thumped in their game so far. This is the perfect start. This is the perfect opportunity for them to start building that confidence.
And with the flip side of that, obviously, Western Sydney Wanderers being in the top 4 right now, only 2 points away from Newcastle and Melbourne City. If one of those two teams maybe slip up at some point in this round, then that is a big opportunity for them to possibly go on and maybe make themselves a little bit more of a realistic contender in this league as well.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. But here we see the competitors getting ready for this one. I can only imagine what the Twitch chat is saying right now. I imagine the Akpo fan club led by Brooklyn Waghorn is definitely at full effect right now. But they're going to be cheering on their boy, hoping for their sake to get him up the competition ladder. As you can see here, though, the game about to start. Very interested to see the lineups from these guys. You can see Akpo rocking that Craig Goodwin card up top. That's a big decision as well. And Brucey Kamau up top as well for NZer. So 2 strikers being played as A-League players. That is a interesting tactic.
Yeah, lovely. We've got an Adelaide United player, a former Adelaide United player there as well. Lovely stuff. Well, the 2 A-League players being played up top. I was wondering if we were ever really going to see an A-League player hit the back of the net. We're 2 rounds in, and I'm fairly confident, even in all the games that aren't featured, I'm fairly confident we're yet to see an A-League player hit the back of the net. Well, could this game maybe be the first? Is it Goodwin? Is it Kamau? Or who knows? Let's just see it as this one is now underway.
Akpo starting things off here with possession. He'd be looking to play a much safer brand of FIFA, and that's definitely not what he needed. Gifting possession to NZer nice and early, and all of a sudden the Western Sydney Wanderers find themselves in on goal here. It is Ronaldo, a bit of space as he goes back to Bruno Fernandes, but a careless pass there from NZer, and he can tell that as well. You could tell by his reaction, throwing his head back in pure disgust. A bit of a end-to-end one so far. I thought he undercooked that header there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit there, but either way, now it's Western Sydney Wanderers and NZer back on the ball. Again, I think both of these guys are rocking. I think I just only briefly caught I think they're both going with the 4-2-2-2 formations there. This is a good opportunity here. Massive. He's gone and manually taken control of Pele there. Hasn't really been able to send him behind, but some space here on the edge of the box. Lowers his eyes, tries to find R9 Ronaldo. The flip-flap is not going to get the ball going in between the legs there on that occasion. Runs into the defender, and now that's Akpo back on the ball. I'll tell you what, we've seen plenty of action and plenty of back and forth in the opening 9 minutes of this game already.
That's FIFA 21 in a nutshell, isn't it, though, Jake?
Basketball
Just
City, mate.
Absolute chaos at times as we have an early goal between Sydney FC and Newcastle. Marko behind again. Marko 1-0 behind early on in that one, whilst it is Dylan taking the lead. But focusing on our featured match, Akpo taken down the box. Referee says no penalty. Nobody appealing either, I don't believe. But NZer making the run, the manual run down the right-hand side there with Cristiano Ronaldo, getting past Craig Goodwin, who Akpo has moved to left back, I believe. Interesting decision. As he continues to attack at that Goodwin, it's R9 Ronaldo watching the run of Cristiano, doesn't elect to go to the Portuguese striker, and the play eventually breaks down.
Yeah, Goodwin used to play left back at Adelaide United in his early days anyway, so hopefully he should be able to do a reasonably good job. Maybe not too surprising to see some of those players get moved down back. I wonder what NZer has done with Kamau, if he's maybe possibly done something somewhat similar, but still, Akpo up the middle. This is a brilliant ball in. Pele, it is just going to get saved. The first real good chance of the game has gone to Akpo. He's not quite been able to bury it, and now without almost a blink of an eye, they've gone up and gone for a quick counter-attack, NZer, but now it's once again turned over. The possession, it's just changing hands so much right now.
It's Akpo looking to take the lead. Had that golden opportunity moments ago. Can he get the breakthrough, though, in this game between Adelaide and Western Sydney? It is Cristiano Ronaldo patiently going there to Ruud Gullit, looking for the right opportunity Like you said, Jake, he doesn't shoot often, but when he shoots, he makes them count, and he can't make a count there.
He almost always makes them count.
So anticlimactic. It was a promising build-up play there from Akpo. Brilliantly defended, though, from NZer. Again, the players, whilst it was a frantic start to this one, they're starting to be a little bit more patient, trying to make the right opportunities. As it is, NZer coming down the right-hand side here. Cristiano Ronaldo looking for a man in a white shirt who provides some assistance. Pele electing to go out to Brucey Kamau, sitting on the left-hand side. Thought potentially he may have been offside, but Ruud Gullit, the heel-to-heel, and he is thwarted in the box. So again, players getting in good positions, just unable to find that breakthrough moment.
Already seen a decent amount of tackles inside the 18-yard box. Nobody's gone sliding in as of yet. No penalty shouts as of yet. But I wish someone in the Twitch chat would be keeping an eye on how much the possession has changed hands right now. It's crazy. Obviously, MacArthur has taken a 1-0 lead against Melbourne Victory. So there you go, over on the PS4 side of things there.
Melbourne Victory, another side where it's really do or die for them, as Marko's down 2-0 in a real form slump here, the reigning E-League champion. But it is going to be NZer dominating possession in recent times, coming through here and looking to get that breakthrough goal. 15 minutes in game remains till halftime, but that is a brilliant tackle, something I never thought I'd see in my life. Craig Goodwin dispossessing Cristiano Ronaldo so effortlessly.
Oh, he can do it if he wanted.
That's the magic of the E-League, Jay.
He could do it if he wanted to, mate. Come on.
Just under 15 minutes remaining here, though. Still 0-0 as Melbourne City have taken the lead there against the Central Coast Mariners. Mike looking to make it another win on the trot for him.
He's definitely been one of the more impressive players so far. Early days in the E-League, that is for certain. Only 10 minutes remaining in this one. It felt like, you know, so much action had happened in the opening 10 minutes or so, and the time was going so slowly, but it's just been back and forth. Akpo now with a chance. Cristiano Ronaldo just going to try to create a little bit of space for himself here, playing it all the way back pretty much to the halfway line now. We're going to reset Davies. We've got on the left-hand side Pele. Nice little bit of skill there. He's gotten in behind the defence here, but two defenders meeting him. He's not able to cut it back, and there is an interception. Risky to play it right back in the box like that, NZer, but still he's getting to get away with it. And now a quick counter-attack down the right-hand side. R9 Ronaldo. Don't know if he's going to be able to get in just yet. Still 5 minutes remaining in this one. And just no real, apart from that first opportunity about 10 or 15 minutes ago with Akpo that he just unfortunately had saved by the keeper. Nothing really else has presented itself. That might change, possibly for NZer. Tries to shoot so many times, he cancelled about 2 or 3 attempts there. Finally got a shot off, and the shot is saved in the end. Corner played short, that's going to get picked off.
Real opportunity there. Best opportunity we have seen in a while since that Akpo save in, the 18th minute. But NZer looking to grab the advantage here for the Western Sydney Wanderers, leading into halftime. Ronaldo going to Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo, that is brilliant from NZer, but he has thwarted a brilliant save there from Akpo's keeper.
And a free kick.
Free kicking, dangerous error here. Is this going to be the opportunity for NZer and the Western Sydney Wanderers? Got Carlos Alberto, the man on the ball. He's brought a man short. What's he going to do here? He's looking to go deep to Cristiano Ronaldo. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. He's undercooked that significantly. I thought we were going to see a magical moment there in the E-League. Maybe one last opportunity before half-time here for NZer. It's been a very, very tense clash so far, Jake. Not much to separate the sides headed into half-time, and it is a stalemate currently between Akpo and NZer.
It's definitely one of the more high-energy stalemates that you can see. Look, we've only had, 4 attempts on goal so far for both sides. I mean, that's not too bad, but you can only really say there was, I think both sides have had one pretty good attempt at least each in the game. So obviously Akpo around that 20th minute mark, he just got met by the goalkeeper out of shot. That one was stopped, and then that last one in probably the last 5 minutes or so for NZer. I think he had just maybe one flip-flap too many and just unfortunately got denied there by the goalkeeper who, has still managed to keep this contest 0-0. But with the way that it was going in the first half, I mean, the intensity of it, I can't help but imagine that surely we are going to see another goal as we have got a few changes being made right here.
Some brilliant defense in that first half as well, to be fair.
Yes, definitely.
Some great last-gasp tackles there from both competitors. But who's going to come out and start the second half on the front foot here? It is NZer, beginning with possession. We're going to get the breakthrough. You would say he's probably had the better in terms of quality possession in the opponent's 18-yard box. I would say NZer has had the advantage there, but still 0-0. Akpo looking to start the second half off in the best way imaginable. R9 Ronaldo Going back to Ruud Gullit. Icon on icon, but it is another icon thwarting the play there as Ruud Gullit, the man that has been ever reliable for every competitor as far as FIFA esports has been a thing. Coming up trumps again. Pele straight up the guts here, looking for a 1-2 with R9 Ronaldo, who elects to go back to Bruno Fernandes. That Team of the Year Bruno Fernandes card going to Ruud Gullit. We see a slight little overlap there. Brucey Kamau, can he be the difference maker? No, he cannot.
We're not exactly seeing a super amount of the A-League players. Of course, Kamau being played out wide. Goodwin being obviously played at left back too. Another goal update here on this one. We have got Western United 2-0 up there. So that would be, what would that be? That would be the PlayStation 4 competitor.
That would be King.
That would be King.
Free kick opportunity here though. Alphonso Davies again. Akpo electing to play a little bit more patient in the style of FIFA rather than whipping into the box and hoping for the best. Cristiano Ronaldo, wayward pass there. Sloppy stuff. Akpo's not going to be happy with that one. As now, NZer. It feels like it's just been end-to-end. Both competitors getting in decent positions, but neither of them able to really break through the opposition defense. That could be about to change, though. Pele again, being the most likely in terms of just getting in some great spots. Pele coming through again. Great tackle, Vieira.
Yeah, I wonder if I'm not seeing R9 Ronaldo on the ball as much in this game compared to every single other game. I don't know. Sometimes you just got to feed the big man and let it go to work. But I tell you what, this is a big opportunity here for NZer. Firing in at the top left-hand corner and 1-0 Western Sydney. It's Pele that finally delivers, wins the ball back in a dangerous area. And, well, that is the best chance of the game so far, and he has been able to deliver it.
Akpo's going to be filthy with himself. He said he needs to limit the poor passes he was making, and that's exactly what he's done there. He's given up possession in such a cheap area of the field. No real reason why that should be happening. That's a goal that you stay up all night thinking about, especially if you can see that that is just not what Akpo's looking to play. But credit where credit is due to NZer. He made the pressure, he made the opportunity, and he capitalized on it, and that is the difference at this high level of FIFA.
And now we're going to watch some changes being made, of course. Let's see what we've got on this one. It's Mbappe going out to the right-hand side. Johan Cruyff maybe apparently looking to make an appearance. Who knows? But still, maybe a change of formations here as well over on the Akpo side of things too, possibly. If not that, then maybe potentially just making some more changes, like Mbappe going up top. And a few others just tinkering around with the tactics and whatnot, just adjusting the lines. And Pele, indeed, will be coming off for NZer. Mbappe being brought on.
That's
so
dangerous.
Just a very pacey, dangerous threat on the wing now for Akpo to have to deal with.
We do see NZer, though, looking to extend his lead and look to make life a little bit easier for Ono Goat. Of course, that second leg is going to be quite interesting, especially if it stays like this, as Jazz, coming off that shocking loss, will have a point to prove on the Xbox side of things. But it is NZer patiently holding it up and going to Alphonso Davies. Davies going back to Cristiano Ronaldo, and there it is, the Western Sydney Wanderers. They double their advantage. That is exactly what NZer was after. And I have a feeling, Jake, the floodgates are about to open. Akpo lunging in, it seems. This could be the start of an ugly, ugly final 20 minutes.
Well, when he won the ball back immediately from kickoff, you'd think, oh, hang on a minute, he's not about to grab another one now, is he? He might just do it. He might just. He's going to run into, he's still got more options. And the cutback is unfortunately no good. Well, either way, a 2-0 lead with 20 minutes to go. It's still possible for Akpo to get the goals in the time that he has left. But NZer, it was a very even contest, I would have thought, for the first 45. And this, maybe a chance. Didn't really get any support to the right-hand side, which what I'm sure NZer was after. But still, regardless, I would say this second half has definitely been, well, NZer, I would have to say he's maybe not been in absolute control, but hey, he's just won the ball back in the right area when he's needed to. He's broken open the game. Now he's got his second. And in a contest like this, which has been as cagey as it was in the first half, I would say that that's probably going to be enough. Akpo still, though, has got an opportunity. He's lost possession here. Good tackle there from NZer. And a counter-attack here on the right-hand side. It's not really a powerful enough through ball to send him away. The third goal absolutely would bury it.
Akpo looking to give himself a little bit of life here.
He's actually
like
intercepting.
That's an absolute killer, mate.
He's making great interceptions and tackles right now, NZer. He's winning the ball back when he needs to. That is so unfortunate.
You can
I don't
see
know
the
if he's going to get the
both
chance.
their faces.
He might not get a... Oh, yes, he will. He'll sweat this, and that is going to do it. Wow. Well, when it's your day, it's your day. And when it's not your day, it's definitely not your day for Akpo. That is just a frustrating thing to happen. And obviously the celebration, the hands up. Very nice gesture from NZer. But look, still got to put the ball in the back of the net. 3-0, Western Sydney Wanderers. And well, for the Xbox leg, it's just gotten even harder for Adelaide and for Jazz.
The FIFA gods looking down on NZer there. The perfect deflection. and that's going to absolutely kill the morale there of Akpo. That's head noise in a nutshell right there. Could be even uglier, however, as Carlos Alberto plays that one through to R9 Ronaldo. The overlap continues. It's taking a little bit wider here, but he does have a man on the edge of the box, which he elects not to use. He's going to continue going there with Ronaldo. 40 got in front of Davies. The deflection falls right back.
Surely not again.
Oh, this is ping pong football.
The FIFA gods had already given him one. Surely not a second. But nah, Nez has just put on a tremendous amount of pressure toward the end of this game. He's really been clinical, really thorough. And he's just really stifled Akpo from really being able to do anything in his last few minutes. I mean, look at this. He's just winning the ball back so high up the pitch now. And, well, with the game done and dusted, you said it, Jared, the floodgates were starting to open. There's maybe a chance for a fourth here, quite possibly.
Continues on here. Nez, that's a good tackle to be fair from Davies and Akpo. Can he get one back and make life a little bit less difficult here for Jazz in the second leg? Again, when you're defending so well as NZer has, it's going to be a very difficult thing to do.
Oh,
Bruce Kamau taken out horribly there. Davies, though, running down the line, looking for that fourth goal to put Akpo to the sword. NZer, step-overs galore, going there to Kylian Mbappe, still fresh off the bench. Ruud Hullet playing it in there. I believe Kamau's going to be offside, but they're going to continue playing it on here. Mbappe holding it up. 1 minute to go. That's fallen perfectly there. He elects not to shoot it with Ronaldo, but he readjusts and gets an even better look. That is a world-class piece of composure there from NZer, and that is the floodgates. They have well and truly open, Jake.
I cannot believe he didn't take the first opportunity available to him, but it doesn't matter when you can just create a second yourself. And 4-0. Who would have thought that that would be the final scoreline at halftime when we went into it 0-0? It was such an even game. It was such a very grinded, grafted game, and yet right at the end, Akpo has unfortunately had NZer put 4 past him. But yeah, wow, what a win, and what a win for Western Sydney. That's really set them up beautifully for the second leg.
Yeah, that's the difference between the top competitors and, well, the pretenders and the contenders. That's why Western Sydney are in such a strong position. NZer, such a close game in that first half, Jake, but he's just turned it on in the second half and just laid into Akpo, kept his head, and got a huge win out of it.
It's a class performance there from NZer. Unfortunately, it's another 4-0 L for Akpo. He's definitely going to need to try to turn his form around, and we know that he possibly can do that. But regardless, let's break down that game. Let's break down all the games that we've had on round 3 in PS4. Nate, Treaders, could you please do that for us? Thank you, lads.
Thank you very much, Jake, and thank you, Jared. Yes, Nate and Treaders to break down all the highlights of that game and more. Treaders, first and foremost, what an incredible performance from NZer.
It's what we've come to expect from him at this level, and then particularly we take into account it's a best of one. He's a competitor that you essentially never want to face in any form of FIFA. He will wear you down and he will score goals once he gets going.
You have to feel as well for the poor production team. It was 5-0 in the end. He did not keep scoring until time was blown.
And really pushing, his intention is clear. He's already secured his playoff spot. He wants that overall E-League premiership. So scoring those additional goals in the dying moments of the game. Yes, the other competitor is kind of sitting back and just letting it happen. But those goals can prove to be the difference, both on goal difference, as you see some ping pong taking place on the football pitch. It can prove to be the difference between securing that title and not.
NZer is the 5th highest ranked competitor in the region, with a lot of good sportsmanship, saying I apologize for that one, but he did score a lot of quality goals, Treaders, in and amongst the few rebounds that took place.
The interesting thing for me is Andy's one of the best overall FIFA minds in our region. He's coached Mark, he's coached Mike, he even might have coached myself at one point and helped me out with my own game, but he's incredible as a competitor because of the way he analyzes the gameplay.
What a result this is. Mark 11 versus Marko, and it is the former with a 4-1 win against the godfather of the E-League, if you like.
And Marko, unfortunately, at the moment just has been unable to get going, and it's the next generation of FIFA competitors really coming to the fore. From the Newcastle bunch, you've got Mark 11 as well as Naylor just getting the job done. As we said at the top of the show, it's just going to be the team to beat is Newcastle.
Dylan Gomes, you got us good with that one, but it is true. The younger generation rising up are starting to take more and more of the headlines. Of course, Atlantide, Marko and friends, still very worthy competitors indeed, still may well get a playoffs spot or the premiership for their A-League team, but Mark 11, at age, I believe, 16, is doing absolute wonders.
Just wild. It's incredible to see that these competitors are now getting the opportunity to play on our national stage, but also the global stage.
JMK King versus NV. Hesitate to say a DW derby of sorts, but JMK King continuing that excellent E-Club World Cup form, 4-0 over the man representing Brisbane Roar.
A game that's taken place time and time again, both PlayStation 4 natives, both members of the Direwolves, and we're seeing both of these competitors with full incentive to get the results. Envy unbeaten until this point, coming against his Direwolves teammate, and as we're seeing from these goals, obviously Envy having to push up that extra little bit, but now Southo, with so much work to do, coming back with a 4-goal deficit against Dylan.
This one, just for show, a few cutbacks before finishing there. Mark, my apologies, you're 17, not 16. By the way, crucial
I thought it was 12.
Difference. Yeah, we've had enough memes about it. It's bad enough to get it wrong. Credit, if you will, JMK King with 4 of the best for Envy and for Brisbane Roar. A very difficult job indeed. What about this one? Sippy, an excellent competitor there on the fringe of the top 10, but Mike J is having an E-League first day here in Season 4 to remember.
90% of these competitors that are getting these results are the ones that have the full incentive. It's incredible to see that Mike has come out full intensity, full focus. We know what he can accomplish in national competitions, in our qualifiers, and now to see him doing this on the E-League stage is really good.
A lot of his critics saying he just holds possession all the time. Make Mike J, obviously he's evolved his gameplay and his style, Shredders. But if there were any critics left, I really don't know what they have to say.
And even when the criticism used to be leveled at him, it was simply because that was what was effective in FIFA 20. He's just an incredible competitor, incredible with his close control, sees passing lanes like few others. And we're looking at Sippy, a competitor who runs his own YouTube channel, analyzes his content, analyzes everything. Probably one of the older competitors, and he won't mind me saying that. He embraces the fact that he's one of the oldest competitors to be taking part in the E-League. So that's a story in of itself. But in that game, Mike J got the better of him.
Don't forget the Sippy Cup, Treaders. The chat certainly isn't. Dylan, whether his fingers are fit or not, with the 2-0 victory over Airborne, who, of course, after the upset victory, means this one's even better for Dylan Gomes.
And again, Dylan just the type of competitor, or is a competitor who needs these results just as much as Mike needs his results. And unfortunately for Airborne, that no shots in the previous game against NZer, even though he got the result in the end, we're seeing that Dylan was able to capitalize on Airborne's lack of goal scoring ability that translated.
What you didn't see, apparently, was a rainbow flick effort near the 90th minute. Dylan, if you've got that clip somewhere, please do share it for us. We'd love to see the effort, even if it's not quite a goal itself. The competitors, that's what it's all about here at the NIVEA Men E-League. And we've got one of them ready to chat with you now. Successful in his encounter. Surely it's going to be NZer. I'm just waiting for this to come up. The man has been on fire. Nagiti, an absolute pleasure to speak with you. Some of those goals, obviously not quite what you drew up, but some of your attacking play, absolute class.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, that third goal, I mean, I have to apologize. I mean, Kamau just flying like Superman and just assisting Ronnie was just a bit unfair, but GG's in the end.
Hey Nagiti, how would you describe your overall playstyle in FIFA 21? I've often heard other competitors talk about you as a smothering competitor, as an aggressive competitor. How would you personally go about describing yourself?
I feel like I can mix it up whenever I need to. I mean, before it used to be more of just holding the ball, just waiting for that right attack. But now it's more like, because there's more skills involved in this game that you can utilize. I feel like I can just pretty much up the tempo whenever I feel like. So I mean, I'm a mix of all things. I mean, people can say whatever they want about how I play, but it's just, I feel like I can just mix it up whenever I need to.
And finally, what adjustments are you making to your overall gameplay, considering it's a best of one? We saw you competing in the other ESL Country Cup, getting the result there. What adjustments do you overall make to, congratulations on that, by the way, what adjustments do you make to ensure that you're at the top of your game in these best of ones compared to best of twos?
It's all about trying to get the first goal and trying to like just smother your opponent as quick as possible, because like best of ones, like if you concede first goal, people can just sit on it. And it's kind of hard to get back at to get back in the game after conceding the first goal. So I feel like if you just go all out in best of ones, it's risky, but like with greater risk comes greater reward. So you might as well go for it.
And NZer, there truly is only you being you. It feels like when we see FIFA 21, you're quite right. You cannot be defined compared to other competitors. Thank you for the wonderful goals. We wish you all the best with the rest of the NIVEA Men E-League.
Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Nagidi there giving a little insight to the man behind the controller treaders all throughout the competitive season, maybe alongside Naylor and Dylan. His name is mentioned as the man you do not want to be drawn up against.
And he would have undoubtedly been number one seed coming into this tournament had it not been for the fact that he missed an entire qualifier in qualifier 2. It just goes to show how good he is when he does compete. He's got results that back him up. He's got qualifier success. He's always there and thereabouts. Even when he's not on his day, he is able to take it to the best of the best.
He's got that title under his belt. Maybe he's not done for the FIFA 21 competitive season. We're going to move across now to our next game. The game plays what you want. The game plays what you get to enjoy this next game with you. Let's head on back over to Jake and Jared.
Thank you very much, Nate. And enjoy it we will, because it's Bainesy versus Saysanis. It's going to be Perth Glory versus Wellington Phoenix. And of course, big 3 points on the cards here. Now, having seen the last few games, it's definitely going to be an intriguing affair for sure. And I really can't wait to see where all the points go in this round particularly, because we were talking about before how round 3, round 4, this is the round that really shapes the season, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, this is a big one as well for Perth. It's Saysanis, the veteran of the E-League, versus Bainesy, the brand of the debutant this year. But this is massive for Peter Saysanis' confidence, Jake. He had that shocking loss against JB in the last one after Dylan did so much work to get Perth into a good position. They're in the same position. They are 2-0 up, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Saysanis needs to deliver the result here for Perth Glory.
I mean, Saysanis, it's obviously disappointing for him to have leaked 5 and for them to have not been able to secure the 3 points. He was able to secure that 1 equaliser, so, he's still got that little bit of grit about him.
Yeah, but when you're 3-0 up.
I know that. I'm just trying to give him as much,
I know. I love Pete, but you need to be closing out those results and getting the 3 points if you consider yourselves genuine title contenders.
And we'll see about whether Peter from Perth can hopefully get the job done. I'm so happy now that he actually is now officially Peter from Perth now once again. That's beautiful. But the lads are about to get started any moment now. We'll have a quick look at Peter Saysanis' stats very quickly. You can see there obviously the 4 goals for the 9 conceded in just the 2 games. So yeah, definitely needs to sharpen up at the back. 100% shot accuracy, the pass accuracy above that 90%. That's all the things that you look for, trying to at least get those 2 in the 90s. And well, as for Bainesy, one of the newer boys in the E-League, I would say so far, haven't really had a featured game with him as of yet. We haven't really seen too much of his game style. So this is his first ever featured game in the E-League, and hopefully he puts on a fairly good show for us, as
Big
we are
moment for
only
him.
a moment away from getting kicked off in this one.
I think I look at Peter Saysanis' side, Chris Economides on the right-hand side. Surely, if any A-League player is going to break the drought of E-League players not scoring in the league, surely Chris Economides has to be one of the favourites.
He's got to be a good shout, that's
He's
for sure.
rapid. He's absolutely rapid.
All right, so here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Xbox legs on round 3. We are kicked off. We are underway, ladies and gentlemen. And we will see what the outcome of this one is. Of course, Peter Saysanis and Perth currently holding themselves a 2-0 lead on aggregate. And that's all Peter needs to do is just hold on. But of course, if we're not just talking about team success, individually, Peter would love to grab a win himself and hopefully try to charge up the individual honour board anyway. And maybe, who knows, I don't know if Peter's going to, at the end of the day, be one of those on the Xbox side of things, it might potentially be a console champion. But hey, who knows? It all starts with a win here.
He's the magician, mate. Peter Seisanis can deliver anything in this competition. But as we can see here early on, both competitors settling into this contest, trying to feel out the other. Like you said, we haven't seen Bainesy played before, and I'd be surprised. Maybe Peter and Bainesy have come up against each other in a qualifier, something like that. But I'd be very interested to see if they don't spend a little while trying to figure out how one another plays, as Peter made a good tackle just before and is now trying to find himself an opportunity on the counter-attack. Dylan, I'm sure, watching this game, watching back and hoping that Peter can get the job done. Dylan having a great start to the day so far. Needs his teammate to step up and deliver for him.
I tried to do my digging on Bainesy too, by the way, and it was very tough to sort of see, past experiences and things like that. Obviously, all these boys in the community all know each other, so I'm sure they've all faced each other at least a handful of times each. So we will see how these two shape up immediately. It's maybe not as crazy and cagey an affair as the last game that we looked at over on the PS4 side of things, but Bainesy is moving forward here with Cristiano Ronaldo. Pele getting back and doing all the defense. And is that a penalty?
Wow.
That is one of the softer pens that you will see given. And Peter can't believe it. He needed a good start. He's got the 2-0 lead. And, well, it might evaporate to at least 2-1 now. Let's have a look at this on the replay. It's a little tiny, minor little bump. Maybe a little clip of the ankle there.
Getting in there with a little bit of jockey. I thought that was good jockeying there from Pele. But Pele steps up and Peter saves it. Some could say that justice has prevailed on this occasion.
They do give penalties out very, you can have normally there's a decent amount of exaggeration that's needed to win a penalty in previous FIFAs, but on this year's title, you can definitely cop a very, very minor bump in the box, and that's all it takes. So, well, at least Peter was able to stop it on that occasion. And
given penalties out like condoms at a sex ed class.
Wow, yeah. That's what you do.
It is Peter here, however, looking to capitalise on that penalty save and extend the Perth Glory lead. Cristiano Ronaldo going here. Maldini, Peter with a nice little composed passage of play here. Alberto running down the line. Looking for some support. Goes to Chris Economides, the man that I said could be a good opportunity. Good option to get the goal-scoring drought off the mark there for A-League players in this competition. Rude Hullet, though. Nice ball to find Ronaldo. He finds Pele. Pele absolutely mauled by Vieira, but wins back possession. Pele, beautiful drag back, step overs, all this jazz. Peter Seisanis, the magician, trying to deliver some magic, but Petr Cech able to stop it all.
Tell you what, that Perth Pele, really keen to try to make up for giving away the penalty, that's for sure. He nearly went all the way himself. One McGeady spin, unfortunately, into trouble and straight into the goalkeeper meant, sadly, he lost possession there. Of course, NIVEA for Wellington Phoenix seems to be the A-League play that both of these boys are rocking, that is for sure, for certain. Perth has really got, Seisanis almost all but R9 Ronaldo behind the ball right here. Cristiano Ronaldo to R9 Ronaldo here. Bainesy trying to make a move here, and Virgil van Dijk's going to cut across, make a tackle. Seisanis not going to opt to try to bang the ball forward and counter-attack quickly, instead going all the way to Neuer. But he's going to try to play a ball with the goalkeeper. Ronaldo's going to head that down. He's just not going to retain possession, though. How unfortunate. Still, we push on here with Bernardo. I don't know, I forgot what his first name was for a second. Bruno Fernandes to another Portuguese man, CR7. Ruud Hullet's able to step out in front of him, make the tackle again. 30 minutes now into this contest.
I have received some news, Jake.
Through the chat.
That Peter Seisanis has in fact scored a goal with Chris Economides in a previous game.
He has, before.
According to the chat. That's what I was just having a look at there. I stepped aside to take a look at the chat. Appreciate the kind words as well, Sarge.
Well, you called it, mate. That if anyone in the A-League players was going to score a goal, it'd be Chris Economides. Yeah. There you go. Did you have a little bit of a secret insight onto that before you dropped that one?
No, I didn't. I was just having a look at that. And I was having a look at just the chat in general, see if we get some good insight. But yeah, we did. We got some insight from that one. Economides, the first A-League player to score. As we see Newcastle 2-0 up against Jamie. What is going on?
Newcastle
at Sydney FC. Newcastle showing they are the real deal. Very interested for Treaders and Nate to break that one down later. But we turn our attention back to this one. Bainesy looking to get Wellington Phoenix back into this one and take the lead for himself. Just before halftime, Bruno Fernandes going there to Pele, had the run. He goes for the rainbow flick, ends up coming back anyways, but Vieira's been so clutch for so many competitors in the box there, just mauling it down and winning possession. As Western United, they have got a 2-0 lead as well. 2-0 leads all over the shop, but a lot of Perth Glory jerseys pushing forward. Chris Economides drilling that one beautifully to Ruud Hullet. Ruud Hullet shoots it, and it is Peter Seisanis taking the lead on a personal note. and extending the lead for the Perth Glory to 3-0. What a counter-attacking goal. Pete from Perth once again turning into a magician.
Economides, of course, now that we've realised from the chat, thank you very much, that he has actually put a goal away. He's the first A-League player in the E-League this season to do it. Well, he assists on that occasion, so Chris Economides having himself a brilliant run in E-League Season 4 for Peter Ceysan. It's absolutely brilliant to see. And that is now a 3-0 lead for Perth, and 3 points that are desperately needed, and possibly even a win here for Ceysanis. We shall see. Brilliant fight back after conceding the penalty. And Economides is getting plenty of the ball in this one. Unfortunately, Carlos Alberto is going to turn that one over. Davies is rapid. He might just run and run and run here. That's a slide tackle. Still going, though. The advantage is played. The roulette. So R9 just kept on going. He had a bit of space forward. He plays it in for Davies, who got fouled, fake shots, and Virgil's able to somehow swivel past Alfonso Davies to win the ball there. Thought for a chance Bainesy might have had a chance to possibly equalise in this game and at least bring it back to 2 goals on aggregate, but no, not to be. Bainesy's going to be a little bit disappointed to have that penalty, to not be able to stick it away, but again, like I said before, with Ceysanis equalising right at the end, albeit letting a few goals in because of the greatness and the comeback of Footwish Jamoto. He's showing grit. He's showing fight. Big goal after conceding a penalty. This is very good stuff from Peter.
This is, as many have said, Peter Ceysanis' last dance. He said that himself. The retirement tour.
Someone hit up Netflix. We want the documentary.
We want the documentary rights, please. But Ceysanis coming out and showing that he can still hang with the best of them. 1-0 up here. It's the veteran versus the rookie, and Ceysanis has bragging rights halfway through this one, but long time to go on this one. 45 minutes is a long time in football, and it's definitely a long time in FIFA. Ceysanis needs to hold on and needs to extend this lead here and secure the points for Perth Glory.
And Bainesy looking like he's adjusting pretty much all the instructions for, I don't know if it's for the formation he's rolling with right now, the 4-2-3-1, or for his slightly more offensive attacking 4-2-2-2 formation, but regardless, few adjustments at halftime there for Bainesy and a minor one there for Ceysanis as well.
Sarge has said, this is a take, Sarge in the chat has said that Peter is the Tim Duncan of the E-League.
Ooh, because he's like, what, really underrated, but he's actually like a
absolute gun.
There you go. That's actually not a bad. That's not a bad shout there from Sarge.
That's a niche call out as well. Good stuff, Sarge.
I feel like Tim Duncan isn't particularly underrated, just by this generation.
Yeah, because people that haven't really watched him. Anyways, moving back to football, it is Pele on the attack here. Cristiano Ronaldo, Virgil van Dijk moving his body nicely to avoid the danger there, and it has given Ceysanis a slight counter-attacking opportunity here. Looking at his options, assessing his options, elects to go back and maintain possession there with R9 Ronaldo Hullet, taking it back to halfway. Ceysanis doesn't have to force anything here. He's got the lead. He's got the lead for the Glory as well. Just needs to hold on to possession and pick the right opportunity here. For his sake, he'll be looking to get that lead, that advantage extended, but thought it could have been a potential free kick there. It doesn't matter though, as Vieira wins the ball back. Pele looking for an option, going there, a poor pass there, looking for Chris Economides, but falls comfortably into the feet of Davies.
I got to say, one thing that may be minorly frustrating for either Bainesy or Ceysanis is that referee is wearing a kit that's very similar, the yellow and the black to the Wellington Phoenix. There were a handful of times there where I actually thought the referee was a Wellington player, and still on this counter-attack, Bainesy got an opportunity here if he can create the space with R9. He ends up opting for the shot. It bounces back to one of their men. That's a brilliant spin from Bainesy, leveling it up 1-1. That is a fantastic turn from R9 Ronaldo, and he finesses it in to the near post. Honestly, that is a sensational attempt and brilliant camera angle right there to see it ripple the back of the net. So basically on the hour mark, it is 1-1. Still a 2-goal lead for Perth. They still look like at this stage they're going to be the ones to take it home. We get a goal update here. 1-1 in the Adelaide United Western Sydney Wanderers contest. Obviously, a lot more needing to be done over on the Adelaide side of things. They're going to get 3 points there for Jazz.
Those near post goals just absolutely hurt the soul. Ceysanis would be absolutely filthy for conceding that one. Did so well initially to defend it, and then brought his defender just too far out. Had 2 men on that Wellington Phoenix attacker. Gave him the option, and here we are. But Ceysanis continuing, trying to get himself back in front. Strong movement there from Vieira. Has to be careful here as well, Pete. His Vieira has been booked. He's leaving some late challenges in there. Needs to time it, otherwise he could quite easily get himself a second yellow with Vieira and be in a tough position. But, sorry to cut you off, Jake, but that's a good tackle there. Great tackle. Play still on here for Wellington Phoenix. And Pele thought play might have broken down there. Pele going to Ronaldo. I'll be interested to see if we see any more tactical changes late in this one, as it is Cristiano Ronaldo going for the roulette, and Maldini has cleared it.
Coming close there. There was just a minor delay in, I think, the animation that Bainesy was after there. The roulette would have actually been a pretty good option, but just unfortunately got it off a little bit late. Taking the throw in, Bruno Fernandes. Oh, brilliant little flip flap. And the Portuguese assist the Portuguese. It is 2-1 now for the Wellington Phoenix in this one. Bainesy has completed the comeback, taking the lead, and maybe an opportunity for Wellington to not just grab a point from this with one more goal, but it's definitely the momentum with Bainesy at this moment. And again, like you mentioned, those near post goals, they hurt the soul, but that one was just fired in. No real chance for the goalkeeper on that one.
2 near post goals conceded by Seisanis. No wonder he wants to retire. That hurts. That really, really hurts Seisanis. But credit where it is due from Bainesy. Made the position his nicely, made some great space. And just like that, we have a game on our hands. 3-0 up, Perth Glory were now 3-2 with 20 minutes to go.
Look at this.
And it could be an opportunity for Bruno Fernandes to tie things up. Here he lays it off to Pele. And that is a world-class block from Paolo Maldini, keeping Perth Glory in the lead on aggregate and keeping Peter Seisanis alive in this contest head-to-head.
I won't call that auto blocks. That's just great defending right there. Maldini sliding to prevent a 3-3 aggregate score there between Wellington Phoenix and Perth Glory. And this game is heating up massively. Seeing those substitutions and those changes, R9 Ronaldo is coming off right here for Peter Seisanis. That is a big call. I think he's been replaced with possibly Mbappe, if I'm correct. I mean, maybe not. We will see. Mbappe is on for Pele for Seisanis. And Bruno Fernandes as well. Pele's going to play this one short. R9 Ronaldo. Bainesy gets tackled. 20 minutes left to go. There's still plenty of time left, and Bainesy has definitely got the momentum at the moment. NIVEA.
This second half has been insane.
Absolutely. Bruno Fernandes. R9 Ronaldo. There's just still going to look at the numbers back for Perth and for Peter Seisanis. Can he find something? Some space where there is none. He's nearly won the ball back there, Bainesy, and now here comes Peter Seisanis on a counter-attack. The back four reasonably set. And he's maybe going to... Oh, that's so unfortunate. He's tried to play it out wide. It's hit Ruud Gullit. That's the possession going back to Bainesy. How frustrating.
Peter's an experienced player, though. He coaches as well. He'll know rule number 1, do not lose your head. FIFA is such a mental game. Do not lose your head, Peter. He'll be saying that to himself right now. But Bainesy coming through. Cleaned up from Virgil van Dijk. And it's going to be a goal kick there for Peter Seisanis and the Wellington Phoenix. As we see Western United taking Brisbane Roar absolutely to the shops. That's Dylan again. Dylan scoring goals for fun. As
going to be on
Peter Seisanis, keeper off the line. Peter Seisanis chips the keeper. Kylian Mbappe. And there it is. Seisanis ties this one up 2 goals apiece and delivers Perth Glory a relief, just a sigh of relief. 4-2 up on aggregate now. That is a monumental moment in this clash.
The replay didn't take it back far enough, but sheesh, the margins on that one as well. Lino, I thought he was going to put his flag up, but no, just about onside by a millimetre, and it's 2-2 now in this one. The 2-2 lead on aggregate has been restored for Perth, and with 10 minutes to go, Bainesy looked like he had all the momentum. It looked like he was destined to maybe grab a third in this game, but no. Now it's Peter Seisanis. We talk about the grit and the determination and how well he's been able to fight back in these contests. And well,
look at the
brilliant.
Run.
Look at that. If it got past Vieira there, you would have to say that that was nearly 3-2. And that Seisanis out of nowhere wouldn't just have secured the 3 points for Perth, but even possibly for himself. And that ball is just about going to go out of bounds. And somehow I think Peter's a little bit surprised by that. Maybe I am too, that it has resulted in a Wellington Phoenix throw in. Pele's a lot of space down that right-hand side. Trying to look to cut it back. He's been able to get past his man here. Pele, very tight angle. Not really a lot of options to cut back to. Maldini just has to get rid. 5 minutes to go here.
The scenes are getting tense, Jake. This is the E-League. This is the excitement we expect to see. So many twists and turns. Ronaldo straight through, carving his defense like butter. And there it is. R9 Ronaldo has given Bainesy the lead with only minutes to go, and has made the overall clash so interesting now, Jake.
Unbelievable bridge kick. Oh, my goodness. Out of absolutely nowhere. Randy Orton style 3-2 in the 87th minute. And now how does Peter Seisanis play this? He's still got a little bit of time left until stoppage time. Looks like he's definitely just taking his time with it, not looking to rush things forward, switching it out to the right-hand side. He still does have the lead for the team. So I think he's got a decision to make. Do I try to blaze away, grab myself an equaliser, and maybe try to rescue myself a point individually, or do we do the right thing by the team and try to hold on here? 2 minutes of stoppage time. Newcastle, what a win over Sydney FC. This is a changing of the guard right here that we're seeing. Carlos Alberto retaining possession very well here, Peter Seisanis. It doesn't look like he's going to win the game unless he can find something here.
No.
He can find Mbappe. Vieira is going to take the ball off him. And there you go. A nice little clearance there from Maldini. And that is going to do it. Wow. At the end of the day, Vainsy does take home the 3 points for himself, but it's Perth that are going to take the 3 points in the premiership. So, a bit of a mixed bag for both players, I would have to say, in that one, Jared.
We've seen some good games today. That game was unbelievable. The quality of FIFA was fantastic, but the storylines, the drama, that's going to be hard to top. That was great from both competitors. Seisanis, both competitors really getting a bit out of from both ends in terms of Seisanis delivers the points for Perth Glory. He holds on. That's a monkey off the back for him. But a big win there for Bainesy. 3 points next to his name in terms of the overall individual competition and those qualifying points.
Yeah, Perth and Wellington both needed those points, but in the end, the 3 points are going to go to Perth. And even though Peter didn't exactly get the win individually on that one, it's still probably going to look fairly good on the documentary, I would like to think, either way. But we shall see. Regardless, let's switch it over now to our analyst, of course, Nathan and Treaders. They're going to break down that game and all the rest of the games on the Xbox side of things. Let's go.
Thank you, Jake, and thank you, Jared. What an interesting encounter that one, Treaders. Sort of personal glory versus being the team man.
It's Pete in a game. In the space of a minute, he had a decision to make whether he pushes forward to steal the personal glory and risk giving away the team title, potentially. But knowing Pete, knowing the class he is as a competitor, he waited for the last attack and unfortunately was unable to execute that through ball. But again, because he waited his time, he bided his time, he was able to ensure that Perth got the victory.
Bainesy at the near post on the left to come back. I'm not sure if that was a little bit of a chest thump or just a bit of an itch. Either way, the native New Zealander happy to be representing his nation here at the NIVEA Men E-League.
And again, we're seeing Pete enjoying that one for sure. And this is where things started to get fancy, started to get a bit special. The composure of Pete to see the chip at the back stick and trusting his mechanics, trusting his skills to get the job done. Again, I think we can tell by his expressions. He knows, just get it through, get this title for Perth Glory, and he'll be one happy competitor.
What a job that would be. The conductor, the artist, whatever nickname you want to give that man, he is one to watch for sure. There were plenty of other games that took place. Jordi Brio on debut this season for Central Coast versus the veteran Marcus Gomes.
That is vintage Marcus Gomes, that goal right there, moving it right to left and then cutting it back to the cam. Brilliant build-up plays is what we've been used to. Oh, the cancel. Going for the Berber spin, totally sending Jordi. And brilliant, as always, from Marcus.
Don't tell me this is straight from kickoff. Please, no.
Oh, no.
Jordi coming in with a steal, 9. Gives it to his namesake, boom, near post. That made it 2-1. Marcus will be absolutely kicking himself for that error. Credit to Jordi for making the most of it, and that is Marcus having fun out there. Even with the last goal, he still gets the dub.
And we're seeing Marcus, it'd be rude of us to ignore Marcus spamming lag in the chat. And again, lovely, just simple mechanics from Jordi. A competitor to watch in future years, future E-Leagues maybe. A proper debut broadcast event for that man.
Marcus, again, just appears to be loving life out there. How about that roulette? Goodness gracious me, Marcus. Regardless of what your experience is like, keep bringing us the good stuff. This is the end of that game, but you can see the huge scoreline. Dylan and Suff for 1. 7-2. Again, obviously, this is a highlight from that previous game that we're talking through. Maybe a bit of Marcus Gomes fun. Maybe the production team are like, why not give you some more Marcus? However, Dylan, Suff for 1. 7-2. You do not want to be coming up against Dylan in this form.
just scoring goals for fun. He's always been a solid defender for the most part. Oh no, not a rebound. Happens from time to time. You get that ball in the air, you can reap the rewards. But when Dylan is scoring as many goals and with such ease, it's when you know he's at the absolute top of his game. Surely direct. Brilliant from Dill. We love to see it.
Wasn't done yet. Stuff for one saying I might as well chase something. Bullet sees the keeper off his line. Dylan completes the chip. And obviously, we brought you those replays with the scoreline at point. These are the goals that got things underway. Goodness gracious me, Hullet involved a lot in the build-up. The Ronaldos as well. Stuff for one, getting a penalty, making sure he don't miss. I don't really, Treaders, want to keep asking you about Dylan, to be quite frank, but with a 7-2 scoreline in one leg of FIFA 21, what is that man doing?
He's just getting all his passing angles, getting all his build-up play spot on.
Potentially the biggest shock result of them all, maybe of the day. When we get to the end of the day, we'll look back here at NZer 5-1. Now, I do not say shock result in terms of rankings or to doubt the class that is NZer. Treaders, I'm referring to the scoreline. It is hard to score 5 past Footwiz Jamoto.
Yeah, quite a hard task, especially when he gets into his groove. But again, it's the class of NZer, the best attacking player in our region and one of the best in the world. Any competitor coming up against him will do well to hold him below 5 goals. I think that's just the minimum bar he sets himself when he comes into a competitive game of FIFA.
We saw there earlier Costa Barbarosas getting the goal. Sydney fans rejoice. One A-League player allowed out there. Jamoto made sure it came from a man from Sydney FC. You love to see A-League players, A-League foot items, scoring goals in the NIVEA Men E-League. However, NZer and Newcastle go from strength to strength. Jazz in the chat has said, can E-League be over? You don't often know why. After copping so many goals in his previous game, Big Joe hits him for 6.
Massive result there from Noah Goat, the return of the Goat. And surely we're not seeing another direct free kick.
What a ping. Yes, please. Jazz CB, pull it on the left foot because simply sublime. If you're going to score, make it count. Get on that highlight reel, Jazz. But oh no, a goat. If you're unaware, Joseph Nasser taking a little bit of a backseat for this competitive season with a different format this year. Playoffs at stake and also the premiership on the line. The Wanderers have said, come back, Big Joe. Join us once more. And goodness me, isn't he rewarding that club?
Absolutely, and he's rewarded us by giving away that free kick. My goodness. A weak foot Hullet free kick, 26 yards out. Are you kidding?
Victory versus MacArthur. I've been told that Victory have prevailed over the Wanderers 5-4 in the A-League. Mo unable to repeat that dose, but good to see former Victory Premiership winner Ben Carter get his first win for his new club in MacArthur FC.
The substitute with the point to prove. As we see time and time again, a little bit of a forgotten man, unfortunately, is Ben Carter. But he has the quality, he has the drive on his day to get the job done. And he's done well to stay composed in a close game between him and Mo.
Locked up at 2-2. Simple passing, first time finish for Agent Carter, who of course got himself through to a qualifier. And then at 3-3, keeper runs out, collects everybody, but the ball falls to Ben, and he will not miss from there. Goodness me, Treaders, on such fine margins, can competitors not just get a playoff spot, but get their whole team the premiership. A game tight as that, and it's a goal like that, really?
Yeah, look, best of ones. Sometimes you get the ball to go your way. Sometimes not so much. And then we throw into goal difference as well. That has one goal can be such a large factor between you claiming the crown at the end of the day and not. It's just unfortunate, but it is what it is. The competitors know what the restrictions are, know what they have to deal with, and for the most part, they deal with it quite well.
Mo, I'm sure we'll be just getting Marcus back in the house as soon as possible. Bring the band back together. We were making qualifiers. It was all going so well. Another man that it's going very well for, indeed, is Bainesy, representing Wellington Phoenix. It has been a rise. Bainesy, good to chat with you again after your success at the NZer E-Trophy. You're having a great fortnight here.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit lucky in the first half, but the second half I started playing a bit better, started passing the ball around. Yeah, I think I did quite well in the second half.
Bainesy, we saw you stick with the 4-2-3-1 for most of that game, if not all of it. Is there something that allows you to keep faith in that formation for the whole game, or is it just that's what you know, you're not really confident in any other formation? What is it that makes you stick with the 4-2-3-1?
Well, I actually started off with the 5-3-2, the infamous 5-3-2, but it didn't really work out, so I just changed to a 4-2-3-1 to try and get the ball into my cam and try and play from there. But I thought I did it right when I changed that.
And finally, what's your mentality going into those final few moments where Pete was hanging onto that ball? Were you thinking, I need to get this goal so I can push forward, get the result for the team? Or were you thinking, let's just sit back a little bit more and secure the individual?
I was trying to press him, try and get the ball and try and get that final goal, but I just couldn't get it off him, unfortunately.
That's right. We know Wellington Phoenix are listening. You have to say that, Bainesy. Congratulations. Maybe not on the 3 points, but for the victory for yourself. Go well for the rest of your NIVEA Men's E-League campaign.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Wonderful to see Bainesy here on the big stage. If you're not aware, he's unranked. Of course, those rankings more or less down, not just to how good you are, Treaders, but how often you play the game. You've got to keep playing every week, make those qualifiers. He won the NZer E-Trophy, beating Honey Badger, beating JMK King. He's now here in the E-League, handing out even bigger results to bigger competitors. It's incredible.
It's crazy to see him making the jump on such a short time frame. It goes to show that sometimes if you can just engage yourself, engage the grind at the right time, it can be the difference between not competing at all or even potentially getting a playoff spot.
Maybe we'll be seeing Bainesy going from strength to strength going forward in the competitive season and beyond. What a game that was, what games we are having from around the league. Incredible results and some big ones still to come to review for you. It is Melbourne City 7, the Mariners 4, Western United 11, getting in the double figures against the hapless Brisbane Roar. Perth 4, Wellington Phoenix 3. You heard there Bainesy talking about the need to try and balance the team and the self. Sydney FC 2, Newcastle Jets 9. We're probably not seeing that in any A-League or W-League campaign, but in the NIVEA Men E-League, it's there for you to see. Adelaide 1, Wanderers 10, Jazz will move right along. Melbourne Victory 5, MacArthur 7, and again, Agent Carter, Toxic Flyer, whatever you like, coming back to haunt his former side. Good to see also Greek Freak getting his victory.
Getting the job done is Greek Freak in that final game. I think we'll be moving ahead to look at the upcoming fixtures as well. MacArthur taking on the Newcastle Jets, who will be looking to continue their high-rolling, high-flying form. Melbourne City taking on Adelaide. Melbourne Victory taking on Central Coast Mariners. Brisbane Roar will be looking to restore some form against the Phoenix. And Western United taking on Sydney FC, which will be our featured game. And then finally, Perth Glory taking on the Wanderers on the back of that massive result for the Wanderers.
Oh, you saw that, Treaders? Sorry, Sarge was asking what the scoreline was. It flashed past me, brother. Didn't get a chance. You can ask him yourself, maybe. Some big games coming up in round 4. We can't wait. We're going to have to for just a moment. Don't go anywhere after a short break. The round 4 action will be with you live.
That was going to happen. It's done.
Hurry up and skip the replays.
You know what happens next, bro. Wait, watch this, watch this.
Bro, come on, stop playing like that.
Yeah, try this one.
It's like, man, I'm never playing you again.
Wait, come on, play me for a rematch, bro. You can't go out like that. That was weak. Rematch, come on.
Welcome back. We said it would be a short break indeed. Some splendid goals, some classy interviews, to be quite honest. I love hearing from the competitors, and some glorious chips. That was Peter from Perth just being magnificent, as we sort of expect from him at this stage. My name is Nate Patrick. I'm alongside Josh Treadwell. Treaders, your sort of thoughts on what we've seen so far and what's ahead?
I'm just looking forward to watching a full game of any of the Newcastle boys. I think we've just decided on that coming up. Melbourne City versus Newcastle coming up will be the featured game in round 5. I cannot wait to watch that one.
Spoilers from Treaders. You love to see it. What about where things stand at the moment? If we take a look at that ladder, it will get more and more interesting as we go. After 3 rounds, Treaders, mate, you called it. Newcastle, number 1. Melbourne City showing their pedigree. The Wanderers and Western United are up there. Perth, Sydney and Macarthur with a bit of a mixed bag. Brisbane, Adelaide, Wellington, the Mariners, and the poor Melbourne Victory. At least they had that W in the A-League today, because Victory fans are sick of seeing their side firmly rooted to the bottom of the ladder. However, that's where it is. 3 teams yet with a win.
And it seems like for Melbourne Victory, if the Melbourne City are doing well, they're legally not allowed to compete with them. Unfortunately, not happening in the A-League or in the NIVEA Men E-League.
If we look ahead to what is to come, I said we've had some belters so far. Round 4, only moments away. Macarthur versus Newcastle, City versus Adelaide, Victory versus the Mariners, Brisbane versus Wellington. We will be bringing you the big one, Western United and Sydney FC, both teams with so much to prove. And then, as again, we have a look at those featured games, Treaders with a little bit of an awkward look on his face. Maybe he's given you the leak. Well, hey, you hear it first on the NIVEA Men E-League from Jay Treaders. We are looking at round 4, Western United versus Sydney FC. JMK Kang making his debut against Marko, Dylan and Jamodo. That just screams new guard versus old guard louder than it could any other way.
And I think Jamodo will slightly resent being called part of the old guard. He's a competitor who can take himself to the next level of pedigree if required. I think as a competitor, we'll see, hopefully, into FIFA 23 in particular, with LAN events returning. He has that motivation to scrim all night and really get stuck into it.
Your featured game coming up for you in just a moment's time. Western United versus Sydney FC. JMK King versus Atlantside Marko. We'll start with the man representing not just Western United, but yes, Dire Wolves. He has come on leaps and bounds, Treaders, after starting this season, a relative unknown. He just gets better and better.
He seems to be able to get the job done when it matters most. It was the story of his E-Club run. It was the story of his run during the New Zealand football tournament where he got the cup, if I remember correctly. And it'll be interesting to see whether he can continue that clutch form and secure himself a spot in the playoffs.
Having a look at the stats there on your screen, indeed, it was the king with the crown during the NZer Trophy. Very exciting scenes. 7 goals for, 5 goals against here. A lot to talk about, a lot to ponder and think about for him going forward against Atlantside Marko. If you don't know much about JMK, surely at this stage we know everything about this man.
We've had enough interviews with Marko by this point, haven't we? The man is no stranger to the spotlight, having such an illustrious career to this point. He's only gone not too far so far in these online qualifiers. I think he's another competitor who really thrives when it comes into the LAN environment. But in saying that, you have to get to that LAN environment to start with. And if we were in the way we had it structured previously, with having to win the online qualifiers to make a LAN, even Marko wouldn't be making those events.
Something for him to think about. Of course, he has been there, seen that and done it all. Atlantside Marko has been a champion from this region, represented his esports org, his E-League club, his nation, with aplomb. JMK King with the buzz cut, it seems, with a new look for the NIVEA Men E-League Season 4. Ready to do duel, ready to show he belongs on this stage, and probably Treaders trying to make sure that Western United know all about his name by the time this tournament is done.
Absolutely, and I'm in shock at JMK King's hairstyle. It was less than a week ago at the New Zealand football competition where he had lovely blonde locks, and now it's all gone back to the buzz cut, back to basics, which is a nice little segue. Well done, me. He goes back to basics. He has that 4-2-3-1. He sticks to what works for him, and it works really well. He just sticks to the meta, does what he needs to get the job done, and he'll need to be absolutely on point with his basics against Marko.
It has been a feature. It might not be too exciting. Maybe you're watching his games. Maybe you're about to see this one, and you're wondering, what is it about this guy? It never looks too impressive. As you say, Treaders, every game is unique for him. He goes into every little scenario, looks at his opponent, and says, what do I need to do to win this game? He doesn't look ahead. He's not thinking about playoffs, about the premiership. He is firmly focused on this matchup against Atlantside Marko.
And another thing to note, we were talking about the E-Club World Cup. This is a revenge match for Marko. Atlantside were the team that lost to Dire Wolves, and we saw that JMK King was the one who really got the ball rolling with that victory against NZer. So a lot of, I guess, pride on the line for Marko to show this is what would have happened if I'd come up against JMK King. Again, JMK King just seemingly able to make those little adjustments to his competitors. There's a lot of adjustments you need to make against Marko, who's the best mechanical player, even at this point in FIFA 21 in the region.
What about then for Atlantide Marko? We've talked about how he is a champion. He deserves all the plaudits that he gets. Is it a possibility that again, is this a changing of the guard encounter? Not just later on, Dylan and Jamoto, right here, right now, JMK King and Marko.
Potentially. It will be interesting to watch because the games have come so quick. It doesn't really give JMK King the opportunity to make those little adjustments unless the research has been insanely thorough. It'll be more about him getting back to basics, getting back to what he does well, and how patient can he be.
No more need for talk. It's time for action. And for a relatively new club, Western United have a chance to make a little bit of history. Some apparently forgetting that Dylan was the best on his console last season, maybe due to us, I guess, having that incompleted. Thankfully, with this format, we will certainly know the two best competitors. We will know which side comes out on top. Western United and Sydney FC slightly off the pace. JMK King, well, you don't get a better start than that. If you don't mind, the heel to heel away from the defender and a goal on 5 minutes rather with CR7.
From the get-go, JMK King finding the ball in areas that he wants. Adjustments to be made early for Marko. In these best of ones, you cannot afford to allow your opponent to get 1-2 goals up early on. The mountain to climb after that is just too heavy. In best of twos, if you concede too early on, you're sitting pretty, you're enjoying life still, you're not too concerned. But in a best of one where you only really get 3 or 4 team presses a game, it can be the difference between having a comfortable result for yourself and having to really grind a result out.
You heard it from the competitors themselves. Stamina is an issue that needs to be thought about, needs to be addressed. The longer a game goes on, maybe some substitutions as well, keeping in mind that there are certain players, certain foot items that competitors can and cannot use. Newcastle 2, MacArthur FC 0, very early on in that game.
That's Greek Freak taking on Mark. Mark is in some incredible form at the moment. It's the team to beat is Newcastle.
JMK trying to force it forward with Vieira, nothing doing. In the away strip, if you like, is Marko. Through ball down the line to Mbappe, who gets past Connor Payne with ease. Cuts it back and back again. Man on the ground. We've seen this time and time again. Any manual challenge in that area, and you've got yourself a penalty. Marko with Pele steps up, shows him that side, and it's into the side netting. Atlantide Marko makes it 1-1.
Composure as always from Marko. Just held that ball up the perfect amount after beating Connor Payne at left back. One of the most well-rounded foot items that these competitors have from the A-League. And we're seeing Marko again. Catches CR7 a little bit off balance and is unable to capitalise.
Corner taken directly away from CR7. Goodness knows we've seen havoc wreaks, and we see it here again from the veteran Atlantide Marko with an absolute worldly R9. Puts some violence in it and makes it 2-1.
Wow, what a strike that was from Marko. Marko being offered the space on the edge of the box, unleashes and puts it top corner. Marko having fun with it, needing to get back to the joy of FIFA, and that goal will go a long way to ensuring that he enjoys this match.
Not a lot of joy, it appears, in the fixture you saw on your screen. Goodness me, 4-0 Newcastle over MacArthur. What about Marko, though? Time and time again, he's been in situations, he's truly seen it all. And now already, day 1 of 2 days in the NIVEA Men E-League. We feel like we may have seen it all. What a ping with R9.
Seen free kicks, we've seen long shots, we've seen skill cancels, we've seen traditional FIFA 21 goals. We've had it all so far, and to think the best is still to come.
Awkward animation with bodies caught up with one another. JMK comes out with the football, takes that corner quickly over Hullet to Maldini, who he might need to watch on that yellow. It is very rarely that you see a player sent off, whether because of one or two incidents. However, that early on to a key defender, something to keep your eye on as we keep our eye on Atlantide Marko with Ronaldo. It doesn't matter how heavy your touch is when Connor Payne's around. He's not winning it anytime soon, it seems. Out to Alberto, Ronaldo, Fernandes. Can you play it one more time, please? There it is. Hullet to Pele. JMK, however, brilliant at moving that defense from side to side.
Stays incredibly narrow in that 4-2-3-1. Just waits for you to make your move. And when you don't beat Connor Payne down that side, then he's able to capitalize. I was interested to note that Marko chose not to attack Maldini, who's sitting on that yellow, as we see Connor Payne slide in there. Smart, preventing a clear counter-attacking opportunity.
We saw Dylan did not have a Western United player on his subs bench. I dare say JMK will be bringing his on. Connor Payne on a yellow. But Marko, the close control, we're so used to seeing. Oh, goodness me. He barely reacts. We'll do it for you, Marko. A sumptuous third to put Sydney FC up 3-1.
Marko gets up for LAN events, and he gets up for the NIVEA Men E-League. He turns it on when he wants, wherever he wants, whether that be at home or at a LAN. And again, Atlantide Sydney FC, Marko getting the job done.
Winning it back, at least for now, Marko. There we go. The header back to NIVEA is a smart option. Shading possession. JMK has not done a lot wrong. The goals from Marko simply too good. JMK looks ahead to see what he can do. Of course, the teammates of these competitors will come out to force the result for their sides. For now, JMK can worry about himself and his team. Worry about this second goal. R9 against Hullet, past him with relative ease. Clearly wants to use this foot item, the heel to heel. NIVEA at the near stick. And JMK leaves us breathless, goes again. NIVEA punches again. Maldini second to it, but apparently doing enough. Josh will go again. On the turn. Please get that out of there for us, Marko. He does. And will not be given the opportunity for a fourth. You see there, Melbourne City up 2-1 over Adelaide. But after the top start from JMK King, Marko turned it on.
Just brilliant from Marko. Saw that he had the space to hit that long shot, and you can see that starting to play on JMK King's mind a little bit, allowing Marko to get into more one-on-one situations towards the back end of that half, and that's where that third goal came from.
For those of you wondering, Marko with the 4-2-2 versus the 4-2-3-1. Yes, very similar, and yet the extra striker against the attacking mid means you can press a little bit heavier and, of course, play it more directly earlier. Ronaldo. Maldini will get that with ease for Mr. King. Looking for at least 2 goals. Again, not just for him, but for his team and Marko. Little dinked cross. It's back out to Pele. He'll try it again to the far post. Mbappe. Ronaldo. The ball won't go out of there. JMK is scrapping. Trying his best not to allow a fourth. CR7 is everywhere. Ronaldo, Vieira, 1-2 pass, doesn't work. This ball is sticking to the feet of Marko players. And so he says, I'll try it with Mbappe from about 80 out.
Just running out of patience there at the end. Had enough effective possession, did Marko. But JMK King seemed to just thwart him at every turn. Eventually, Marko opting to press on, seeing that JMK King is just hesitating on the ball and allows him to win the ball back in a very dangerous position.
Lovely dribbling and skill from Marko. Try something special. For once, Ronaldo not there. Connor Payne forces it away on his unfavoured right peg. This is where the team element makes this competition different from any other. He has a teammate to help out. Of course, we'll be watching that clash after this one. Dylan versus Jamodo. Can JMK King make his teammate's job that little bit easier? Pele, well tackled. Marko doing it at both ends. Over the top through ball, headed on by Pele. There's two in the middle, but they have defenders attached to their hip. Bullets inside, finds Ronaldo. Oh, please give it to us, Marko. He has tried everything. Not quite everything coming off for him. For JMK, Treaders, are you not thinking about some substitutions at this point?
Traditionally, 60th minute is where you make your substitutions. But maybe there is a broader strategy at play from JMK King. Again, we're seeing goal updates coming in. Envy once again getting a 3-0 advantage early on.
Poor stuff for one. Must be wondering, must be hoping he can do a little bit better than last time. The E-League does always present you with more opportunities. Obviously, it's a slightly less, let's say, ruthless format, Treaders, compared to the online qualifiers where you need 2 losses to be eliminated. Here, with a teammate, I guess, at your side, so to speak, you can go on to do greater things and grow into the tournament.
It also has that other side of things where you're thinking constantly about the fact that your result has an impact on your teammate. For some competitors, if they're a little bit less selfish, if they're more selfless, they'll be thinking, oh, I'm conceding goals, this is going to hurt my fellow teammate. What am I doing wrong? I need to fix this right now, rather than in individual circumstances.
JMK through his CR7. There is a man at the back stick. The cross means he can't get there. The follow-up is tame. Still just the 1 goal. He's had some opportunities, Treaders. None quite as good as Marko's, however.
Marko just creating enough opportunities, enough space, as we're seeing Marko once again. Space left in behind, out wide, attempts the player lock cutback. Doesn't come off for Marko there. The idea was brilliant. The execution in the pass was well read by JMK King.
Slight overlap on the far side. Maybe not seen, or maybe the defensive pressure from Marko just too good. I tell you what, Treaders, I haven't commentated FIFA on a screen this large. I'm loving it. I feel like I'm inside the game. Vieira forward, Hullets, ball roll, Virgil van Dijk tackle. Really good defending again from Atlantside Marko. And then releases Mbappe. Has he got the pace past VVD? The keeper's off his line. Marko, the stop, the prop, the shift. But good defending from JMK.
Really good defending, in all honesty, there from JMK King. Was able to put a stop to a near certain counter-attacking goal just by jockeying, running back enough. But the problems haven't been defensively too much. It's been up the other end where he has struggled to create clear goal-scoring chances, with Marko reading pretty much everything.
Player free near side. He is onside. It's Mbappe again. An absolute menace. That one's for you, Treaders. Hey, referee. I know you're not a big fan of red cards, but I thought I'd make your decision a little easier. With only a few minutes remaining, JMK deciding if there's going to be a 4th, it's not going to be just then.
I love to see perfectly timed sliding challenges, if perfectly timed means destroying the attacker. We're seeing from Marko, he's looking to launch on the counter-attack, but JMK King, in the best of one, happy to concede that red card, knowing that not conceding a 4th might be the difference between Dylan being able to get a result.
And the opportunity, a little far out, is for Marko. He says, Jazz, I saw what you did. I liked it. Unable to repeat the dose. The Italian stallion, Diamante, the sub-Western United foot item, will not be brought on. Connor Payne will play the 90. Marko perhaps saying that's how a good sliding challenge looks. JMK with 10 men continues to attack. Cruyff is on. Cruyff is dispossessed. And with a bit of, let's say, a hole there at the back, maybe Marko can think about 4. Not yet. JMK creating an end-to-end contest for us here. Marko with Ronaldo, the keeper bait. He doesn't take it. Oh, inside. Yashin with the save again. Apparently, the competitors have been saying that is the goalkeeper you want in your side. The Western United contingent within FIFA 21 booing loudly in my ear. But you have to say, Treaders, those goals from Atlantide Marko, just superb.
Absolutely sublime. Not too much JMK King could have done differently. It was just a matter of Marko turning up, zoning in, and being locked in for this game.
JMK will look on to future fixtures, wondering what he has to do better. Does he change anything? Does he just accept that Marko was too good in this best of one? Good to see Marko looking very relaxed indeed at previous LAN events. I say that only because he's not quite an in-your-face figure, Marko. You can just tell he's there to play, he's there to win.
He takes his FIFA very seriously. He knows the opportunities that are at stake within FIFA esports, and he's a competitor who has been taking it seriously for as long as I've been a part of the FIFA scene.
Marko, thank you for those incredible goals. To break them down and a little bit more, we'll head on back to the couch with Jake and Jared.
Very much, Nate, and that is more like it for Atalantide Marko. He really needed to come back after maybe a slightly disappointing round 2 and 3, but the job is not done for Sydney, of course. They have still got a very difficult game coming up, of course, with Footwiz Jamoto going up against DW Dillon. That is going to be a cracking affair, that is for certain. But let's take a quick little look at some of the goals, not just in the last game that we just saw between obviously Mark and the superstar that he went up against, but here we go.
Yeah, so as you can see here, it was an early goal on the board there for King. You thought, oh my God, Marko's season's in all sorts here. What sort of performance are we going to see from him again? Luckily for his sake, he was able to convert on the penalty. Hasn't been the safest part of his game all day today, but Marko,
what a cracking strike
that is. That one flown in. That is a phenomenal finish there. I've seen a few people in the Twitch chat going off about it as well, saying, how has that one ended up in the back of the net? If you're King, you can't do much about that one. You got to throw your hands up and accept the lot you've been given in this game of FIFA.
I personally think this goal right here, though, I know that that is phenomenal. A cracking long goal. That is a cracking finish. Probably in terms of a finish, that's obviously maybe the goal so far. But this brilliant little moment of, yeah, he really went sliding. He really went flying forward, didn't he, after that attempt? Oh my God, the reaction from Marko is absolutely golden. And yeah, wry smile, cheeky smile there. I think JMK knew exactly what he was doing. Let's just call that some Shizer housery right there. I think that's what that was. But trying to keep the at least margin down to 3-1. And you got to give JMK King a bit of credit, because I honestly don't know how Marko didn't at least put a fourth away with how relentless he was toward the end of that game.
Yeah, especially when he had 3 goals in the first half there, you'd be thinking it's just going to be pure chaos for Marko. We know we've seen him do this in certain other areas where he's come out absolutely firing. But in the end, the 3-1 win for Marko. And now it's all up to Jamie in the second leg. But the domination of the Newcastle Jets continues here. 4-1 for Mark, a debutant in this E-League competition in this Season 4. And he has hit the ground running. Remember the name, absolutely dominating Greek Freak. I mean, Greek Freak was someone coming into today we thought was going to be in a similar position to Mark. We thought he could be the man to watch. But again, Mark just going to a different level, 4-1 up. And the Newcastle Jets have a golden opportunity in this second leg to secure themselves the top of the table.
I think we were definitely thinking, of course, Greek Freak was most certainly going to be the carry for MacArthur in their first E-League season. But competing in the E-League versus competing for, you know, yourself individually, it can be a different beast. But this is, at least we saw one goal back there for for Greek Freak, but unfortunately, maybe a disappointing start to him. The good thing is, though, that there's still so much time remaining, but again, this being the 4th and 5th rounds to come, we're really getting to the stage now where you are in the table is not too far off where you're going to end up. So regardless, another phenomenal performance there by Mark 11, and he has been, again, one of the players coming into this tournament, an E-League debutant, and he has just been on fire. Newcastle in general have, and of course, it looks like Newcastle and Melbourne City are the two that are going to be doing battle. Of course, Akpo nearly managing to score that one there, and imagine if it had gone in, he might have been able to have split the results between Mike J and Akpo. My God, unbelievably unlucky right there. Somehow he still wasn't able to take the lead, Akpo, but Mike J would be the one after a turnover there, going around the goalkeeper. That is just absolutely lovely. Sliding that into the back of the net. The defender on the line could not quite get there, and now for Cristiano Ronaldo, a ball roll doesn't really quite work out, but he gets a very fortuitous bounce, and then the flick up and finish. Oh, that is some beautiful football right there. Akpo's going to be feeling very disappointed. He had multiple opportunities to grab himself a goal. I think we've already actually seen that one there, but there you go. That's the one that he put in, and that was the 2-1 result right there.
Surely he's
having plenty of opportunities to go and grab himself at least an equaliser, or there's a chance that you can argue. I mean, only looking at highlights here.
I'm not trying to be tough because I love Andy, but that's the difference between the top of the table and the bottom of the table. Yep. Connecting and scoring on those opportunities is the reason why City and Newcastle are leading the competition right now, and Adelaide find themselves in the position that they are.
Newcastle are going to be looking at that and going, are you goddamn kidding me, Akpo? Just put at least one or two in for the love of God. But there you go. It's going to be Rick Tran that's going to go and secure at least a 1-0 lead early on here. It's going to be a 2-2 draw overall against Sippy FC. Tran is unfortunately going to concede one here, 1-1. Right on the stroke of half-time. Sippy, he already found an equaliser, brought down in the box. Seen a few penalties now already in the first couple of rounds of the E-League. Pele is the one that's stepping up and taking almost all of these every single time. Bottom right corner, Sippy would end up taking the lead. And then, of course, as you know, Rick Tran would go and grab an equaliser, possibly the one right here. Pull it into Pele. Pele, nice ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. He went and smashed it into the bottom left-hand corner, and that is a draw. For two teams at the moment that are kind of stuck in, maybe not a little bit of purgatory, but they're definitely more mid-table, really need a big result. And maybe several of them to really sort of get something going.
Victory is right down the bottom of the table.
Right down the bottom, should I say.
This is the game that Mariners need to be winning. I wouldn't say Victory are in with any chance of winning the tournament. But
absolutely not. When you're
Central Coast need to put them to the sword in the second leg. Jordi Brio needs a big second leg if the Mariners are going to do anything in this competition.
We'll see whether or not he can get that done. Moving on to the next game, though, however, because there's still, 2 or 3 more games left for us to get through. There's so much action going on in the E-League. It's beautiful. Brisbane Roar versus Airborne and Envy. I tell you what, Envy I think he's only actually taken 1 L so far. Apart from that, he's had 3 big wins. Another debutant in the E-League, absolutely smashing it. There's been so many of them. If anything, I said before, with Newcastle and Melbourne City and with Sydney FC maybe slightly, faltering a little bit to start this season, that it was a bit of a changing of the guard. Well, with the amount of new E-League players that are coming in and having really strong starts, you've got to say it really is a changing of the guard. It feels like a new era for the E-League right here.
Yeah, Envy's been fantastic today. Definitely, just like Mark, hitting the ground running. 3-0 result here, just toying with Airborne's defense. We've seen Airborne so much today. Airborne's been having a great day out, but that is a phenomenal goal there from Ronaldo and Envy. And it just continues as Envy comes down the line here, making it a 3-0 lead. And Brisbane are in a golden opportunity here to get all 3 points. Just need to close it out now in the second leg. There's 4-1.
Yeah, we will see. I believe there's only 1 more game left remaining for us to take a look at too as well. And if the goals continue to fly in the way that they have been, I'm sure this would also be another cracking affair. We will see. But yeah, regardless, unless I missed it, and we've actually already gone through all the games, I don't know. Yes, no, indeed. There is one last one left.
And the Wanderers 2-2. Dylan Gomes been on a great run of form today. And so has NZer, to be fair. At 2-2, I'm very interested to see how this one turned out. So you can see Wanderers taking the lead. Don't tell me they went 2-0 up. Just absolutely toying with them there. Good save from Van der Sar. It must have been a lot of goals late because we're in the 72nd minute right now. Still 1-0 as Dylan comes through. Beautiful football there. Beautiful FIFA. Ties that one up. Must be a crazy little finish here for this one.
Only 15 minutes remaining in the game, and for 2 goals to fly in right at the end. Let's have a look at this. Dylan Gomes ends up grabbing an equaliser. NZer with a beaut of a through ball. And Johan Cruyff, the hill-to-hill, going around the goalkeeper, finishing. Lovely work there, but of course, Dylan Gomes would go up the other end only like 2-3 minutes later, almost essentially from kickoff. Get it to Pele. Well, that's just a very simple turn at the end, and got to say, I'm quite surprised he's actually ended up with that much space, really, towards
Those
the end
through
of it.
balls,
But,
those are some great through balls, to be fair.
yeah, absolutely sensational stuff. Well, plenty of action so far on the PlayStation 4 side of things. We do have the Xbox rounds coming up. Before then, we will get a quick little word, possibly from Marko, the winner. But regardless, though, we've got, just breaking down the game, the feature game that we did indeed see. Marko struggling, obviously. Well, he got his first win in round 1, and that was a very important win for him to get for Sydney FC. I don't think... Did they go on and win that game on aggregate, or was that the one that...
They won against Wellington.
Yeah.
Yeah, they came out and won that one, I believe.
There you go, then.
But
So
Marko shows up when it's when he's on the main stage. When he's been in the background today, he's had a few cheeky little losses, but he's come out and absolutely dominated when he has had his time in the spotlight. So, I mean, that's the difference. He just comes out and gets it done.
Yeah, fair enough then. And we should know this by now. I mean, I'm surprised that Marko's probably, I don't know, across the last 3 seasons that he's been in the E-League, I don't want to be the guy that brings that up, but I think he's probably now taken, I don't even know if he's taken 2 losses just within 90 minutes. I mean, how many losses he's taken in the last 3 seasons alone, and now to have already gotten 2 halfway through the competition is, I don't know. It's surprising to say the least.
Like you've said on multiple occasions today, Jake, changing of the guard. We're seeing that so much. The kids that came up and that were watching Marcus playing and dominating in the early seasons of E-League, wanted to be like them, to train their asses off to get to that level. They are now the ones showing up and getting the job done. It's beautiful to see, to be honest.
It's incredible. It's lovely. Well, anyway, let's take a look at the fixtures then, ladies and gentlemen, for the rest of the games and for the Xbox legs. Of course, coming up here, it is currently a few contests that are very, very close right now. Of course, Melbourne Victory and the Mariners, and you've got, of course, as well, Perth Glory and the Western Sydney Wanderers tied at 2 goals apiece, and then some other games that are only a goal or 2 in it. There's definitely a lot of games still up for grabs here as we switch over to the Xbox side of things. I cannot wait to get moving and to get underway with this one, though. But I've got to say, at the moment, Newcastle Jets maybe against MacArthur, maybe the one game that I would think... I'd be very surprised if Naylor maybe didn't get the... I mean...
Naylor's the #1 ranked guy in the country. He should be dominating this one and should be getting it done.
Ben Carter can definitely at least deliver some form of result, but whether he can overcome a 3-goal lead on aggregate, it would be very surprising, and Newcastle are probably going to finish this round top of the table.
Ben Carter's been unlucky today, to be fair. Every time I've seen Ben's games, his highlights, there's been a few minor things that, if it went his way, could have got the results. So if he can pick that up and get it done against Naylor, then that's going to make for an interesting game. Whether he can overturn a 3-goal deficit, that's a different story.
It will be. Well, we will see if he can pull it off regardless, though. Let's kick on to the next game over on the Xbox legs. We'll switch it over to our commentators then. Nate and Treaders, take it away, lads.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Get excited for some big E-League action if you liked that first leg. I'll tell you what, the second one will be even better at landside Marko with the lead for Sydney FC over J&K King. If there was one man from today, Treaders, that you would back to come back from this deficit, it is Dylan.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the man on a mission. He's been scoring so many goals. His defense as solid as always, but his goal-scoring form has been something to take an eye on.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that competitors necessarily refer to him as negative. Maybe at times defensive. Mike LaBelle, if you're watching, called him defensive once upon a time. 6 goals, 7 goals. Surely we can put that tag to bed.
Absolutely. Particularly at the moment when he's playing in the 4-3-3 with the sole defensive midfielder. Quite attacking, so aggressive. It gets numbers forward, allows him to counter-attack, get into the flow of things, and really play the game that he wants to play.
You saw the PlayStation side, the Xbox side, shortly to follow. Western United and Sydney FC. What about then, Treaders? Footwiz Jamoto. Obviously, not as high up there, not had the season that maybe he would have liked. Is that in part, do you believe, due to the switch of console, PS4, PlayStation 4, being the console if you're playing competitive FIFA?
Maybe a little bit, I think more to do with Jamoto is just the lack of motivation to really hit those late night scrims just because of the lack of LAN events, again, where he thrives and it's where he gets his best work done and it's where he gets the results that he requires.
Jamoto, what can he do in the E-League? We're going to show some stats from that gentleman. Of course, it feels like he's a veteran of sorts, which is strange to say, still younger in years. If the surname's familiar, yes, Jordan playing for Western Sydney Wanderers, a little bit of a Sydney derby in a household. Cameron, I haven't forgotten about you. You're the best, O'Doherty. 9 goals for, 10 against, plenty of shots, plenty of shot accuracy, pass accuracy, and so on. None of that will matter to him. He wants the results. He wants a playoffs spot.
Absolutely. He's ranked 36, one of the lower ranked competitors, just because of the lack of consistency in making those overall qualifiers. But indeed, in this event, best of ones, these are the events and games where you can snatch a result, particularly up against a high-ranked competitor such as Dill.
Speaking of Dylan, he has been immense after he got university done for the day. It is goals, goals, goals. Look at that. A goal difference of 8 already. Are you kidding me? He has been superb. Yes, defensive, but scoring them for fun, Treaders.
He just makes the game look so easy to play. He doesn't necessarily sit back. He looks to dominate. He looks to hold possession for as long as he can, and he does what it takes to get the job done.
Feel like I was in a FootWiz Jamodo stream there for a moment. Bring out the... Yeah, I'll leave that alone. We know what happens on a Jamodo stream. He will be all business now, needing to get his playoff spot. There isn't anything left, if you're wondering. This is it. The E-League is the final stop on the domestic calendar. DW Dylan, second in the region. He's already playoffs bound. This is all about what can FootWiz Jamodo and Sydney FC do. I believe we'll see Connor Payne brought back again. Costa Barbarousis for Jamie, Jamodo, and Sydney FC. There is Costa. Good call, Nate. Straight on point. Jamie has been looking at the 4-2-2. Of course, if you've seen him play on stream, he's given most formations a go. The flat 4-4-2, tried the old 4-2-3-1, played with a 5 at the back and thought the game was playing itself for him. I can only assume and would completely understand, having switched over myself, that going from Xbox to PlayStation has brought about it a few teething difficulties, and maybe as well, he is such a good, maybe like his Sydney FC teammate, left stick dribbler. When the gameplay is good, Jamodo is at his best, and maybe he's just not felt those vibes for FIFA 21.
And in FIFA 21 in particular, the one-on-one situations aren't nearly as effective as we've seen in previous FIFAs. And when Jamodo got used to the way that he used to attack with a very direct style of play, as we see him grinding out an opportunity, that is called offside. Massive moment there for both competitors. And in particular, Dylan surviving by the narrowest of margins.
Apologies, earphone users. Treaders brought to his knees with how close that chance was. Dylan at the other end, one more. Ronaldo, excellent block by VVD for Jamodo, who might get a better chance at it. Goodness gracious me. We were staring at the screen, wondering if it did appear, and indeed was, offside. Look at the menacing look on Jamodo's face. Man is angry. Man means business. Can he break down the defense of the number 2 competitor in Oceania? And of course, the young man who was the best on his console in E-League Season 3.
And it'll take him being at his absolute prime. FootWiz Jamodo. And at the moment, Dill is making all the correct reads as we see him finding a little bit of space. And FootWiz Jamodo for Sydney FC, able to cut out the pass at the last moment.
I feel like the games Treaders and I have called have been goals aplenty, goals everywhere. Another one going in perhaps for Newcastle. This one may well be a bit of a slow burner with a lot on the line. If you've not seen the table, you're not quite sure of the standings, well, Western United starting better than the Sky Blues, particularly now that Dylan's able to compete. But for Jamodo, it's the Sydney FC player, some might say snake, I'll stick with player, Costa Barbarouses inside to the other side. Ronaldo, Jamodo, scoop inside. And that player's offside. It's almost a repeat of that last move. But the line for Dylan, saving him again.
Just bailed out at the last moment was Dylan yet again.
One-on-one defending. And again, maybe there it's all about the gameplay for Jamodo. We've seen him in FIFA's past, able to breeze past defenders with ease. How many people have taken an L against him on stream, in a draft, in Weekend League? He very much played the game for fun this season. It's been slightly more difficult. Did not make a qualifier in the last chance saloon, that is the E-League. He needs to defend well here. Dylan is passed. It is a very tight angle. Back heel pass. Near post. Far post. Dylan seizing the opportunity. The whole goal at his mercy. In the end, settled for the far stick with Kylian Mbappe.
The moment Dylan made that switch to the 4-3-3, he looked a lot more comfortable in possession. And when he found his way into the final third, Dylan was able to make that possession count. Just the patience, the close control from Dylan was absolutely sublime.
Indeed, you heard me say near post, such as the apparent meta in FIFA 21. It was open. Dylan, so good. He was able to create space at both sides of the goalkeeper. Jamodo, in response, can't quite complete the attacking move. It stays 1-0.
And this is where we'll see the battle between the personal ambitions alongside the club ambitions. If the game does stay within one goal, which it may not, depending on the outcome of that attack. But for the time being, we're staying at that one goal advantage to Sydney FC. Jamie still needs to go for it to get this result against Dylan to ensure that he still has the opportunity to make it to the Oceania playoffs. So many little decisions that make up the overall gameplay of FIFA 21.
If I'm allowed to be brutally honest, I'm thinking Jamodo is contemplating that playoff spot right now. Sure, he could try and park the bus. That player's onside, pass back, and Dylan reads that pass so early. He'll have to go again defensively. Jamodo forward again, lovely pass inside, and again Dylan, the sliding tackle to block the shot to end the half. Jamodo maybe with a look that says, what can I do?
Just sheer shock from myself and Jamodo. His expression said it all, blinking, trying to clear his eyes to ensure that what he was seeing was correct. So many times in the draft, in Weekend League, in previous qualifiers, that's a simple goal-scoring opportunity. But against Dylan, who just seems to make those reads early and makes them at the right time, it isn't a certain goal.
While we were overjoyed to see Marcus Gomes get qualifier glory, it did come at the expense of Direwolves Dylan. He led that game, seemingly could not lose, and yet was defeated, coming back to claim his crown. And with his playoffs spot secure, he only has one thing on his mind. It is Premiership glory. He's back with Western United, and his keeper makes the fingertip save. He will be playing to get Western United back, even if he maybe concedes a few. He knows he needs at least one more for the leveler, ideally two more, to get his team the points. That is last out of play off Jamodo. No, it's not. It stays with Jamodo. Dylan with a laugh that I think said it all. We go again. Jamodo, the attacking corner, plays it short. Ronaldo with a few to beat. Beats two, cannot beat three, and that deep, disciplined defending from Direwolves Dylan, doing it again.
And it's what we've come to expect when we're watching Dylan. He does what's necessary to get the result, but he has been prone in the past to making those types of mistakes. Most notably, as you mentioned previously, in that second qualifier against Marcus, throwing that result away.
Jamodo coming forward. Hulett, it comes back to the attacker. Left foot. Oh, Jamie. He'll take it. He will take it. Dylan, what is this game? We've heard it from the other Dylan. It must be something with the name. For Jamodo, it will be as precious as gold. 1-1 in this game, and Jamodo will now press on, looking for the individual result, and of course, giving Sydney FC a little bit more breathing room.
In fairness to Jamodo, there was a number of opportunities in the lead up to that one. Unfortunately, it's arguably the worst opportunity that gets the result, but the result is all that matters for Jamodo. Surely not again in that situation.
Dylan, of course, infamously passing it out from the back, giving it away and seeing his qualifier dreams shattered. He gets the fortuitous rebound here, pass inside, and the deficit is back. He got the luck at one end. He does not have it at the other. Jamodo goes down again.
And sometimes things just don't fall your way. Not falling the way of Jamodo at the moment. He's had so many attacking opportunities, so many almost clear-cut goal-scoring opportunities. All it takes is one goal-scoring opportunity for Dylan, and another offside player flagged.
And another goal for the Newcastle Jets. 5-1 over newcomers MacArthur. Goodness gracious me. We've already had so many twists and turns. We're not even halfway through. This is Dylan, right foot, the fake shot to create the space. Yes, please. And for Western United, maybe the points are back on.
The best goal of the lot so far, just the fake shot as a player receives the ball. It's how you can tell when a competitor is at the top of their game. They have the presence of mind in high-pressure situations to execute that skill move, whether it be a ball roll or a fake shot, and that can be the difference between having a clear-cut goal-scoring opportunity or not.
And doing it before the ball was received. Oftentimes, you'll see a competitor take that first touch, then the fake shot or ball roll, and then the defender can go with you. How good is this young man? Looking to give Western United the lead for the first time since Josh King scored the opener. Trying to work space. Jamodo says, I see what you're doing. I don't like it. However, Dylan retains possession. The back and forth to try and draw out the midfielders. He'll try this near side. Mbappe looking for the pass. Pull it 1-2. Continues the run. Maybe Connor gets a go. Didn't think so. Ronaldo, what a save to keep things at 4-4 on aggregate. I guess that storyline, what we focus on, does change as the scoreline changes. Jamodo, maybe that individual result he needs is looking a bit too distant. Oh, Dylan. Good build up, even better block. The sliding challenge, just like we saw Dylan at that end. Jamodo producing equal brilliance, and immediately down the other end, he wants to pause. He won't get the chance just yet. Connor Payne. Yes, big challenge. Come on, A-League players. We're yet to quite have a Bahaja moment, if you will, but we'll take a sliding challenge from a left back, sure. Jamodo's pause, still not forthcoming. If you're new to FIFA esports, it's only until there's a stoppage that this will take place. If you're used to playing against your mates and you pause when they're about to shoot, it's a little bit different here. Jamodo. Heel to heel with Hulett. Time ticks on. We're into that final 10. Mbappe. Can Jamodo find his way through? At the end, it's just a giveaway, not even close to goal. So good is the defense of Dylan. It's not just in his own penalty area. It's all across the midfield as well. Now on the attack, having done his defending. Western United's Dylan gives it away, Hulett to Hulett. And now Jamodo potentially up the other end. Dylan just wins it straight back.
And we're seeing this pause has been cued from Jamodo. I wanted to talk about the changes that he would be making, but he's not having the opportunity to necessarily go for it. And it has been Dylan just defending time and time again. These rebounds, they never seem to stop. And again, Dylan recycling, looking for the final chance, final opportunity, turning the ball over. And yet, Jamie, unable to mount a solid counter-attack, will settle for the final opportunity.
Unlucky, mate. Gives it away. You hate it when that happens as a commentator. It will be even worse in the pit of the stomach of Jamodo, particularly if there's a late goal here. Brilliant challenge, taking a risk and seeing the reward. Is there a late winner, or will it be 3-1, then 3-1? Dylan somehow through. Ronaldo. Jamie again, he's been a bit more aggressive with the defending. Somehow, Dill still has it. Dylan on the left foot, near post. What an opportunity. And I do not believe we are yet done. Maybe one corner to come.
Stoppage time never felt like it was going to end. I think we were due for an all-time blow-up if we had seen Jamodo concede in that situation.
Indeed, we believe there will be one corner left. Jamodo's substitutes potentially giving it away. TAA on it right, attacking mid. Maybe not the best at defending corners. Better, arguably, than the attacker he replaced. In the 4th minute of the 2 minutes of stoppage time, we are not yet done. And maybe Dylan's looking for the tall timber to bring on for this final set piece. Indeed, subs made. Go and head that ball. He takes it short. Messi inside. It's all along the ground. Jamodo with bodies in the way. Dare I say, thank goodness things ended that way. A thrilling encounter. Dylan getting the dub for himself. But for Sydney FC and Western United and perhaps their premiership aspirations, a draw will have to do.
And when we're seeing the results come in for Newcastle especially, they're getting the results that matter. They're getting the wins time and time again. So these one-pointers, the draws, they can be so crucial and they can hurt you in the long run.
An incredible 3 points on offer again as we look at Newcastle Jets. How weird is that to say as a sentence? Even in the E-League, they've not quite been this high. Of course, they've had some not great moments, but Treaders, it feels like with results like that, maybe this is the Jets season.
Potentially, they've got the best average ranking of competitors going purely off the FIFA Global Series rankings, and they're getting the job done so far today.
Unable to find a winner in that one, but we thank, of course, Dylan and Jamodo for an excellent game of FIFA. Sydney FC and Western United fans, well, your tournament is still alive. Your title aspirations, even more so, to analyse that game and many more. Let's go back to Jared and Jake.
Thank you very much, Nate. And as you said it, well, I think it is starting to look like it may potentially be Newcastle's time because, of course, Sydney FC, they really needed those 3 points. They really did. But DW Dylan did a fantastic job. Got himself a 3-1 win. It looked like toward the end there, he was maybe going to find a way to snag and make it 4-1. But no, it's the point shared between Western United and Sydney FC. And it's going to hurt Sydney FC. I would say that might be the thing that could kill them in their chance of potentially getting back.
Jake, imagine the scenes
if he had scored in the 90th.
If Dylan had scored that goal, it would have been such an ugly goal if he scored it at the death there, but the scenes would have been crazy. Western United still alive in this title race, but they definitely would have loved to get those 3 points there instead of just one.
Yeah, well, when you split 1 point with, only like 6 or 7 more rounds remaining, I mean, it's definitely going to hurt. But Jamodo, sadly, unfortunately, able to see out the lead that was given to him by Adelante Marko. But unfortunately, on that occasion, a bit shocked by that offside goal. And it was called offside on multiple occasions, but DW Dylan, in the end, really having a pretty phenomenal performance. Obviously, Jamodo was able to grab 1 goal back. We'll see that right here. It was a bit of a jammy goal, the way that he managed to grab it, but you've got to take them any way that you possibly can. Brilliant defending up the other end, of course, there by DW Dylan too.
There was some great defending from Dylan at multiple times. Jamie looked like he was about to go ahead and score a goal. and Dylan making some last grasp tackles. Very frustrated with that goal he conceded. I feel like all of us, if you play FIFA,
that's the kind of pain that you only get playing FIFA.
That is just a whole different level of just anger and pain you feel. But Dylan able to go up the other end very quickly within 5 minutes and get himself back in front head to head. Obviously still chasing the points at that point, but ultimately settle with a point between Sydney and Western United.
It is a point, I guess, you'll take the point over nothing, but at the same time, a point when there were 3 points on the cards there. It looked like Jamoto was maybe going to counter, had his opportunities to grab a handful, and then DW Dillon in the last, couple of minutes or so when they were like 4 minutes over in 2 in stoppage time, that corner, it just, would have been scenes. It would have been absolutely beautiful.
You would have felt so bad for Jamie, though.
Yeah. It's almost like if one of those teams had gotten the 3 points, that's them sort of still realistically in the title race, quite possibly. But who knows? Regardless, so it's one team that's definitely in and amongst the title race. In fact, they're definitely the favourites. It is 6-3 for Naylor. And I saw a little comment in the chat saying that Naylor and Mark 11 have been the best signing for Newcastle since Mark Bridge.
Yeah, it's a great comment there.
It's a fantastic comment. It's very accurate, isn't it? Well, Newcastle, I tell you what, that's 4 wins out of 4 now for them on aggregate. They're absolutely
Their goal
smashing it.
difference is going to be phenomenal. I cannot wait to see it when we get to see the table a little bit later, but they are absolutely killing the opposition. Them and City, I'm interested to see how the City game ended up because they were tied on points. The goal difference for the Jets realistically could be the differentiator. With their game coming up against one another in round 5, it's going to be massive, absolutely massive getting all these goals on the board.
Have a look at the fact that Naylor was up 5-1, so there's been a bit of a fight back there from Ben Carter. We also copped a little bit of smack in the chat, maybe deservedly so for maybe being a little too soon to write off Ben Carter. But at the same time, he showed a bit of fight, a bit of grit, good determination to get back into the game. Unfortunately, at the end, he's still going to go down by the 3 goals. But yeah, Newcastle just running right. I mean, I guess that's what happens when you sign the number 1 and the number 3 ranked player in the GS rankings. So
they are the story of the season so far. You've got to say, coming from where they were last season. It's not harsh to say I don't think a laughing stock. Those 2 guys weren't there last year, so it's not on them. But it wasn't a great season for Newcastle at all last season, and they're just dominating in this season 4. So fair play to them. City though going down. Marcus Gomes losing to Jazz. It hasn't been the best day for Jazz, but this is a massive scalp on his record, taking down Marcus Gomes.
If I'm correct, I believe this is a draw now, split between Adelaide United and Melbourne City. I don't know. Did Mike J win his first game? I think it was 2-1, the final score. I think it might have been either that or it might have been 2-2. It is indeed going to be a draw.
That's massive for Newcastle then. That's massive for Newcastle.
Well,
Newcastle outright leaders, and that makes this round 5 game even more important for Melbourne City.
Of course, if you guys don't know, in round 5, it will be Melbourne City versus Newcastle going up against each other in what is by far the biggest game, not just of this match day, but probably of all the other rounds that we're going to have in match day 2 as well. This could be the game whenever you've got 2 teams that are really going at it hammer and tongs for the title and they face each other. This is the giant 6-pointer in this competition.
Yeah, this is the 6-pointer, and I would say it's more important for Melbourne City than it is Newcastle, purely because they've dropped points in that last game.
Yeah, they can still get a draw. They'll still be on top and still have a mammoth goal difference.
If they lose, Newcastle have a 5-point lead. That is massive, and with the way they've been playing, you can't see them giving it up. But goals galore in this game here between the Victory and the Mariners. Geordie and Mo, 5-4 in favour of Geordie. He's had a pretty good campaign as well so far, Geordie Brio. The Mariners, they're quietly floating under.
Are we that shocked? Again, it's another E-League debutant doing very well for himself in the first. It's incredible. I mean, I do wonder how these boys would maybe go if they were sitting under the lights, under the stage. I'm sure they still would have performed just as admirably, but at the same time, just unbelievable. The amount of... I don't think really so far we've had 1 or even 2 players that are making their debuts that have maybe not exactly probably represented themselves in the best light. Every single person, it feels like, that's playing in the E-League for the first time is doing a phenomenal job. And how about this? Geordie actually does complete the comeback here. It was 4-3 down. He manages to go up and grab it and make it 4-4. And then Pele, in the, 80th minute, manages to make it 5-4. What a cracking game. Imagine if that was the feature game. Buddy, obviously, we're paying very close attention to the title race, Sydney FC and Western United. If they can keep in touch and splitting the points there, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them. But a 5-4 contest. Definitely wouldn't be complaining if we were watching that one.
This E-League season, there has been some ridiculous, some all-time games in terms of high scoring, in terms of close, in terms of drama. It's been wild, but we finally get to see here Sub for 1, and then Bainesy getting the win there. Sub for 1 did. That's a big result there for the Raw. Big result for him as well. Baines, 2 newcomers to the competition. Very scrappy goal that makes you want to break the controller. That's not one you want to be conceding, but finally off the mark.
I feel like we've said that a few times now. Oh, look at that goal! Doesn't
Goal
that make you want to
of
just
the tournament?
Absolutely. We've heard the word goals of the we've heard the words goal of the tournament quite a fair bit, and we've definitely heard we've definitely seen a lot of goals that definitely make you feel some
Do you
pain
reckon
deep
FIFA
inside.
Esports has the Pushkas Award?
The Pushkas Award.
Pushkas Award. Do you reckon FIFA Esports has that? Because
we
if it
should.
doesn't, that's
if that's
going
not a
straight for
thing,
it.
then I hope FIFA Esports, you're watching this, we need to make that a thing. 100%, please. I mean, just take the best goals from the global series and just, you know.
Is this going to be a free kick to win the goal? Oh, no, it's Brisbane Raw that have it, aren't they?
Oh.
I was going to say, if they scored a long shot there to, like, the free kick to win the game with, like, one of the last kicks, that would have been phenomenal.
I don't even know if we've seen a free kick go in as of yet. I mean, like, there has really
I
not.
feel like Jazz got one earlier.
Jazz did get a free kick
wrong,
indeed.
yeah. I might be wrong, but
Maybe
I feel
not.
like Jazz might have.
Not in a feature game or in a...
No, just in another game.
Oh, okay, then, yeah. Well, either way, though, we've seen, like, a handful of free kick opportunities and a lot of penalties too, by the way. Like, we had
so many more penalties.
Yeah, we had one penalty at the beginning in the first feature game that didn't quite work out. Pele had his shot saved there. I think that was for Marko. But, yeah, there you go. Anyway, moving on to, I believe this was the last game of the round over on Xbox, a 1-1 draw between Oh Noah Goat and Peter Saysanis. So,
point split between the two of them.
There you go. That's another contest where the maximum points have not been taken, and it's going to be so crucial. A brilliant cutback there for Bruno Fernandes. Lovely work there, smashing that in the top left-hand corner. Bloody love that kid in game too, by the way. For the
Very
Sydney
nice
Warriors.
kid, isn't it?
Just as an Adelaide United fan, you know, you just got to give her some respect. And obviously up the other end, Oh Noah Goat would try to maybe make it 2-0.
I did
just
see Dylan
blazing away there.
I did see Dylan put in the chat later that earlier, I should say, that Saysanis did salvage a point right at the death. Well, there it is, not even at the death, with 20 minutes to go. Very scrappy goal, but you've got to get them, and that's a big result there for Perth. I'd be interested to see the. I want to see the chat. Oh, that is straight at the keeper. That angle.
Oh no.
Oh, that angle. At first, it looked fine. I see that angle. That's I can't tell whether it's just because it was an absolute rocket of a finish.
Yeah.
Or if that's just FIFA being the
No,
FIFA we all love.
I know what you mean, because like on the replay, it looked like he pretty much put it straight down the middle of the goal, and then you see that angle and you go, oh no.
Yeah.
Sheesh. Yeah. Well, sometimes you got to cop it. You got to live with it.
Yeah.
It's crazy that's the goal right
To be
there.
fair, Saysanis has been stitched up a fair bit in this competition,
Yeah.
so what goes around comes around, and he's gotten one there.
Yeah, GG's. Well, there you go. Anyway, we're going to have a quick little interview with the man that got a very big win over Jamoto and ended up splitting the points for his team, Western United. It is going to be DW Dillon, mate. Congratulations on the win. A very thorough 3-1 performance. And, we were on the edge of our seat toward the end of that game, mate. We genuinely thought you were going to pull out the 4-1 and grab the 3 points. But still, an enthralling contest.
Yeah, I'm happy with the win, obviously, but really disappointed the way I played that game. I thought that's one of the worst performances I've had in a very long time, especially the first half. I couldn't get anything going, and the goal that I conceded was a bit annoying, but I'm disappointed that I couldn't get that fourth goal just to win it for the team.
We saw that. We saw the reaction. Obviously, it was the deep pain that only FIFA can give you. But oh well, mate. It's still it's unbelievable that you can still be so critical of yourself when you've got a 3-1 win against a guy like Jamie. It's mental.
Dylan, how do you feel? We spoke to you earlier, and you said you weren't feeling that great about the win you got against Jazz, even though it was insane. How do you feel now? Although you split the points between the two clubs, on a personal note, you're surely in the hunt for the console champion. How are you feeling after a big win against Jamie?
Well, looking back on it now, the game against Jazz was a lot better than I thought it was. But yeah, disappointed with my performance that game. I need to improve, otherwise, I don't know. We'll see. I might drop a few games here and there, but obviously, I'm looking forward to. I'm going for that Xbox champion, so that's the aim.
Well, keep playing the way that you're playing, mate. Even with you missing the first round, I genuinely think you could be a shot, because you were unbelievable and probably the best Xbox player last season, and it's looking like you're about to do it back to back, mate. It's phenomenal seeing you play. So, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Appreciate that.
No worries, Dylan. Cheers. And, well, let's take a look at, in a moment, the results and the ladder as well. That's what I really can't wait to see. But, of course, we'll break down all the results as they do come, obviously, having now wrapped up the Xbox side of things. And round 4, definitely been a very entertaining run. I reckon round 2 is probably still the round of the tournament so far. But this one's pretty well up there.
Look at that. Western Sydney flying under the radar as well. I said Mariners are flying under the radar. They've only got 4 points, but really, you would say there's some big games coming up for the likes of Western Sydney, Western United, Brisbane, even Perth and Sydney FC if they consider themselves title challengers, they need to move on now. They need to get a move up on the table. But the big one, Jets Melbourne City coming up, that is going to be absolutely monumental. And if you're Melbourne City, obviously, I'm stating the obvious here, you want to get the win, but you also want to get some goals on the board to try bringing that goal difference back slightly.
100%. I mean, with Newcastle Jets on 21, and even, the Wanderers with their pretty decent little goal difference in comparison to Melbourne City, but it's actually really, really close. It's a lot closer than I would have had it. I know we're only 4 games in, but a lot of teams that have only won 2 and the 1, and, so far we've only got the Wellington Phoenix and the Melbourne Victory that are yet to take home a dub. But I would dare say that, okay, we still have 7 more games or rounds to play, and that's like a maximum of 21 possible points. Looking at Newcastle Jets with 12, they could slow down.
Just quietly, Jake.
Yeah.
The E-League and the A-League, whilst there's so many differences, one thing stays the same, and that's Melbourne Victory on the bottom of the table.
My man's just a little bit salty because Western Sydney Wanderers got beaten by the Victory.
Hey, how about we take a look at the results here, Jake?
Let's keep going, eh? Why don't you take it from there, mate?
Yeah, so as we saw some big scores being raked up, Newcastle continuing their domination of the league, 10-4 against MacArthur, and then things get a little bit more interesting. 2-2 between City and Adelaide, 6-7 between the Victory and the Mariners. Brisbane Roar getting a comfortable win, 5-1 against the Knicks, and then we have Sydney and Western United sharing the points as we saw 4-4, whilst Perth and Western Sydney as well sharing the points.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the upcoming fixtures in a second as well. In round 5, of course, we've got some big games. Of course, the Sydney Derby, which before we started this first match day, we thought, we'll take a quick look at that. Obviously, a little A-League classic right there between the 2 Sydney teams. But now, all eyes on Newcastle versus Melbourne City. This is massive. Melbourne City have got to take the dub against Newcastle if they're going to finish match day 1 on top of the E-League table. Are they going to be able to pull it off? I don't know. We will find out very shortly. I think we're going to be watching Adelaide Marko versus NZer for the PlayStation 4 game, and then for the Xbox game, the final game of the round, we will be taking
the big
a look
one
at the deciding one between Newcastle and Melbourne City. I cannot wait. Lads, don't go anywhere. There is one more round left in match day 1. This is the NIVEA Men's E-League. We are having a fantastic time. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Oh, no way, he's offside.
NIVEA Men, it starts with you.
Winners use NIVEA because it keeps you strong in the big moments. You still crying? Bro, you're offside. Can I at least keep this?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League. We have one round remaining in match day 1, of course. My name is Jake Buckley, the man. Alongside me is Jared Nansen. What a cracking first match day it has been. I can't wait to come back tomorrow and really seal this thing off. But at the moment, it is looking like it is coming down to early days. 2 teams that are really going at it here, Newcastle and Melbourne City. We will be taking a look at those a little bit later. The game we have coming up next, however, Sydney FC versus your boys, Western Sydney Wanderers. We'll take a quick little look at all the games that have come through so far. Obviously, round 1s, 2, 3, and 4, the games that we've had featured before. But for this 5th and final round of the match day, we're going to look at Adelaide, Marko for, I think this is going to be his 3rd appearance on stream of the day. He's a popular boy. And NZer as well has also featured before once as well. So 2 of the better players right there going at it in a Sydney derby. And then over on Xbox, it is going to be Naylor for Newcastle taking on Marcus Gomes for Melbourne City.
Mouth-watering
That is
fixture.
scintillating.
Yes,
And look, I actually said it correctly that time. Did I?
You're making progress.
Okay, I'm good. I'm getting better.
You're making progress. That's what we want to see. But this game here between Sydney and Western Sydney, it's huge because Western Sydney, if they want to get themselves in that title picture, they have to win it. No questions asked, especially with the opportunity of either City or Newcastle potentially dropping points heading up. Well, somebody's going to drop points regardless, whether it's a draw or a loss. But Western Sydney can really get themselves in the title challenge. Only 2 points behind City, and then 4 points behind the Jets. So this is massive for NZer to take down Sydney FC, who haven't been on top of their game today.
You said it yourself that you're surprised by how well Western Sydney have done. Well, they are there. Sydney FC were another team, of course, being spearheaded by Marko, that we were really looking forward to seeing if they were going to mount a challenge. They've kind of stagnated a little bit, but Marko did win his last game. Obviously, we're looking at his stats here, of course. Goals 4, only 4. Goals against, 9.
Very unlike him.
Very unlike Marko, at least for the E-League beast and the E-League GOAT that we dubbed in at the beginning of the show. I still stand by that. I mean, but right now, like I've mentioned, changing of the guard, there may be some others that, who knows, a few years from now, we might be having to be we might need to refocus on that. But regardless, those are the stats right now for Mark Rieski. We will, I'm sure, have a cracking contest against this man, of course, NZer. 7 goals for, and this is what's really impressive. Man's only conceded 2 goals in 4 games. That is incredibly respectable, of course, maintaining, around about that respectable sort of shot accuracy, 18 attempts on goal. 18 attempts for only 7 goals. I mean, the conversion rates, it's, I don't know. There are definitely people in the E-League that have got a slightly higher rate than that, but I mean,
his defense is so good.
We only concede 2 goals in 4 games.
Nate was saying it before. He's been dubbed as a player that just puts so much pressure on his opponents. That's how we saw him get those goals against Akpo earlier. And clearly that's going to be the tactic he takes against Marko. Whether Marko crumbles to that pressure or not is the big question, because like I've said, Marko is an extremely experienced competitor. And if anybody's going to be able to handle the quick thinking and the pressure, it's going to be him. So taking a look at the sides here. Again, Brucey Kamau getting the nod for Western Sydney, and Marko once again rocking with Costa Barbarouses in that attacking midfield spot. Whether they change it in their real formations is a different question. But here we go, Jake. The first Sydney derby of the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League season is underway.
We always look forward to this contest, and it is going to be a big one, not just in general, but in the context of the E-League and for the title challenges as well. Let's see how this one gets on. It's like you mentioned before, by the way, with NZer being, as a self-described sort of very suffocating kind of player, that he can adapt his play from time to time to adjust what he needs to do. Well, we'll see how he approaches Marko, who definitely loves to hold the ball up, have plenty of the possession as well in games. Typically, he's not really a fast counter-attacking type of player. He'll definitely take his time on the ball. And I remember the last game that we were watching NZer play, he was ridiculous with his press. He was winning the ball back up high up the pitch and really down that halfway mark of the pitch. He was absolutely sensational. So see if he ends up being that aggressive. Like, there you go. Immediately got something there. He's not quite going to win possession back on this occasion, but again, suffocating. Manages to win the ball back, and now Western Sydney Wanderers going to have their first spell of possession. Not a super amount up ahead for NZer, so taking his time with it on this one. Good ball there
developing on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Ronaldo now to Ronaldo on the right-hand side, just holding up the ball for the time being. Back to Bruno Fernandes. Still holding things up there. Tried to make a move there for CR7, but not quite. Now Marko's back on it.
Marko taking his time here, waiting for the right opportunities, trying to counter that press. And there it is again, Bruno Fernandes smothering Marko and giving NZer an opportunity here. 10 minutes into this one, Cristiano Ronaldo looking for some support, but again, some good defense from Marko.
No wonder he's only conceded 2 goals in 4 games so far in this competition, when you really don't even let your opponent get even close to your
Again.
third. Another interception in his attacking
Marco's
third.
filthy.
Chance for Pele here, maybe the advanced fake shot to go past his man. That's a very tight angle to shoot from, and even then, the defender's got him covered. He gets himself a corner, though. I don't think we've actually seen too many goals come in from direct corners. That's why we see him played short so often. Out to Pele here with a lot of space. That one's going to get nicked. And now here comes Marko. He's only got, really, Pele up top and no one else, so didn't really have an awful lot to go to. Plays it back. Once again, NZer back with the ball. Pele to Kamau. See if the A-League man can potentially have something to say about that. I mean, I'd be very impressed if 9 goals have already been scored in that contest or not, but I guess we'll see when we break down the rest of the games at full time.
Again, though, Marko just trying. He's struggling to get out of his own half here. That's a credit to the press that NZer's playing, but now an opportunity as he starts to find a little bit of space in the midfield. NZer, he's going between that offside trap and the press, but he continues through here. Great run from Marko. Ronaldo, slightly heavy touch, but he's able to get past Maldini. It's opening up here, parting like the Red Sea, but unfortunately for Marko's sake, unable to get that final pass into the box there.
Yeah, 20 minutes in at the moment. That's probably Marko's best opportunity. There was a big gap in the defense, but didn't really see much of a run into it from any of his teammates off of the ball there. Rude Hullet, little heel to heel in plenty of space. There we go. R9 Ronaldo. That's a nice little move, and he just showed a bit too much of it to the centre back there. Turnover again, and it's, again, typical of an NZer game. We are seeing possession change hand very, very frequently at the moment. Another nearly interception there. That's just a tackle that almost has helped on its way to I believe that was Pele over there on the right-hand side. Perth taking the lead here against Melbourne Victory. They really need something to get going, unfortunately.
Dylan Gomes versus Rick Tran in that one, but still 0-0 here in the Sydney Derby. A cagey affair so far. That's the style of FIFA that NZer thrives on, though. He's used to playing some scrappy FIFA, forcing his opponent into mistakes.
Touch.
Another mistake there from him, however, and it might give Marko an opportunity here.
Somehow a clearance there when he was right behind his man, but there you go. And now another tackle. Unfortunately, Hullet's chested it down into the path of R9, and NZer, he wins the ball back even when he's not trying to. It's unbelievable. Pele on the right-hand side. He's got Cristiano Ronaldo off to his right, making a run. Really only straight into the fullback, however. And he's having to sit back and just sort of take his time with these attacks here, NZer. We've definitely been up this part of the pitch a lot more than we have up Sydney FC's attacking third at the moment either way. So we've just got to see Marko maybe go back to what he was doing. I know that he's being put under a phenomenal amount of pressure, but just being able to hold maybe sometimes might be the best option. A big tackle there. Only he was just able to feed the winger making a run down that left-hand side. It could have really opened things up there for Marko.
A lot
Pele
of
on the ball.
defensive pressure from Sky Blue here, though. Marko doing a good job of stopping any potential counter-attack, but NZer coming through here with Ronaldo. Just waiting for that right opportunity. Doesn't mind biting his tongue, waiting for the right opportunity as he goes to R9 Ronaldo. Goes for the shot there.
Haven't even really seen that many attempts on goal, really, to be completely honest with you. I think I just saw a stat pop up there of only 1 shot on target so far in the contest. The possession's been pretty well split down the middle as well so far.
Marko pushing through here, looking for the lead before halftime. Of course, trying to set up Jamie for the second leg as well. Crucial block there, but it's fallen right back to Ronaldo. Another strong tackle by the referee.
Wow.
Points to the spot. Controversial decision there, as Carlos Alberto is the guilty party. Would have loved to see a penalty, but here we go. Marko has missed one to the left in match day 1, or in round 1. This time, he goes up the middle, and it is Nick Pope, I believe, making the crucial save off the penalty there for NZer and Western Sydney. That is a massive opportunity gone begging for Marko. Drama here in a game that really hasn't presented many opportunities. That could be a huge moment come full time.
I don't know if he's had any more than just the 2 penalties, but at least in the feature games we've been commentating, Jared, that's 2 penalties for Marko. 1 wide and now 1 saved. He's just not getting the luck when it comes to the penalties. And even then, it was a contentious decision. I mean,
I'd love to see a replay on that one.
Yeah, it looked like it was, it looked like it was fine, but I guess FIFA calls it how it is. A fake shot, or no, an actual attempt there from R9. Finesse from a way, way outside the box there, and it's just going to get tipped away by the goalkeeper. Cross in. No playing it short here from Marko, that's for sure. Ball into the box. A lot of Western Sydney Wanderers players up ahead of him. He tries to have a pop. That one is going to get deflected out. Marko still has it here. Trying to work his way around the box. Oh, brilliant little piece of skill trying to split the 2 defenders, but no good. And NZer, I think, was trying to get in 1 quick last counter-attack before halftime came, but just had it picked off, and that is going to be the end of it. Referee blows for halftime, and well, we haven't had, I don't even know if we've had a single game and 0-0 so far, but with how...
I don't think there's been a single game in the entirety of FIFA 21 and 0-0, mate.
That's a fairly good point. I mean,
penalty, though, I really want to see the replay of that because we might be completely wrong. It might have been as clear as daylight.
It looked like the ball went flying. It looked like he's definitely gotten something of the ball. Maybe if he just had to clip an ankle or something like that on the way through.
Meant nothing because Marko has, unfortunately for his sake, missed that one. And now we head into the second half here. A 0-0 scoreline. Who's going to make the breakthrough? Who's going to set their teammate up for a strong second leg? We're going to find out as NZer has taken off Pele, brought on Mbappe, wondering whether he's going to be the spark that the Western Sydney Wanderers need here in the second half. Continuing on the attack, though, as Perth are 2-1 up here on the Xbox against Adelaide. I'm sure that's a PlayStation graphic. Regardless, though, Bruno Fernandes on the attack. NZer hasn't lost possession in this second half. Mbappe going there to Cristiano Ronaldo. Strong defense, though, from Marko.
And now Marko back on the ball again, being pressed in his own third, but taking his time off it. And NZer not really going too hard on that press either, not trying to overcommit a through ball there. It looked like it was going to go out of bounds even if he wasn't offside. And NZer going to get the ball back. Really had the majority of it in the early moments of this second half. And the one thing for NZer is he just needs to find that way in behind. Of course, the back four is pretty well set. Cristiano Ronaldo, the fake shot here, and into the... Oh, no, it sold me. It is absolutely sold me.
Wow.
It's hit the stanchion that's holding up the net.
Wow.
All right, Jared, come on. Come into bat for me, mate. That looked like it was
I thought it was in
rippling,
as well. That threw me off. I thought it went in and he might have been offside or something, which wouldn't have even mattered because he was so far behind when he got the ball. But I did not realize he missed that one. That is the type of luck you need to go your way in a game where there hasn't been too many opportunities. So that's a big opportunity gone begging there from NZer. But it's Alphonso Davies up against Carlos Alberto, an icon versus a potential future icon in 30 years' time in FIFA 53. But Fernandes going there. Ronaldo, R9 Ronaldo looking for some space. His shot, however, hit straight at Marko's goalkeeper.
NZer starting to get some real shots on goal here. Cross in, header. Not going to be one. We're not seeing a lot of short corners now being taken. And matter of fact, we're not really seeing many corners, really ending up in any sort of goal-scoring opportunities at all. But
Manuel Neuer not really being tested. The only test he has had is that shot straight at him. But
he was able to palm that one away.
Needs to be a lot more clinical in front of goal with the opportunities he's getting for himself, because we know Marko, if he gets in front of goal, he's quite likely to take it.
You know how the possession was split pretty much down the middle for the first half? Well, it is 70-something-5% for NZer in the first 15 minutes of this one. He has been dominating. Marko
got to do something with that domination, though.
Tried to get a little counter-attack going there, and he just had that one picked off. This could very well be the first 0-0 possibly in the history of FIFA 21. Jared, you said it yourself, commentator's curse. We hope it is. I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't like... Oh, that is a brilliant if he pulls this off.
Wow.
What a goal!
Wow.
The back heel. We talk about goal of the tournament. That's going to be the assist of the tournament. And don't forget the brilliant spin from Mbappe. Hits the roof of the net on the finish. And there you go, Jared. Commentator's curse. It needed something.
That is not only a curse, that is the most special curse you'll ever see. That is an incredible goal there from NZer. If you want to get a goal past Marko, he doesn't give you many opportunities. You have to do something special like that. That is absolutely wild.
That game,
well played.
This game to get that breakthrough, it needed a moment of magic, and it got it for sure. What a back heel! Sensational stuff, and really, I think it's been deserved with how much possession that NZer has had to start this second half. Obviously, in the first 20 minutes, like 75-80% possession. It's been incredible. And he's going to have so much space to operate with in the middle of the park now. Trying to spin. That one's going to be a tackle. Marko's got it now. Has not had much of the ball. He's got to make sure he does the right thing with it. I think he's going to be on here. Cristiano Ronaldo. Brilliant fake shot. And that is going to be the equaliser. From absolutely nothing, this game is level again. Brilliant counter-attack from Marko.
Lovely adversity there shown from Marko. Hits him on the counter-attack after being dominated in this second half. And just like that, this Sydney Derby has been tied up. Marko, he's not taking his foot off the gas. He's trying to get the lead. And he's not going to get it. He's offside. I thought he was going to get lucky with the deflection there. Again, though, NZer, uncharacteristic mistake. Gifting possession here to Marko. Marko looking to really capitalise on what has been a very exciting 10 minutes of in-game time for him.
That goal just completely changed the game. Now he's the one putting on the press. He's the one that's winning the ball back up high.
Are we going to see some substitutions or some tactical changes in this last 15 minutes? We'll have to wait and see. As Cristiano Ronaldo potentially played in behind, but Vieira in a great position.
No pauses have been cued as of yet. I mean, potentially we may see one down the line, especially with this game tied at the moment at 1-1. Both of these men are definitely going to want to grab all 3 points here possible, not just individually, but also for setting up their teammate. Player locking here, Marko trying to create something off the ball himself. And there's a lot of space here for Fernandez. Now Ruud Gullit going to be met with 2 Western Sydney Wanderers players. It's going to split the 2 of them here. Ronaldo Nazario from way outside the box. The finesse was a decent attempt, but pretty comfortably saved in the end from the goalkeeper. And wow, only 10 minutes to go in a really even contest. I don't honestly think, I mean, I know possession-wise, maybe NZer's definitely been dominating in the second half, but sheesh, what an even contest this has been. Is there one more twist? Quite possibly. Mbappe now, right-hand side. R9 Ronaldo, moving it now into the middle. Ruud Gullit, CR7, can he spin? Can he get space? Left peg, great
Huge
block. Huge block indeed. And now here comes Marko with 5 minutes to go.
Marko looking for something special here in the final moments. Great positioning though from NZer as he goes through. Ronaldo going back to Ruud Gullit, trying to create a spark here. He's had some great opportunities in this one. Ronaldo smothered by sky blue jerseys, but he maintains possession. Fernandez, Bruno Fernandez. What can the Team of the Year card do as he goes there to R9 Ronaldo? Elects to go back to Bruno Fernandez. The time running out in this Sydney derby, the first leg between NZer and the reigning champion FootWiz Marko, or Atlantide Marko, I should say. Still getting used to that one. But is there going to be an opportunity here? A bit of space for Ronaldo. Defended nicely there from Vieira as we move near stoppage time. How much is the 4th official going to give? Only the 1 minute. This could be the last attack of the game here.
Oh,
he's taking him out.
This
that
could be
is
a red.
surely got to be. No, they haven't given it a red. Okay.
Only a yellow.
Only a yellow. Last man. I thought that could have definitely been a red there.
Well,
not that it would have mattered because Marko coming through here. This is surely going to be the last attack. He goes through here. Barbarousis tackled.
Corner. They're going to give it.
Oh.
Wow. 2
Last
minutes.
kick.
2 minutes of 1. Is he going to look to play this one short? He will. Across him, possibly. Barbarousis, he's still going with this. The cutback, Gullit. He's just going to get held off it. He's still fighting for it. And then the keeper has to pounce on it to save his team, conceding a heartbreaking game-losing goal right at the end. And wow, it was intense from the start all the way to the end. And wow, that is probably one of the most closely contested games that I think we have seen so far. What a match. It's a 1-1 draw and absolute brilliant in the E-League.
That was a war of attrition right there, Jake. That was just each competitor waiting for the other to make a mistake, waiting to get that one opportunity. Marko made the most of his one opportunity. NZer, though, some great opportunities for himself to take the lead in this one, get himself a big result in terms of the PlayStation standings. But now it is all between Jamie and Goat to get this win.
And we will see how those two go. And indeed, a big game between Sydney and Western Sydney Wanderers over on Xbox to be played. But let's break down the game that we just saw and all the games that, of course, played across PlayStation 4 in round 5. Let's head over to Nate and Treaders.
Thank you very much, gents. What an intriguing Sydney derby. Indeed, in the end, the spoils shared. But of course, Treaders, with the second leg still to come, that Sydney derby still there for the taking.
Absolutely. We've got Jamodo taking on Goat, a classic Xbox rivalry all the way back from E-League Season 1. So these competitors knowing each other but not competing against each other too recently, but they'll be running it back right after these highlights.
Of course, those competitors having different campaigns than what they did in Season 1. Indeed, the scene has evolved, new competitors among it, and I guess a NZer, you'd have to say, is one of the newer ones, particularly compared to Atlantide Marko, but nothing to separate the pair.
Yeah, absolutely. And just while I remember it, we've got Jamodo versus Goat, and there's that rivalry all the way back from the early FootWiz days as well. So that is going to be one to watch back on the highlights.
We look forward to those goals, and of course, all the goals from across the round. Some of you saying, why aren't we watching Mark? Look, I don't know. I'm just a commentator, analyst type peasant. However, we'll bring you those highlights and more if and when we can get them. Obviously, competitors with different streaming setups, having different capabilities, I dare say, Treaders, we were rewarded in that game. However, these best of ones bring up a little bit of randomness, but a lot of entertainment.
Well, as NZer was talking about just previously, you have to mentally switch yourself on from the get-go. You have to be thinking, there is no second opportunity, there's no second leg for me to mount a comeback. You have to be locked in from that first kickoff, otherwise you'll find yourself with too big of a mountain to climb.
I believe I can see just off screen both Jamoto and Goat really living that earlier encounter they had back in the day. From memory, it was something like a messy weak foot cross to Vieira or something ridiculous. And absolute shambles and scenes. Maybe we'll get some of that drama later on. Of course, the featured matches, switching from game to game to game. There is so much to get through. Is Sydney FC's, let's say, premiership defense not going quite to plan, you think, Treaders?
Yeah, absolutely not. They've not been at the top of their game, not nearly been at the quality that they've come to, that Sydney has come to expect from their own competitors. But it's not too late just yet, but it all depends on how these results go for Newcastle. If they continue going undefeated, well, it won't matter what Sydney FC end up doing because Newcastle will simply run away with it.
Newcastle, again, if you're just joining us, maybe it's not the team you expected to see on top, but they are dominating. To be honest, off broadcast, Treaders, off camera at least, we were talking about how on earth Newcastle have got the number 1 and number 3 competitors on the same team.
It's just absurd. If you're a competing E-League team, it's just crazy to think that you'd allow it to transpire. No other team on average has a higher ranked competitor. The closest to it would be probably Sydney at a stretch, Western United around there. Melbourne City even, it's just bizarre.
NZer with a miss that hit the stanchion, could not believe it. Maybe that spurred him on to that assist, that turn, and that goal.
And a really well-deserved goal there from NZer. The build-up, brilliant. And then the simplest of triangle passes from Marko. But when he gets into that one-on-one situation, that's where Marko can do his damage. He's done his damage previously with his left stick dribbling. Not so much the main item on the menu in FIFA 21, but he still has those right stick skills and the fake shot cancels.
Maybe NZer a little disappointed in himself too in this clash between Airborne and JMK King. 2 Kiwis, of course. It is the latter who holds the advantage for Western United over the Wellington Phoenix.
And we're seeing that classic New Zealand derby, competitors familiar with each other. Airborne not being able to score nearly enough goals to be at his absolute peak. I think it's just a product, goalkeeper nutmeg, but a product of the lack of overall competitive experience with him focusing more on his F1.
Falling nicely to Hullet there. Josh will take that all day, every day, tying things up at 1 goal apiece, but he wasn't quite done there. Is this the attack for 2-1? A simple cross and a very simple finish indeed. Western United with the advantage over Wellington Phoenix, but Treaders, you wouldn't rule out Bainesy making a bit of a comeback, even if it's against Dylan.
He shows that he has what it takes to make some noise. He is a relatively fresh competitor and he knows what to do to get the job done.
A somewhat low-scoring encounter here, the early goal to Sippy, who will be delighted to claim his individual victory. Akpo maybe not having the tournament, at least on day 1, he had hoped for.
And Akpo's results have been a little bit surprising to me, considering how close he has been to qualifying for overall broadcast events. Maybe not just quite on point, his team, his tactics, something not just going entirely right for him, and he's not getting the results that he's desiring.
This was Sippy looking for 2. Early shot, keeper called out. Good decision from Akpo. Of course, Andy coaching so many of these competitors as well. He's one of the brightest FIFA esports brains that we have in this region. Some Discord calls, no doubt, going on between these competitors. What about this? 3-3, it seems, between Perth's Dylan Gomes and Rick Tran from Melbourne Victory.
And get to Dylan claiming that he got a little bit rigged. And again, early on, seeing that Rick Tran doing what he does, creating space with skill moves and utilizing the full width of the pitch to create goal-scoring opportunities. Oh no.
There it is. Yo, Edwin. That's not a bad first touch. I'm not sure about what followed. That made it 2-1. Man goes down in the area. Some games are better left off broadcast, it seems. Analyze that for us, Treaders.
I can't. That is unreal. Wow.
3-2 to Rick. Dylan able to keep his head at least a little bit. Credit to him. Eusebio, lovely work to draw things up at 3-3. I'll say that with the straightest face possible. What a game of FIFA 21. I guess we've seen a little bit of everything, and Perth, one of those teams, maybe looking towards mid-table. Obviously, they've had success in the past. Who knows what it holds here for them in Season 4. What about this result? Greek Freak has been on the end of 1 or 2 drubbings. This, much more like the form we expect from one of our top competitors.
It seems like for Greek it's 100% or 0% as far as scoreline goes at the moment. And again, Greek Freak taking advantage of the space that's left in behind time and time again. His overall game style so aggressive and so clinical when he gets into those spaces. It's just a matter of him finding that space. And look at that. That is just vintage Greek Freak. And that's what we've come to expect from him. And maybe it's signs for things to come in the rest of the tournament. And again, looking into the wider areas. Look how close that control that is from Greek. Again, as I previously mentioned, just totally on point, vintage Greek Freak. Not much more to say than that.
You love to see it. What unfortunately we cannot see, but love to hear about, is in that other game between Newcastle Jets and Melbourne City, it was Mark 4, Mike J 3. So a very exciting sounding game based on that scoreline. Again, unfortunately, due to technical issues, not able to bring that game to you. We sincerely hope we get more Mark going forward, heading in today too. And Chad, I don't care if you're sick of talking about it. Newcastle are the top dogs. And to be quite frank, surely the other A-League clubs must be looking at themselves, the backroom staff, and thinking, how have we let this happen?
It's just like allowing a fellow A-League team to sign 2 marquee players. It's just absurd. Like, I'll keep my mouth shut on that one.
Probably smart from you. I'll go in again. Don't let it happen again. Pay a bit of attention and you can get yourself the premiership. We're going to head on now, moving swiftly along to NZer from the Western Sydney Wanderers. NZer, if you're there, Nagiti, wonderful. We'd love to have a quick chat with you, brother. A 1-1 game against Atlantide Marko. Do you maybe feel like that one slipped from your grasp?
Yeah, I feel like I had a couple of chances where I should have scored. I mean, the R9 one, the clear-cut one, should have went in. I don't know how it didn't, but it is what it is. It happens. It's FIFA. Anything can happen. So yeah, I'm not too disappointed. It's all right.
Yeah. So talking about those opportunities that didn't quite go your way. What do you do personally to ensure that you don't lose your focus? Because you seem on the outside to be one of the most cool, calm, collected competitors that we have.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Marcus. I learned it off him because he's so calm in like difficult situations. So shout out to him. But I mean, like, there's a little reaction, like outward reaction, but then you just get back into it straight away. I mean, I got to show a bit of emotion, so can't look like a robot.
And finally, from me, overall, your game style, continuing that smothering play style. I'm just wondering, as you head into these final few moments of your games, is there any adjustments that you're going to make according to where you are sitting in the table, or are you going to continue playing your own way?
I feel like I can play better. I mean, I haven't shown my best style of play yet. I feel like tomorrow's probably the day. But I know I can improve. I don't think there'll be any team changes. I just need to get back on my feet and just play a bit better than I have today.
It's been an absolute pleasure watching your games today, Nagidi. Go and take a well-earned break. Cheer on your teammate. We'll see you again for day 2.
Thank you. See you guys.
Thank you very much. That is Western Sydney Wanderers. NZer. I'll tell you what, Treaders, when you're 1-1 against Atlantide Marko and you're thinking, I probably could have won that if a few things went my way, you're having a pretty good day. To recap those fixtures for you. So far, the PlayStation legs of round 5. It is Western United 2, Wellington 1. The 1 goal, Sippy over Akpo, Mariners over Adelaide, Perth 3, Victory 3. That second leg set up very well indeed. All to play for in that Sydney Derby. Ben Carter must be loving life right now. Cheers for that, Greek. 6-1, MacArthur over Brisbane, and then 4-3, Newcastle versus Melbourne City. I dare say, Treaders, that is an absolutely huge game. If we were going to end the game, end the day one way, you'd pick that game because it has both playoff potential and, of course, the premiership.
Massive stakes riding on this final featured game. Brilliantly picked, and I cannot wait to watch this on the broadcast.
We will be sitting here, eagle-eyed, notes ready. I hope you at home are ready to finish off the NIVEA Men E-League Day 1 with a bang. Let's go on to the gameplay, to the competitors. Let's go on to Jake and Jared.
Thank you very much, Nate. And you've hit the nail on the head there, lads, because this is quite possibly the biggest 90-minute game that we will see in this entire league, of course. We have got Newcastle and Melbourne City going up against each other in a second final leg. As you heard, of course, Newcastle currently lead 4-3 on aggregate. Naylor, number 1 in the Global Series rankings. And of course, then you've got Marcus Gomes, number 4 in the Global Series rankings. Naylor made a grand final of a qualifier, a regional qualifier. Marcus Gomes is a qualified champion. We could not have asked for a better way to finish off this match day 1, could we, Jared?
Yeah, this is why we love FIFA esports. This is why we love the E-League. Moments like this. The title, 6-pointer on the line right now. An opportunity to take your team into the lead headed into the championship Saturday. It's going to be a big one, and I mean, it's all to fight for. 4-3 after the first leg. That is great. That means we have a great contest on our hands.
It's absolutely. I cannot wait to get this one started and underway. I mean, I reckon Naylor having a bit of a cushion. Marcus Gomes, he's the one that's going to have to work to try to get his team the win. Obviously, looking at Naylor's stats, though, 21 goals already. That is, and again, people
phenomenal.
Keep in mind, over 4 games, he's averaging about like 4.25 goals a game, if my maths are absolutely bang on, I don't know. But it's 5-something goals every single game, and he's only conceded about 7, so that's only conceding about 1 or 2 a game right there, you know. He is going to have a very tough task, Marcus, to not just keep, at least him sort of at bay and try to keep him down to as many goals as possible, but let's say you at least restrict him to 2 goals instead of the usual 5 that he's been able to put away. You're still going to need to get at least 4 of your own if you're Marcus in that situation. So an incredibly tough challenge for him, but we'll see if he's up to it.
It's exciting to see Marcus Gomes face this level of adversity. So often we're so used to seeing Marcus just absolutely wipe the floor. Now he's in a different spot. No longer is he the top dog in this. He is coming and trying to get one over Naylor. Naylor's on top of the table right now. He's on top of the global rankings. Marcus needs to come out and prove that he still has it. As we can see, Naylor, invest in a light bulb, brother, please. A bit dark.
Maybe
in a cave right now.
The darkness is probably the secret, I don't know. Maybe it is. But I genuinely don't know where the hell he is right now. He literally could be in the middle of a cave, for crying out loud. We can barely tell. But either way, having a look at the lineups, of course, it's looking like Jamie McLaren is going to be the A-League man, obviously, for Melbourne City. He's rocking with that 4-2-2-2 formation, same 2. It looks like will be Naylor with the exact same formation as well. And lads, we are about to get this one kicked off and underway. This is the biggest game. I hope everyone is aware of E-League Match Day 1 and probably of the entire NIVEA Men E-League for 2021. It's off. It's underway. Here we go.
It is Naylor on the attack here, looking to extend that Newcastle Jets lead. Advantage played. Let's see now our first chance to look at him all day today in terms of a featured match. Let's see what he's made of. Davies going here to Mbappe, but Marcus handling that attack with absolute ease as Ronaldo now on the counter-attack. We see that man streaking down at the right-hand side. The ball through to Kylian Mbappe. Ball Marcus Gomes. Gets past one, puts it in, and that is an early save there. for Naylor.
The spider, big save early. Very good there from Yashin. I mean, he was making himself big, and the man that took the shot was probably just on the inside of the 6-yard box, so it would have been a tough one for him to have squeezed it in there. But like Lee Yashin, again, doing a brilliant job, and now here comes Naylor. If Naylor was to score the first goal of this game and make it 4-3, that is definitely going to... I think it's crucial for Marcus to be able to grab the first goal here, but we shall see. Naylor is probably, if we're only going off of stats, maybe the player of the tournament so far. I mean, bloody scoring an average of 5 goals a game and basically taking a dub in every single game he's played. He's maybe going to be the favourite in this one, but who knows? Marcus could maybe have a say in that. Still working here with R9. He's tried to work that into the middle. It's not quite worked out there. Marcus Gomes breaks a pretty easy interception as of that one, and Bruno Fernandes still holding the ball up. He's really only got Ruud Gullit as an option. Eventually he finds him. Now advances forward to Ronaldo, to R9. Tried to play it back to him, and a turnover right there.
Well read there from Naylor and his Virgil van Dijk. And now he's trying to launch a counter-attack of his own. Got some space down the left-hand side as he plays it through to Pele. Up against Alberto. Trying to get past him. Brazilian on Brazilian there. Continues, though, taking things slightly more central. Gullit, Ronaldo, believe he was offside, but it's not. It's play on. Ronaldo smothered right now by Melbourne City defenders. Managed to find Pele. Pele here for Naylor. Big block there from Vieira. Still on here, though, for Naylor. Coming through. It's Ronaldo. It is Ronaldo blocked again. I thought for sure Naylor. Both those opportunities, I thought one of them was going to end up in the back.
Two big opportunities there. The first one, it looked like Marcus was just sagging off him a little bit. Had a chance to shoot if he took it a little earlier.
Goat has the lead.
Wow,
Right.
very intriguing. Western Sydney Wanderers leading 2-1 on aggregate in that one.
The funny thing is, if this stays the way it is and that stays the way it is, Western Sydney will jump Melbourne City in the table and go up the second.
Wow, that's a very keen observation there by you. That is true, actually. God, there are so many teams. You know, we really can't just have it down to these two. We've been maybe a little bit guilty of that in the commentary team, but there are still so many other sides that if they have strong match day twos, could still very well win this thing, you know. It is definitely possible. Mbappe, can he find a way to cut it back? That's a lovely heel. Oh, lovely back heel that nearly found R9, but a very clutch interception right there from Naylor. Two men going side by side there trying to win it, and in the end it is going to be Naylor's ball. 25 minutes, halfway through the first half. Still 0-0 at this stage. And it really is a bit of an even contest at this stage. No one's really,
poor pass
unfortunately,
there from Marcus,
yeah, turned over. You've got to say that's not the first time he's had a bit of a poor turnover there. Marcus made the tackle, but really didn't get any of the possession back. It just barely mattered, of course. The ball just sort of sat right at the feet of the man that he tackled. Naylor's still in possession as a result of that.
Pele going here to Ruud Gullit. Is Naylor going to get the breakthrough as he comes here with Ronaldo?
Oh.
His shot, however, straight at Edwin van der Sar. Not sure if Marcus moved his van der Sar card there, but Naylor still on the attack. He's had the better opportunities out of the two as he comes through here with Kylian Mbappe. Mbappe, the shot blocked again, straight at the feet. I feel like Ronaldo's involved in everything. Straight at van der Sar again. When's Naylor going to score one?
Both keepers coming up with some massive stop now. Yashin at the beginning of the game. Now two for Van der Sar. Off to the right-hand side. Mbappe, brilliant ball back in.
Oh.
Just a little too far. And wow, he's living dangerously there, Naylor. If CR7 had just got up a little bit quicker, maybe he might have just tapped that into an empty net.
Almost the counter-attack of doom there from Marcus Gomes. And now, potentially the counter-attack of doom here from Naylor as he goes out wide. 10 minutes to play in this first half. We've seen so many goals scored at this part of the game all day long, as it is going to be Mbappe flicking it up there, trying to pull off the spectacular, but too many defenders.
And 10 minutes remaining in this first half. Yep, a ball around the outside.
Fantastic ball.
Trying to send away Cristiano Ronaldo. Doesn't really have much on in support. He's going to have to try to hold it up and wait for some options. Heel to heel, gets himself a decent amount of space to Ruud Gullit. Nearly an interception there by Naylor. McLaren to Fernandes. He's on the edge of the box. He won't shoot. The stop and turn. It's up in the air. Virgil van Dijk. Well, if anyone was going to win that header out of Bruno Fernandes and Virgil van Dijk, you probably would have backed the Dutchman there anyway. 5 minutes to go. Naylor's got a counter-attack. Ronaldo there. Fake shot continuing on his way. Not really finding a super amount of options at the moment. But, yep, this one looking like at this stage it's probably going to end 0-0 unless maybe Marcus can do something on this final spell, possibly of possession that he's going to have in this first half.
Marcus coming down the left-hand side here. J-Mac, good to see J-Mac getting involved there. Davies coming to Virgil van Dijk.
I don't even know who the A-League player for Newcastle is. I've barely seen him pop up. That was him?
Your King Ugarkovic, baby. What are you talking about? Rude Hullet, though, coming out here to Carlos Alberto. Kylian Mbappe looking for some support. Marcus holding on to possession brilliantly here. This is where...
Wow. No stoppage time. No stoppage time given there.
I thought Marcus was building up to something there. A bit of a stitch up there for Marcus Gomes. First half stoppage time. And still, Newcastle Jets holding the lead on aggregate. Naylor and Marcus all tied up in this one.
Definitely wasn't a super amount of chances or stoppages in that game. In fact, I don't even know if there was one or two. So maybe understandable if there's ever going to be a half of football that ever just goes straight to the end and doesn't have any stoppage time in it, then there you go. Well, pause has been obviously taken. We're not really seeing too many substitutions or changes being made by anybody there until finally.
Ben Miro in the chat coming in saying he feels violated by that. He feels violated by the whistle being blown when it has.
It's so rare. You never you almost never see it.
That was right. I thought he was in enough close enough to the goal where it could have been still play on.
It was a strange one, but either way, they're still going to get
filthy.
They are still going to get 45 more minutes, and hopefully we do indeed see at least a goal here, because whoever scores it, it's going to be absolutely massive. If it goes to Naylor, that's 5-3. That's 2-goal lead that they have on aggregate Newcastle, and that would be massive. They would finish with 15 points out of 15 from the first match day. But if it were to go to Marcus Gomes and Melbourne City, and then, well, that's point split. It won't get Melbourne City up above Newcastle, but it could open up the door massively for other teams in this league if Newcastle were to finally drop points.
Marcus, though, starting the second half here with possession. Looking to get back to that routine he really had towards the back end of the first half, where he just dominated the possession and tried to really bore Naylor out of this game. But it is Ronaldo on the attack here for Melbourne City, going to Ruud Hullet. Ruud Hullet looking for an option, elects to go back to Fernandez, who goes back to Hullet. Some nice passing between the midfield here. Ronaldo, a bit of space, he wants to pull something off. He goes for the roulette there, trying to continue searching for an option. Goes to Cristiano Ronaldo, the block, the follow-up, and it is saved at the near post by Yashin. Marcus would have thought that was his opportunity as the ball's played in and is dealt with here from Naylor. My word, what a start to the second half from Marcus Gomes.
I coined the phrase Basketball City back in Season 1. Well, there was a little bit of Basketball City there, but in a different sense. It was about pretty much a one-on-one right there. It was sizing up his defender, trying to create the space, and wow, Lee Yashin again, a brilliant stretch, and what a save, and that is just about going to stay in there for Naylor.
Here he comes, Naylor, looking to get the 2-goal advantage for the Jets. Mbappe tackled quite nicely. Marcus' defense has been solid today. Don't want to jinx him, though, because it is Ronaldo coming through. And there it is. It is Naylor getting the lead in this one. Scrappy football, but nicely worked there for Naylor. And there it is, the Newcastle Jets. Big advantage for them. 2-goal lead on aggregate in this one. 5-3, Jake. Half an hour to play.
And to everyone that's watching at home, Jared, after saying that he doesn't want to curse Marcus, threw his hands up in the air
man.
and walked
filthy
off.
about that. I never want to be never want to jinx anybody.
Now he's observing the chat, probably roasting him. I have no idea. But
yeah,
yes, that's
Sarge just said, of course, Jared jinxed Marcus. Sorry, man.
Marcus, mate, we apologise, but still, it is not over yet for you, son. There are 30 minutes left. You could still grab yourself 2 goals, maybe potentially level things up on aggregate, and how? Maybe you can even just go and win the game possibly as well. Let's see. Jamie McLaren, back to Fernandez. He's done so well, really, Marcus, like you said, defensively, until obviously we sadly hit him with the commentary curse. But he was doing really well for the first hour or so defending, I mean.
Still an opportunity to get back into this one as he goes through to Bruno Fernandez. Blocked there from Alphonso Davies. I thought that was the opportunity for Marcus as he cues up a pause.
Good stop and turn there, but Davies just getting in the way once again. Marcus has been defending fairly well against Naylor. He's going to need to try to keep him at bay. He really can't afford to concede another goal with the amount of time left. And on top of that, he needs to find himself his only breakthrough. Oh, that's a brilliant little piece of skill there from R9, just flicking it up there. Tried to head it off to the man to his right, no good. Maybe a chance to break quickly here. Lovely through ball that. That could be a big chance. Is he off? No, maybe not. Cut back. Mbappe holding it up. And finally he scores. Finding the back of the net. Brilliant work there from Melbourne City and from Marcus. It's tied at 1-1 again.
The composure it takes to not pull the trigger on that first opportunity. Marcus had the potential opportunity. More than likely would have been blocked there, but he's elected to go and round that one back and find the better option there. And all of a sudden, we have a game on our hands here. We can see the players making some substitutions. And I'm very interested to see what the final moments of this one bring. All of a sudden, we're back to where we began the day. And that is with the Newcastle Jets having a 1-goal advantage in this one. Big 20 minutes coming up.
Massive 20 minutes. Again, if Marcus can find a way to grab himself one more goal in these 20 minutes, now that he's been able to find the first, it was a brilliant through ball. Of course, it was so tight, Jared. Like you mentioned, we kind of half thought maybe for a second it was offside, but no. Big goal, and this is, again, huge. Right back on this affair. We will possibly see ourselves seeing the real title challenge being shaped right here, potentially. We will see if Marcus has another say in this game or if Naylor can rescue back a win for himself. Of course, don't forget, Naylor individually is still fighting to keep his 100% record in the league going individually. Cruyff coming on for Pele there.
This could be big in terms of the console champions as well, Jake.
Absolutely gigantic.
Naylor trying to get himself that Xbox console championship as he's almost had a
He found some pretty good success with a pretty early through ball that found a striker trying to get him behind the back line before. Why not try one again?
Only 15 continues on the attack. Big defense there from Marcus. Like you said, Jake, just over 15 minutes remain in the final game of match day 1. The championship 6-pointer, you would say, between Melbourne City and the Newcastle Jets. I feel like there's still more drama to come in the last 15 minutes here, though, Jake, as Johan Cruyff going there. Slightly undercooked pass. Ronaldo has recovered, though, as it is Johan Cruyff coming through. That is brilliant. Naylor with the lead again. That is why he is top of the league. That is why he is #1 ranked in the Oceania region. That is phenomenal there from Naylor. Take a bow, son.
That could be the biggest goal of the season so far right there. That could be the goal that maybe won't seal 3 points individually for Naylor, but it will almost surely seal the 3 points for Newcastle. It looks like at this stage, with still a bit of time left to go, you can see Melbourne City, you can see Marcus Gomes tinkering with tactics, still trying to find a way to get something from this game, but time is ticking. He's done so well defensively again when you consider the fact that Naylor has on average scored 5 odd goals in every single game he's played in the E-League so far. But those 2 goals are 2 very, very brutal goals. And well, if Marcus is to win this thing, not just for himself, but also for his team, he's going to need to score 3 in the next 13 minutes. I find that incredibly unlikely, but hey, who knows? There's still a bit of time left, still a twist or 2 potentially on the cards.
Marcus trying to get himself back into this one. Not only does, like you said, Jake, he has 1 goal to make up in terms of tying the head-to-head, but he has 2 goals to make up in terms of tying competition points, which you would say is more important at this time of the season, especially given the current predicament, as Bruno Fernandes goes through to Ronaldo. Ronaldo, that's some great defending from Alphonso Davies, who's time and time again has been fantastic in this game. But it is now Naylor on the attack, trying to get to the corner. Good defense there, Virgil van Dijk. And that's going to be a goal kick. Marcus Gomes still not over for him, though. Van der Sar taking the goal kick, going out there. Just over 5 minutes remaining. They've called that a foul.
Yeah, no, I think fair enough on that one.
Marcus continuing down here. Down the left-hand side, Alphonso Davies looking for some support. That's some good defense, though, from Naylor, forcing Marcus into making a play in a very indecisive moment. And now, I was going to say potential overlap building, but Naylor a little bit too slow to really recognize that. He's done well, though, defensively. Marcus playing the press. No surprise to see him playing the press at this time of the game. And now it is all in Naylor's hands. If he can control the press, he controls his result. As Marcus continues pushing forward here. Is there going to be late drama in this one? Pele going to Cristiano Ronaldo, but the pass is undercooked.
He needs this.
Still not getting it done, though.
Yeah, look, he needed to score a goal there, absolutely, to keep any chance of stealing some points off of Newcastle alive. Well, now the thing is done. And look, it looks like Naylor might just go and seal this thing. Will he secure the goal right here? The 3 points for himself and for Newcastle. Johan Cruyff, the substitute, scores. And this is massive. Newcastle, 15 points out of 15. Ladies and gentlemen, is this going to be Newcastle? Is that going to be their year?
That is absolutely incredible. Naylor, a huge step towards an E-League championship here. Marcus Gomes going for the full length of the field shot. And ultimately this one, NZer proving his title credentials nicely. 3-1 against Marcus Gomes is a scalp in its own right, but the Newcastle Jets emerging as 7-4 winners.
Absolutely incredible contest there. Again, it was a 0-0 all the way up until the second half, and when NZer broke it open, we thought, well, this is an absolutely gigantic result, but Marcus found a way to get one back there right at the end, and I tell you what, it was quite the contest, you know. It looked like Marcus was going to be able to find a way to maybe pull some sort of result out there for Melbourne, but unfortunately NZer is just...
NZer just proving his class in that last half an hour.
I think he's proving that he is so far the player of the tournament so far. I mean, of course, we still have a second match day to do and 6 more rounds left, but it was an absolutely enthralling contest, and of course, we can't just be forgetting about Melbourne City and Newcastle. There are still plenty of other games. There's still plenty of other teams like your boys, Western Sydney Wanderers, that may have gotten a very good result against Sydney. I guess we'll find out. Let's cut right down to the couch with Nate and Treaders. Lads, could you break down those ones for us?
We'd love to. Thank you very much, Jake and Jared. What a game to end the day. The chat keeps saying we don't want to talk about Newcastle. Stop mentioning them. We're going to keep mentioning them. First and third, and at number 1 in the premiership after day 1. Joshua, nice to have you sitting this close compared to Brisbane and Sydney. What did you make of that game, and particularly NZer, who needs more respect on his name?
It's the best competitor in Oceania, just doing what he does, grinding results out a little bit, but also he has the flair, he has the determination to get results. As I said, best competitor in Australia up against the previous best competitor in Australia, but again, the time is now for NZer. It's his time to take the crown.
It certainly seems that way. A lovely bit of trickery and magic from Marcus Gomes, but it was the only goal he could muster against the number 1 ranked competitor in Oceania.
And it's just a pleasure to watch NZer go to work. The ball rolls, the cancels, he has everything at his disposal. And the thing that I've loved seeing develop is his overall defensive play. So sometimes as a competitor, you simply have to applaud your fellow competitor as they get the job done.
Incredible scenes from NZer again when you consider how good that play was. Then you consider who he did it against. Melbourne City's Marcus Gomes. There's not much he could have done against goals like that. Credit, of course, to Marcus. Chasing the dub, it's the right thing to do for him and of course for his team. But Newcastle and NZer, and yes, Mark, the 17-year-old, will have a lot of talk, fanfare about them. Is there any other team, Treaders? We had Melbourne City probably up there a little bit with them. Is there anyone else you've seen today that maybe could reach that level?
Not really. I think they're well and truly poised, bearing an unbelievable bottling. Pray I don't jinx that, but it'll take a lot for them to be dethroned as the number 1 competitors in our region.
We said it would be a difficult task for Bainesy. Indeed, up against Dylan and somewhat behind. I guess if there's someone maybe other than NZer, other than Mark that you're looking at who's had a stellar day, it would be DW Dylan.
Absolutely, and he's turned it up yet again, scoring goals for fun. Again, particularly back to qualifier number 1 and 2. What we focused on was his ability to not concede, to defend for long periods of time. But as FIFA 21 has gone on and as Dylan has developed as a competitor, we've seen his attack go to a whole other level.
Something else, indeed. Again, the defense was always there from that young man. We saw that last season. Now he is breaking records. It is incredible to watch. Speaking of which, Jazz, who has had a fair few goals against him today, using all of that veteran experience for the 6-1 win over Jordi Brio from the Mariners.
And it's what we've come to expect from Jazz on his day, able to score goals for fun. And it seems to be a theme of these best of ones in that a competitor who is forced to come back from behind, the game may only feel or may only be sitting at 2-1, 3-1 into the 60th minute. But as time ticks on, as a result has to be pushed, as a result is being chased, we see that the counterattacks open up. And for competitors like Jazz, like Goat, who when he played against Jazz got the 6-1 result, the game just opens up and thinks, oh dear, things can look just a little bit worse than they actually are.
And again, you must give credit to Geordie as well in this situation. Sure, it might look a little messy when we're watching those highlights back, but he is doing the team thing, of course, Shredders. He's not just playing for himself. He's representing the Mariners, and to be fair, when you've taken King Kyron Gupta's seat, you better make sure you rock up and do the team thing.
Yeah, absolutely. King Kyron, the ultimate team competitor. And then we saw Seisanis, the classy conductor, doing what he does, getting results. Little bit of ping pong here, there, everywhere. And when things go weird in best of ones, they seem to go extraordinarily weird.
A crazy amount of goals in what apparently was a crazy game. That's just lovely. Onto the right foot. Pele, simple ball, simple finish. 30 minutes in, and we got 5 goals. Not done there. Seisanis goes for 3 apiece. Then they had a little bit of a break, evidently. Oh, Bruno, yes, please. From well outside on the finesse to make it 4-3. And then Seisanis doing whatever he needed to get that dub.
And finishing it all off with a penalty. Unfortunately, no more goals to speak of after such a flurry of goals. Must have been down to the lack of stamina, not for the lack of trying from those two competitors.
That Bruno goal, I dare say, is something you maybe only see from Mo Zwed, maybe even the Mo Zwed of the past, but apparently, no housemate, no worries. It's still the same Mo, a simply sensational game as we head on to that second leg of the Sydney Derby. It was all level, 1-1. Footwiz Jamoto 2. Big Joe with 4, and the big Derby win for Western Sydney Wanderers.
I think it's time we put some respect on Big Joe's name. I think that's what we're going with now. But he's turned up today, not really ranked on, or not ranked at all on the PlayStation side of things, which is where all the competition has taken place. And he's got some massive results for Western Sydney alongside NZer.
3-0 up, so evidently, and to his credit, Jamoto with a fight back, R9, cutting it across to make it 3-1, but all of a sudden, we're at 4-1. Jamoto, lovely move to get what ends up being just a consolation goal. Goodness gracious me. Western Sydney fans, I know you might have had a little bit of a rough evening, but I tell you what, that's not a bad way to finish off your day.
And again, from a competitor's point of view, Big Joe, oh no, I think I'm going to keep calling him Big Joe for the rest of it. But he's just getting those performances in, and that'll put Western Sydney pretty high up the table, I would expect.
We're not done yet, and we're not done with the goals, just as Greek Freak had the enormous victory. Agent Ben Carter says, well, if you can score that, I can score 7 of the best on the other receiving end, I guess. It is a little bit of a rough debut for Suff 4-1.
I can't help but feel sorry for Suff 4-1. We've seen Brisbane Roar go with local competitors in the past, in Ozilla, and who's now got his own. He's much more successful than a number of E-League competitors, and than a lot of people would even imagine through his skill moves and his skilling on Instagram. But we just see for Brisbane Roar, Suff 4-1 just thrown absolutely into the deep end here, and the scorelines we've seen drilled up against him are just brutal.
That was 6. This surely will be 7. Again, these score lines maybe not quite indicative of the comparative talent, let's say, of the two competitors. If it's a different format, maybe you've been watching the online qualifiers, you sort of know how good these guys are. You know what to expect. Here in the E-League, Shredders, the NIVEA Men E-League here in Season 4, it's not just about yourself, it's about your team. And Brisbane Roar have certainly always been one of those teams that expect team success. One man who might have started off in Brisbane, but he's moved on to what apparently is much better things, is Naylor, representing the Newcastle Jets. Here in Season 4, mate, you might be sitting in the dark, but you have set this tournament alight.
Hello. Thank you. It's been a tough couple of games, but yeah, I think I've gone 5-0, and I think we're top by 5 points now, so yeah, it's looking good for tomorrow.
Hey Naylor, how do you feel that you are rated in the region? Do you care what other people think of your overall gameplay? Do you view yourself as the #1 competitor in the region? How do you view yourself as a competitor?
I'm #1 in the rankings, but I haven't really won anything yet, so I don't think I can be considered the best so far, but hopefully I can do it in playoffs.
Absolutely. And so one other thing I really want to get into you with is just your use of skill moves. I'd love to know what your overall thinking is when you get into that final third. Do you have a system that you're trying to implement, or is it just pure creativity getting into the flow of it?
To be honest, just try and get the ball to R9 as quick as possible and just spam my stick and be cancelled pretty much. My entire game plan.
Ben Carter just says, skill cancels, baby, as loud as you can. In the chat, Naylor, you are #1 in the region. You are #1 after day 1 of the E-League. Congratulations on a stellar J for you and the Newcastle Jets.
Thank you.
That is, if you don't get it already, the #1 competitor. And I'm sure if you didn't know him after today, you'll know him for day 2. Naylor, as lovable, dare I say, as always. We've had an opportunity, in and amongst all that, to get Jake and Jared among us gentlemen. What a first day of the NIVEA Men E-League Season 4.
Absolutely brilliant match day 1. I mean, have we talked enough about Newcastle? Can we keep talking about Newcastle? I mean, the chat keeps saying, like, we don't talk enough about Newcastle.
That's right.
So, like, no, but it has been absolutely incredible. I mean, we all, at the beginning of the match day, thought, all right, who's really going to be one of the favourites? I mean, I thought a lot of us did say Newcastle, obviously. Melbourne City maybe kind of got a little underlooked a little bit, you know. We were all maybe a little more concerned with if Sydney FC could maybe go back-to-back. But overall, it's been a phenomenal match day, and to think that we're only going to come back here tomorrow again, I think at 2 p.m, and do it all over again, 6 games and crown a premier. I personally cannot wait for that.
Tomorrow, I'm more interested to see if Western Sydney can now overtake. Western Sydney have been the surprise packet. We know how good the players they have are, but they've just gone to a different level today. And then getting that scalp ahead of Sydney FC, the final game, that's a massive, massive win for them. And like I said to Jake in commentary, that puts them above Melbourne City now. Western Sydney coming second. That is phenomenal.
We'll be taking a look at the ladder very shortly, but for now, the look at the fixtures, of course, for round 5 as it finished. A mammoth victory for MacArthur. 13-2 right there. That is absolutely gigantic, but of course, probably the biggest result of the round, no, not probably, absolutely, would be the win that Newcastle managed against Melbourne City. That means now they are the only team with a 100% record so far in the league. They could possibly be. I mean, we thought maybe Sydney FC were going to go invincible last year, and they unfortunately took an L right toward the end, so who knows? But still, you got Western United winning 7-2. Adelaide United, get up, lads. The 6-2 win right there, lovely to see, and a brilliantly close 8-7 victory there for Perth Glory as well. Absolutely sensational stuff, but still moving along. Those were all the games in round 5. Absolutely incredible. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. 15 points, 5 wins out of 5. Newcastle Jets on top. And as you mentioned, Jared, now with certain results going elsewhere, Western Sydney Wanderers are the ones on top, with Western United and Melbourne City tied on 10 points in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Melbourne City, that's a big drop for them. The opportunity to go top of the table, they end up going all the way down to 4th position. It's going to make the first 2 or 3 rounds tomorrow that much more important. You've got all those teams, I would say, 7th upwards, I would say, are still with a hunt of winning this thing. But if you're Adelaide, MacArthur, Perth, you're going to have to come out of the gates firing. Everyone needs to be on top of their game.
And Nate
tomorrow.
Treaders, if you are looking at maybe one of those teams that isn't Newcastle to maybe have a bit of a shock surge, if you would back any other team, if Newcastle were to maybe fall off a little bit tomorrow, which one of those teams out of Western Sydney, Western United, Melbourne City, or even somebody else would you say is the shot of potentially causing the upset here?
Yeah, we were talking about it before that last round even took place. And Western Sydney, Jared, you'll be happy to know, is the team that came off my lips, at least. We knew that NZer would be class. We know he's class. He is up there. He's won a qualifier. What we didn't know is how Joseph would go. Obviously, he's been a bit fresh, yeah, indeed, from FIFA. He's sort of said, you know, my competitive season, my competitive outlook, I'm more or less done. Then he gets the call from Western Sydney Wanderers, says yes, and he produces results like that. They have to be talked about for premiership contenders.
Yeah, I think I saw something. I think I saw him, like, he say himself on Twitter something like that. He was surprised to get called back. And now, look at what he's doing. He's potentially going to be a part of maybe a premiership winning E-League team. That would be one hell of a story, but regardless, we'll take a look now at the fixtures for match day 2. I mean, you've just got me, I tell you what now, I'm kind of almost secretly wanting Western Sydney Wanderers to win now for that. But having a look at round 6 to start things off, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go across the couch. But in round 6, of course, there will be some very big games now that we've, of course, got Western Sydney Wanderers on the radar right there. They're going up against, I believe they were bottom of the table still, Melbourne Victory, unfortunately. But who do Newcastle play in that one? That would be Brisbane Roar. It's another pretty big game. You know, Envy was I would say Envy definitely won more games than he lost, but he was he was an on-off player, so he could give Mark a bit of a run. South 4-1 against Naylor might be an intriguing one there, but moving across now to round 7 anyway. And lads, anything in particular that jumps off the page here? I don't know, like Jared, for example, have you got anything that you're most looking forward to?
I mean, Western United versus the Jets. If Western United come out with a win to kick things off tomorrow, and Newcastle, for example's sake, drop points, that could be the sort of game where Western United could easily jump up and take the lead at the top of the table. It's going to be a massive start to the match day 2.
Yeah, we're pretty much all sitting and waiting for, just to figure out who's going to be the first to take down Newcastle. And well, we spoke about before how, of course, the Melbourne City-Newcastle game at least round 5 stage in the competition was the biggest. Well, we may have to recall that since Newcastle and Western Sydney Wanderers Shredders are going to be facing each other, and that, well, we thought that game against Newcastle and Melbourne City would be the one that might decide it. Well, maybe we were wrong. Maybe we were too soon. And round 8, with only a few games after that, Shredders, this could be the one.
Yeah, that looks like that's going to be the round to watch. Everything building up to this point, it seems to be pointing towards round 8 as the one to watch, depending on that result of that previously mentioned Western United game. I think Newcastle Jets will be at the forefront of everyone's mind heading into tomorrow. Hopefully we get to watch a game from Mark 11 here or there throughout it, but undoubtedly that's the game I'm looking forward to, Newcastle versus Western Sydney. Yeah, fingers crossed we get to see a PlayStation 4 Newcastle game. And of course, moving over to round 9, Western Sydney Wanderers have got Macarthur. Newcastle are going to be taking on Wellington Phoenix. I mean, there's possibly a chance there. You never know. Western United versus Melbourne City. That's actually not going to be a bad game either, with JMK King taking on Mike J. And of course, DW Dillon versus Marcus Gomes. I believe, did Marcus Gomes face DW Dillon in the qualifier that he won? That was his opponent? Well, there you go. So we would have a qualifying grand final rematch right there. That might be a pretty intriguing one. Over to round 10 now, which would be the penultimate round of the season. And again, just sharing this one across to the couch once again. Is there any game in particular here? I mean, there's got to be at least... I
could ruffle some feathers here.
Yeah, go for it.
The Big Blue, Battle of the Spoon.
Oh, well, I mean, hey, the wooden spooners, nobody wants to finish as wooden spooners, so hey.
I'm waiting for the chat to just blow up right now.
Jared, there it is.
I had to. Now, in all honesty, I think Western United Macarthur is going to be fantastic. It depends, obviously, like we say, it depends on other results throughout the day. But again, I've said it a million times, that could be a game that potentially decides the title.
You never know. We always do think about, like, toward the top, who's taking home the big prize. But, wooden spooners is definitely something that people are going to want to try to avoid. And now for the final round. This will be the one where, I think with the way things are going, wouldn't be too surprised if we get to this stage, round 11, and maybe certain things haven't exactly been sealed, like who is becoming the premier, who is going to become the premier, and who is going to be the wooden spooner. And well,
it's also noticeably the last game that Say Sarnas will have in his competitive career.
Oh, one last dance.
The one last dance.
And who's he going to be taking on? Let's have a quick look here. That's going to be Dylan.
Jeez, if that's not a passing of the torch, I don't know what is.
Wow, that's going to be a very tough game. I don't know, lads. Anything else in particular there that catches your fancy?
Just having a look at Wanderers City. Obviously, Newcastle have had a tremendous day today, depending if they can back that up on day 2. Maybe, just maybe, we're looking at that for an outside shot at the premiership.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the fixtures for match day 2. We can't wait for you to join us, and we can't wait for it to get underway tomorrow. But just some final thoughts, ladies and gentlemen, on what has been a very, very entertaining match day 1. We are halfway into the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League, and just, I don't know, some parting thoughts before
all
we
I can say is that the Jets did their homework. The Jets came here. They didn't want to be embarrassed like they were last year. The Jets did their homework.
When you sign 1 and 3, you're definitely doing something right. You guys mentioned it before, like how the other A-League teams would even allow something like that to happen. I mean, now they've definitely got the target on their back. They're the favourites. Do you think they're going to take it home, or will we see a shock?
Yeah, look, I'll go one step further. If you like, it all depends how seriously you'd like to take the E-League. We're well aware they're A-League clubs. Some have W League teams. That's really good. We love watching that. The E-League, at least was, certainly is now to some degree, world-renowned. These competitors that play for these clubs are known around the world. Maybe their footballers are not. Credit to Newcastle Jets. You scouted, you got 1 and 3. It looks like you are odds on for a premiership.
And for one final word, Treaders, anything you got to say, mate?
I can't help but agree with Nate, as per usual, to be honest. It's quite laughable to me that we've seen that A-League team has been able to snag the number 1 and number 3 competitor. The FIFA Global Series rankings are there for all the clubs to look at. It's the most simple of research required. It's a bare minimum, but I think I'm obviously slightly biased with my Direwolves connections, but the track record of those two boys, JMK King and Dylan, with the E-Club World Cup, that's probably alongside Western Sydney, the competitors to keep an eye on.
Most definitely. Well, it's definitely not automatic. They may be 1 and 3, but they still need to rock up tomorrow, and they still need to get the job done. We will see whether or not they do. But lads, that is going to do it for match day 1 of the 2021 NIVEA Men E-League. Thank you so much for watching us, ladies and gentlemen. Until the next one tomorrow, we will see you for the finale of the E-League. Until next time, catch you later from us at the couch. Have a good one.
Bring it on.
See you later.
Next goal wins.
Possession given away, unfortunately.
Good ball. He's onside. No goalkeeper. No.
Well, now in a dangerous position. Oh, we have just witnessed a special moment.
Where's your keeper gone? He's gone walkabouts. He's gone to the cafe. Hey, man, get me a cappuccino. No sugar. I'm sweet enough.
Something you wanted, and there's no doubt you might be wrong. Walked away, something you left behind. Another borderline. Try not to know too much. Try not to know it.